right, we are live. And my microphone's working for once.
Yay!
Thank heavens for small favors. All right, what is good, everybody? Thanks for showing up, and I think this will be a fun watch. Joining me today, I got Fairy Queen here. It's been too long.
Present. Yes, it has. It's good to be back, though. Thank you for having me on, Lethy.
Absolutely. I was super psyched. I was like, as soon as I watched this, I was like, I need to get Fairy Queen's opinion on this. So, like, to have
Yeah.
you on made it even more fun. This is what the gods have restored me today. This is what must be done.
Yes,
Testy.
absolutely.
All right, so without further ado, I guess we might as well get to it. All right, let me know if you have any issues seeing or hearing it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping there's nothing with YouTube that is going to make this go away, but either way, Twitch will still have it, and I can edit it and throw it back on YouTube later.
Okay.
And before we even get started, like, the signaling that's going on here, the gold trim everywhere, the Macallan 25,
Oh, yeah.
the fern, like, he's definitely trying to give off a certain vibe.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually, well, we'll see, because I don't want to say anything before any of these people speak, but I actually wonder how much this aesthetic is going to continue to sell. I am not sure. I think there's an expiration date on it. I mean, I don't doubt that there are, like guys that are find this to be really cool, but I don't know, like I kind of think that it's very Trumpian, isn't it? Like the gold everywhere, you have well, I guess the alcohol maybe isn't so Trumpian, but like it's an overperformance of wealth and bravado.
Mm-hmm.
I And like, did you see that clip of Clavicular when he was talking to Michael Knowles? And he said that Gavin Newsom totally mocked JD
Yeah.
Vance, and that JD Vance is a fat loser, and and he didn't say that he was going to vote for Clavicular didn't say that he was going to vote for Gavin Newsom, but he did say, well, this is just how it's going to happen. This is just how it's going to be. And so I don't know, right? I don't know if the Trump, like, I think that like about a few years ago, if you had asked somebody like Clavicular the same question, I think that like people like JD Vance or Trump, like MAGA hats, like that was like really cool and edgy, and it felt like you were doing something daring. But now that Trump is in office, I don't know. I don't know if it has the same, you know, boundary breaking appeal as it once did. And I base this entirely off of Clavicular, but also because I do think that there's going to be another shift in the wind coming up soon. Like I think that I don't think it's going to be cool to be MAGA anymore. Like in a hot second, it's already not cool, right? Like with ICE, that's wildly unpopular. Everyone's upset about what's happened recently with Andrew Preddy and with Renee. Like so. I don't know, right? I think that the aesthetic has an expiration date. I'm curious to see what will happen, though.
I was having a similar conversation today and bringing up clavicular and letting a conservative know, like, hey, these are the people that are bringing people into the right wing. This is going to be the reflection of your party in the future. Do you have a problem with this?
Yeah,
And they proceeded to just kind of lose their shit on me, but that's perfectly fine because hit dogs holler. And apparently, this isn't something they want, but it is what it is. And the aesthetic of the right and what success looks like is going to look very different in the future. And I think that's partially like what this conversation is going to lead to. So I'm going to go ahead and
yeah.
let's start the thing. Wait, let me maximize the screen. That should fix things up. Oh, no, wrong button. All right.
If we go back
Let me
and we
turn it
think
up.
about, by the way, do you know I found a message from you, that we 7 years ago, 6 years ago, I don't know what it was. That,
Wow.
do you know that? Like, you had like 40,000 followers.
Don't remember.
And it was, yeah, that's the, that it could have been 8 years ago, it could have been 7 years ago.
Crazy.
But I remember watching, I'm like, who is this guy? What a freaking well-spoken guy. And I think that's what a lot of people would say, like, what's this guy? This guy speaks so well. Let me hear him out. Oh, good point, good point, good point. So what were the good points? Okay,
And
why
say
would a
pause
man
at any
get married? It's a waste of time and da-da-da-da-da, man, female, all the, okay.
Yep.
Then it was COVID, the government said, then it's Matrix,
Yep.
then it became Israel, okay? And remember, every argument goes like this, the cycle, right?
Yep.
Where would you say we are right now in this cycle of Israel? The topic of Israel, it's always the Jews. Jews are in charge. They're doing this.
Oh,
Do
God.
you think we're here for this new cycle? Or do you think we're here? Do you know what I'm asking?
Okay, pause
I
here.
understand what you're
Pause
asking.
here.
I think the Gaza
Pause here.
situation
Pause here.
was viewed-
So many
Okay,
screens open.
right off the bat, right? Like, I mean, this is another reason I think that conservative aesthetics are going to change, and conservative politics, because Israel is dividing everyone, and it's not really. I think that there's a tendency to kind of discuss like Gaza as being a conservative versus, like, I can see that happening, but I don't think that's really true. It's dividing the conservative movement. Like Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro do not agree actually on Gaza. And the same is true. Like, well, seriously, right? Like, it's not true, right? There are still rumors that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by, an agent of Israel, and, like, there are tensions within the Conservative Party about whether or not the United States should support Israel. And the same thing is true in the Democrat Party, right? There are tensions, huge arguments and debates about Gaza. It's not really a clean left or right kind of issue, I think. It's kind of like almost as though the issue has been sort of divided up into quadrants almost, instead of it being like this like neat break or clean, because on the right, like, you have most of like a lot of the anti-Israel stuff that I have read does come with an undertone of anti-Semitism, fear, of Jews, everything that you could think of. A lot of groypers were like followers of Nick Fuentes. I actually think a big reason like why Nick Fuentes has become more popular, it is because he has always been critical of Israel. And I think that for people who are conservative, who are seeing what's happening in Gaza, that probably makes him more attractive to that crowd, actually, because of like what's been going on recently. And so you have like groypers who are anti-Israel. You have normie conservatives. I actually don't know what like the average Republican thinks about Israel. I even think that's kind of a mixed bag, because, and this is something I think we can get into later, but like, there is this question of Christian nationalism too, and whether or not, that is supportive or anti-Israel, and what influence it has on talking about Gaza. I think that's interesting as well.
So,
And then, of course, like, what are your thoughts? Like, what do you think?
well, you're pretty much correct. Like, all of this has been cut up into quadrants. And so for the people on the left, it's more about, hey, there's a genocide going on. Not so much anti-Semitism, but like just straight up, like, we don't like what's going on there. So we're either not going to vote or we're going to actively try to derail everything that's going on. Whereas on the right, it's more of a, well, whoever we can't speak about is the problem, and we feel like they're the ones stealing from us.
Yes.
And then the other part of the right is the religious portion, where you get people like Ted Cruz saying, hey, everything for Israel, as long as Israel's prosperous, we'll be prosperous. And there's a huge divide going on at this point.
Yeah. I think that this is going to be, I'm actually really curious to hear what Tate has to say, because it's hard to see, like, to know, like, how much he even, it's hard to know, like, what Tate's real politics are. And, like, it's not just true for Tate, like, that's true for Sneeko, that's true for Clavicular, that's true for Myron. I actually don't know if that's exactly true about Nick Fuentes, although, I actually think that he probably does believe at least somewhat like the stuff that he says. But I don't know. The rest of these people do seem like this, they're running this purely as a business model, and they're saying provocative and doing provocative things because it gets clicks and therefore gets money and therefore, more views, etc. So I'd be curious to know like what he's going to say, because whatever he says, that's going to indicate to me who he thinks is the winning side of this conversation, more so than like what his actual thoughts about like Israel are.
Well,
So I'd
all
be curious
things
to see what he
being
says.
said, I think Nick Fuentes is a true believer. I think Tate is a grifter. I think a lot of them are grifters, but the few true believers out there are especially dangerous, and that's why Nick is pretty
Yeah,
dangerous right now. So,
yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play it and tell me pause whenever.
Spotlight on Israel. That seems to have died down now. The flotilla's gone and the bombing has stopped. That's a big part of it. But I do believe there is a huge percentage of the young male population which are so disenfranchised with the system that they're looking for somebody to blame. If you want to get someone on here to discuss whether the Israelis or the Jews are actually to blame, well, that's going to be Nick, because I believe he's more qualified than I. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that young men are
Oh,
waking
God.
up in a world where they stand no chance of having any of the things their fathers had. They're never going to have a wife who respects them and loves them, because their wife's on TikTok and believes she deserves a G-Wagon full of roses. And they believe they need a Lambo at 19. And nobody wants to work a job because jobs don't pay. And nobody wants to go to school because a degree isn't going to pay. And nobody can save up to buy a house because you can no longer compound your work in dollars. You can't go to work, do an hour's work, put it in the bank, do another hour's work, put it in the bank, and save up to buy a house, because you're being outpaced by inflation, money printing, all these wars, all this Somali fraud, taxes. You're being outpaced. You can't even save money anymore. So when young men are
So I'm
waking
gonna pause it real quick. So everything he said, except for the Somali fraud thing, is pretty much true in my opinion. For most people
Interesting.
that work a regular job, like they're middle class or lower class, they're not high earners. You're constantly being outpaced. Like making $70,000 isn't really going to get you a house. So with that being the
So,
case,
yeah, I actually have some disagreements. I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree. Um, like one, I think we've talked about this before, like why, men, and I'm not all men, but like men of this particular generation of men, like Gen Z and like young millennial men, like all of that stuff, right?
mhm,
I really think a lot of it, it's going to sound stupid to say this, but it feels like the reckoning of the iPad kids. Like, and it's that's the short version of it, but like the longer version of it is we've seen decreased rates in literacy. Um, I think that it's a lot of different factors all at once, but I do know that like when you go to like different schools, boys seem to be having more trouble in school, in high school and in elementary school, and we know that the data reflects that too. We know that they aren't graduating, that girls are more likely to graduate from high school, girls are more likely to go to college, girls are more likely to graduate from college. These are all factors I think that are holding men back, and a lot of that goes back to education and like what educational standards we have and like how we run our schools. And I really think that the experiment of giving kids like one-to-one access with technology was horrible for a lot of kids. I mean, you wouldn't believe like this kinds of stuff that like kids get. Like it's just not the same as like even like when we were in school. Like it's not even close. Like you have kids that are routinely playing video games, that are watching porn, that are doing all kinds of terrible things like with their school given devices like all day every day. Like that has had I think that like we underestimate just how much of a negative impact that's had, I think, on a lot of men. So I think that's part of it. I think that that they're falling behind because of educational standards. But
I mean,
um
could be the case.
it's
I'm looking at like what my upbringing was, and so like my grandfather went to like he didn't. I don't even think he went all the way through high school. Joined the Navy, got out of the Navy, became a machinist working for McDonnell Douglas. Was able to afford a 4 or 5 bedroom house. Had 4 kids, didn't have to do any like real schooling or anything, but was able to get an RV, take vacations to the Grand Canyon, go to Israel, go to Greece, do all these things. And it wasn't really a huge thing. Same thing with my dad, like never even graduated high school, got a job in telecommunications, uh, made enough money to buy a house, get a car, burn the car, get another car, like just trying to afford rent for most people with the jobs that they're able to get when they're just coming out of high school or whatever. It just doesn't like they don't see a future.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this the other part of that is standards of living have risen like
Mhm.
since like in the past. Like true, right? You could live a pretty reasonable life, but today I think it's kind of unfair. Like sometimes I'll see these articles that will say you can still live like the 1950s. It's just not going to be that much fun. So you can have, like a dial up telephone. You can have, a box TV with a DVD set and just with cable and no internet connection. You can not go out to eat. You can just go out like maybe once a month. You can draw all of these different things that you can like go back like to the 50s or the 60s, right? But the truth is that a lot of the modern amenities that we have, we almost need to have them. Like I currently work at my job, I have to be able to answer emails. I have to answer them on the weekend, which means that I need to have a house that has internet connection. I have a boss that wants to text me. I need to have a phone that's able to text back. And true, I could get a dumb phone. Maybe I could do that. But if I do that, that means that I'm going to miss out on a lot of work opportunities because there are group texts. I can't send the funny meme. I can't, like all of like sure you could opt out of a lot of things from modern life, but the price that you pay is that you miss out on opportunity, right? So I think just objectively life is in many ways more expensive, I think, than it used to be, which I think is probably maybe part of it. Like we have higher standards for what we expect to do and how to live,
Well,
which I think is probably an aspect.
that's
Yeah.
why I mentioned the luxury. So like with my grandfather, again, like just working as a machinist for an aerospace company, he didn't have any expertise, but he was able to afford to get like a big satellite dish before people had satellite dishes, like when it was a real thing. He had a RV, he had timeshares, like all these things that are like super luxurious to even people now. People like they had that then on like
Yeah.
like on a one person's income. Like his wife didn't work. So like the idea that you're able to make money, save, and have these luxuries back then and have a family and have a stay-at-home wife, whereas that like you have to be practically a lawyer, a doctor, something else on that order, like some sort of expert, or like be working under a trade and like be pretty far into the trade, like past journeyman, to be able to afford anything close to that.
But I mean, counterpoint, like I think that there is like data that shows that like there have well actually that's not true. I think it's shown that like the wages have risen for the middle class, haven't they? Even adjusted for inflation. Like I think that like the average person today who is a middle class person makes more money than a middle class, or like there's a higher like end of middle class. Like I think the high end of middle class today is like $150,000. I don't think that it used to be that way, even adjusted for inflation. If you dial back the clock like 20 years. Um, but I will say, I think that, like, from what I remember, and I'd have to find it again, I think most of the economic gains have been for people who are upper middle class and upper class. So those are the people that have had the most amount of like wage increases. Middle class has had some amount of wage increases, and but I think that like the middle class has shrunk, but that's because more people are making more money and have escaped
Bingo.
the middle class. But it's also because you have more people that have slipped below and who are not considered middle class either. So the middle class shrunk. The working class and the upper class increased.
That's exactly the issue. We have billionaires now, damn near trillionaires. There are people with so much money, like Elon Musk alone could buy every single football team and still have money. So we're living in an era where there are ultra wealthy people or ultra rich people compared to what our parents grew up with and what their parents grew up with. Like at worst, they were talking like Rockefellers and Rothschilds and stuff back then. Like it was very few people that had that kind of money, and now there are tons of people with stupid amounts of money to where millions don't even like matter compared to billions. So I think that's changed the playing field and what people's expectation is. Well, yeah,
I,
Reagan
I would
definitely
agree.
made it worse.
I mean, I would agree with you that there are more people who are wealthy today, but I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that's a sign that more people who were middle class now have the ability to become rich. I mean, yes, you could talk about Elon Musk, but you can also talk about people who maybe they used to have to like work at a middle class job and used to have to be satisfied with a middle class salary, but because of the way modern society is today, they now are able to push out of the middle class and they're able to have that much better of a life for themselves and their children. I don't know, like it's I say that, but the problem with that is prob the problem that there seems to be also an increase in working class people, which means that more people find it like, while it's true that more people are able to escape the middle class upward and are able to improve their economic situation that much more, it's also true that it seems like there are more people that are slipping, that are becoming poor and that are not able to sustain a middle class lifestyle anymore. Um, so I think both things are true. I don't really know why both things are true, but I mean, but I don't necessarily know if I'm concerned about more people being in poverty. I don't know if I'm concerned about more people becoming wealthy. I think it's a good thing if more average people have the ability to work hard or to through their means are able to like to be more successful than they might have been like 20 or 30 years ago.
That's actually a great way to look at it. I was more into the line like looking at from Reagan era up when before that era there was no student loan, so people could go to school, could better themselves and make more money and had more access to being well off versus now where you can go to school, you can do all these things and you end up in debt to where your lifestyle is hindered by the amount of debt you have. I think changes a bit.
I think you're right. I think that's I'd be actually interested to talk to somebody that like works in banking or like knows a lot about credit cards, because I do think that that's probably a big difference today than maybe it would have been like decades ago, which is the ease that people have with credit cards and with loans, and the fact that more people are saddled with student loan debt. I would agree with you. I think that that probably is part of the reason like why it's less possible for ordinary people, as you put it, like to be able to like have these luxuries and to be able to have a car and to be able to have an RV and to go to Israel, Greece, and Spain and fly and dream of flying to the moon one day. Um, I don't know. It's probably student loan debt. Have you heard of Klarna? Like it's this new kind of credit card you can have.
I have not.
Oh, geez. Okay, so it's a new kind of credit card. So basically, it's an e-credit card. So like if you try to like buy a plane ticket, like if you go like I use like bookings.com, or if you go to like TripAdvisor, or if you try to find like plane tickets, or you try to get hotel like a hotel room, sometimes the item will come next to like the purchase button. It will say, $50 a month with Affirm. Okay. I know the pearl necklace is $350, but if you use Affirm, you can pay it in installments, like for over like 3 or 4 months, like with this e-credit card. And there are different ones. Klarna is one of them. I know Affirm is one of them. So I think it's become easier for people to go into debt. I
So
would be I think that
that was a thing. I think I'm a little bit older than you, but like from a generation or so, for me, like back in the 70s, they had this thing called layaway. And this was like for most poor people, like if you wanted to get your kids presents for Christmas or whatever, you just go in and put the stuff on layaway, pay $5 a month or whatever, and eventually by the time you get to Christmas, you'll be able to finish up all the stuff.
interesting. Well, I mean,
They
it's I
brought it
guess
back now.
yeah, yeah. I guess nothing's new, right? For nothing's new. It's only reinvented. But yeah, no, I don't know. We'll see. I really think that a lot of it, like what he's about to say about like if men were able to afford things, like they wouldn't be upset. And I don't disagree with that. But what I disagree with is the undertone of that. The way to fix that, honestly, is to fix schools. It's to go back to education. It's to fix like the way that we raise kids and the way that like the standards that we have in schools and the ease of access that people have to technology in schools. I think that I actually think that like this is a difference between boys and girls. Like I remember like about a few years ago we talked about how social media is terrible for girls because girls bully each other online. They're more likely to try things like cutting themselves or to make themselves anorexic or suicidal. And so access to social media is toxic and bad for girls, right? Like we know like why your teenage daughter should probably not be on Instagram. But there's less of a conversation about why, technology is bad for boys beyond like just the video game to school shooter and porn is bad. Like think about like it's hard to emphasize like just how immersed little boys are with tech in schools. Like they have like something called IXL where you'll go to a school. It's literally a second grade classroom. And in almost every classroom that you'll go into, you will see there'll be like maybe 20 kids, and most of the kids can put their iPads down, but you'll always have like two or three little boys at the back of the room, and they can never put it down. They kick, they scream, they cry. It's always little boys. They cannot put these iPads down. And it remains that way. And they get into fights with each other about whose turn is it next. And I think that they begin to associate like the iPad as like a source of a way to, they have to hide it from adults. It's a way to escape from other people. They associate it as a source of pleasure and fun. And so they continue that like all throughout childhood, getting constant access to it until they become teenagers. And when they become teenagers, they really self isolate. And, I mean, what happens like when you are online too much? Well, you have worse executive functioning. It's harder for you to finish chores. It's harder for you to get the stuff done that you need to get done, right? These are all factors that are bad, very bad for academic success. And then on top of the fact that like you're exposed to literally some of the worst people in the world
Ain't
and you're
that the
able to
truth?
talk to them like with a click of a button. So like, and I think that like that is actually responsible for the reason like why there are a lot of NEETs, like why there are a lot of boys that like have really struggle like with getting a job, with like moving out, with like doing well in school. It goes back to having that lack of self-discipline and lack of self-control, which I
Well,
think is enabled a lot by overexposure to tech in early childhood.
the issue with NEETs in Japan is mostly because of the education standards, that it's such a high expectation. So only the top percentages have any real prospects once they get out of school, and they need to get into the right university. And then also the age of the people that are above them is so high that they never relinquish their titles, so that the younger
Yep.
generations can never
Yep.
accomplish what those generations did. So they just quit. It's like, well, I can just live in my parents' house, stay in this room. I don't need anything. I don't need to spend anything. I'll just sit here and play video games and do whatever, because it's not like I was ever going to accomplish anything in the first place. And I feel like that same culture has started to happen here as well, to where it starts looking like an uphill battle no matter what you do. But there's a certain segment of society, and this is where I'm more interested in what Tate has to say, because I don't think he's going to say the whole thing, in that it's not because we allowed the system to become this, it's because outside influences have done this to us.
Mm.
And that's where you
Interesting.
get
Well,
to the Jewish
yeah.
thing, the immigrants thing, and all
Yeah.
that. So
Hmm.
rather than look at, the people that we voted for screwing up the system, all these different things, like this is where we're at. But yeah, let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah.
Up in a world where their only chance to possibly get rich is effectively gamble on crypto. Literally gamble. They're sitting here going, well, this system's broken. Who's behind this system? Why am I living in such a broken system? And there is a theory, and there's many theories as to who's in charge of the world or who built this system or why the system's so broken. There is a theory that it's the Jews. That's why anti-Semitism is going to continue no matter what Israel does, whether they stop the bombing or not, whether the Jews come on the news and shut this song down or not, whether they try and ostracize anyone who talks about them or not. None of that's going to change anything as long as you have a huge percentage of young men who stand no hope in life. Because when you've always, in any point in human history, when you find a large subset of the young masculine population that have no hope, it's going to be a revolution. They're looking for somebody to blame, and they're going to do something. They're going to become radicalized. That happens absolutely everywhere. So if you'd ask me, where are we in the Israel conversation? I don't think it matters what Israel does, or Bibi, what he says, or what Trump says. I don't think any of that matters. When you have all these men out here who have no hope of building a good life, they're going to find somebody to blame for it, whether it's immigrants. That's what it is in European countries.
What would you do? You're 22, and you're 22 today.
Yeah.
Not 39. You're 22 today, and
So what did you think of that explanation from Tate's end?
So here's and I guess this is my response to like the people that like seem to think that that Jews are running the world, which is this. Okay, of course it's the case that there are foreign countries that are trying to influence the United States politics. Of course it is, but it's not just Israel. It's Russia. It's China. It's literally, the problem is that like it's not really fair or true to say that it's just one country. And it's also not true or fair to say that I think every Jew thinks of themselves as Israeli, especially in the United States. Like we, I don't know. So let me put it and I do think, and I've thought about this, like when, in terms of like Twitch poll debates, like, when we come onto these debates as American people, it kind of feels like we're having a world forum on American politics. I have wondered sometimes, like sometimes like you'll see like political debates about what's happening in the United States, and you'll have people who are Canadian who are arguing about what the United States policy should be. You'll have people who are British who are giving their input. Recently, I mean, do you remember the scandal like where you could figure out like where everyone is located on Twitter? Like
Yeah.
Elon made it possible to see like location based, and then it turned out that there were like tons and tons of conservative accounts were located in India and
You're
Pakistan and
being accused of being
overseas.
Canadian. Is this true?
Me? Oh God, no. I hope I could never be a Canadian. But like, I think it's perfectly fair to kind of wake up and wonder, like, who are all these people that are trying to influence American politics? Like, and you could say, well, a good idea can come from anywhere, right? Just because somebody's British or somebody's Canadian, that doesn't mean that they don't have good input, or don't have good ideas, or that there are not interesting people to talk to, right? Or that like that doesn't unseat necessarily what their argument is, but at the same time, like do we ever stop and wonder like if we're kind of enabling foreign propaganda like to people listening to us like when we're having these conversations? Because I kind of sometimes wonder if that's, and I don't think anybody's doing that on purpose, including by the way like people that are British, like because I know people who I'm friendly with who are British and who are Canadian. No, it's no skin off my nose to them or anything like that, but
Mhm.
like okay, so uh so not so erudite. I'll pick on her, okay?
Oh
Which, and
no.
everyone knows I love to pick on her, okay? All right. She's Canadian. She recently went and had a public debate against an America First lady. And whatever you want to think about the America First person, okay? Whatever criticism you want to have, not so erudite is a Canadian person on a visa. you know, the America First person is an American, right?
Mhm.
The person who needs to be arguing about against America First, it needs to be an American person, an American liberal, right? Like actually, it does matter, right? Like it matters to think about this. And yet, I say that, but I kind of like it's kind of like you're weighing two different eggs, right? Because on the one hand, like I think that there is a case to be made for Americans being perhaps a bit more gatekeepy with when and who we have, or at least the manner in which we have these types of conversations about American policy. Um, but the flip side of that is that the America is an empire. I don't I don't really think that we have the ability to be, you know, this nationalist, unified. Like that's not what the United States is and or has ever been. You know, we are a, you know, we are a heavily diverse population. We are we do not have a religious foundation. Um, our country is a country founded on liberalism. It's not we even if we wanted to be, even if somebody wanted to try to make the United States a fascist dictatorship, I think the structure of like the Constitution of like what our nation is, I actually don't think that it would really, I mean, might be possible temporarily, but it would be against the spirit of like what the United States is. Imperialism, we might be able to be an imperial country, but you can't have both things at the same time. You can't be a nation that's heavily nationalistic and also be an empire that tries to run the free world, right? And if you're going to be an empire that runs the free world, the natural consequence of that is that you're going to have more immigration. You're going to have people from foreign countries who are going to want to participate in what American policy should be because we are trying to influence their policy overseas. So it becomes sort of this back and forth discussion. So I don't know how this could be resolved, but I don't know. Those are my thoughts. What do you think?
I mean, I agree with you on the idea that the way this country works, what's being done with the America First idea is completely antithetical to what we have been and have what has made us great. I think looking back at standards, like exactly what I was saying, when it comes down to like looking back at what our fathers and what our grandfathers and their fathers were able to accomplish with what they had, especially post World War II, America was pretty much handling everything in house. And then we kind of shifted a little bit. But we didn't have to play by the same rules every other country did. And then everybody started to catch up gradually to where we became more of a global economy. And a lot of people aren't happy or didn't want to acclimate to that global economy. So they want to do what China did, which is essentially what ruined China, and China's still catching up from basically becoming a walled off empire and not having any
Yeah.
trade. So they're thinking we can just do everything here and we don't have to allow for anything that's going on in the rest of the world to affect us, but it's way too late for that. So they're basically cutting their own throats and not realizing that they're being completely antithetical to what America actually is.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that. I think that I don't think that we have the infrastructure. I don't think we have the political. I don't think our constitution. I don't think that we have the political backbone to be able to be this unified. I don't think nationalism is going to work for the United States. I just don't. I don't think it's going to work in the long term. But I'll tell you what has worked and probably will work in the future, which is imperialism. And I think we've already
Oh no.
seen examples of that prior to that. And I think that honestly, that is going to be if there is a conservative argument that's going to win, it's going to be that. It's going to be abandoning, this is Ben Shapiro's way forward, okay? You disown Nick Fuentes and you disown talking about trying to make the United States more insular and trying to make it, this nationalistic, thing. But instead, you embrace your identity as an empire. And that I think is like the more realistic way that we move forward. Um, if we do that at all. So I guess so. The long and short of it is, I do think that Americans should be wary. Not because like people like from other countries are bad people or like they're it's wrong to talk to them or anything like that, but just because like I think we have to kind of wake up and be aware of the fact that people from other countries are biased and trying to tell Americans what to do. They don't pay taxes in the United States. They don't have to deal with the consequences of the policies that we enact. They only, we are here for Americans. Okay. That is what it is to be an American citizen. I don't think that means that we should support everything that the United States does unilaterally in other countries or to other countries. But I do think it means that, if a Canadian is going to get on a stage and instruct us on like how we should run the world, I think we should take that with a grain of salt. No.
I know, like to a
So
degree. Like I know when I was like during the Bush era, I was bouncing at a bar, and there would be people from Europe that would come in and be like, "Hey, what's going on with your president?" And I'm like, "My president is insane. Like I don't know. Like everything that's going on is
yeah.
pretty crazy." And oh, Zephyr wants to pop in for a second. Hold on. Same thing goes with my family in Sweden. Like they're constantly asking what's going on with your president, and then looking at their countries and the countries around them taking more of an authoritarian shift, and they're getting worried, and they don't like seeing America act in this way and hope that their countries don't do the same. So it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Zephyr, what did you have to
Hi,
say?
Zephyr.
But all right. I have to ask FairyQueen a question. FairyQueen, have you seen Spider-Man?
The Tobey Maguire Spider-Man? Yes, I have.
Any Spider-Man, really?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you know the phrase "with great power comes great responsibility"?
I do indeed.
Okay, so it's not a surprise that external forces or international people obviously want America to make good decisions because America has been the power, like the primary power of the world for the past 80 years or so. So it's not a surprise that Canadians obviously want to. You call it influence. I want to say they're looking out for their own best interests because what happens in America affects them. So it's why is there a criticism for not so erudite being an America First Canadian?
Oh,
She's
God.
America First in certain ways. I'm not going to defend erudite. I'm just asking about immigrants in general. I'm an America First immigrant. I'm America First in different ways than Nick Fuentes.
I am okay. I think I need to be really clear. Okay, there is a difference between somebody who has immigrated and who has become an American citizen. So somebody who has become an American citizen, who is an American citizen, participating in our politics and trying to influence American policy, as opposed to somebody who is living here as a guest and who is not yet an American citizen, because that means that person has not yet decided to live completely underneath our law. They will eventually, at least in this, it seems so far that they will eventually return to their home country. So that's the reason why.
Is it okay for a Canadian to not want Canada to be invaded?
Obviously,
Not by
but I'm
imperialist
saying what I'm.
standards.
So is it fine for them to not advocate for an imperialist president?
Okay, so what? No. Okay, look. So it depends on like fine for who and fine for by what standard. If you're saying if I think that if I was a Canadian person, I would probably advocate for I probably might be afraid of the United States invading Canada. And as an American citizen, I am against the idea of America invading Canada. I don't see why we would do that. I think that's stupid. I think that there's no reason for us to do that. But at the same time, and I think that there are actions as an empire that the United States could take that are immoral and that are wrong. Just because like you understand that the United States is an empire doesn't mean you unilaterally accept every single like action that the United States will ever take. But here's what it also means. It also means recognizing that foreign countries and people from other countries are motivated by self-interest, and that, to a certain degree, it's yes, exactly. But that because everyone is, to a certain degree, we have to take what people who have not fully immigrated into with a grain of salt. That's what it means. But
self-interest does not mean something bad for the other party. Self-interest can be mutually beneficial things as well.
No, of course it can. And in those cases, like when it is mutually beneficial, I think that the United States should listen and should pay attention. But when it's not mutually beneficial, if we decide that it's bad,
from external forces.
Then we should ignore them. Yes, exactly.
But how do you know until
those external forces are?
How do you pre-know something?
Okay?
How do you pre-know something? How do you know something before? Like, how do you know if it's mutually beneficial or not until you hear from someone who's like from outside the U.S.? How do you know if it's mutually beneficial or not?
Okay, let me put it to you this. I see what you're saying now. Okay, so let me ask you something. Okay, do you think that it impacts that the overall impact of people across the world being able to talk about American policy is beneficial for Americans? Do you think that somebody from Canada should be able to argue about whether or not abortion should be legal in the United States?
I think so, because a lot of Canadians have to immigrate to the U.S. and a lot of Americans have to immigrate to Canada for marriage, for work, and all that.
No, this is where you lose me. No, I don't agree with that. Okay, I absolutely don't agree with that. This is the point I'm making.
You don't have to agree with that, but they're allowed to argue. They're allowed to argue for their positions.
Yeah, you're allowed to. Okay. I am not saying per freedom of speech that there should be a law banning somebody like Not So Erudite from arguing with somebody who's an America First person. What I'm saying is, as Americans, I think that we should be cautious of that. I think that if we see somebody who is not an American citizen yet trying to influence our politics, that this is something that we should take less seriously than a person who is an American citizen trying to influence American politics. I mean, do you think that people who are like from foreign, who are on a visa, who haven't fully become citizens, should they be able to run for government? Should they be able to pass policy?
I think in an ideal world, yes. I don't think that
Okay, well, that's
it
bullshit.
is.
No, I don't agree. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous.
If you were to ask me what my ideal position is, then yes, but it's not like one of my top positions that I would advocate for. But if you ask me in a perfect world, would that be possible?
Well,
I would say
okay.
yes.
Well, I think we're at an impasse because I think that's ridiculous. No, I don't think that. I think that if you want to be able to run, to be a part of our, to be a member of our legislation, or to be a politician, or to be able to vote, or to be able to have your voice privileged over people from outside of the borders, okay, I think you need to commit and to be a citizen. And once you are a citizen, then we will listen. We will be more. We will take what you have to say more seriously.
The
and we will
path to
trust what you have
citizenship to the
say more
U.S.
seriously.
specifically, the path to citizenship to the U.S. specifically is complete bullshit. Okay, there's no like practical way of becoming a U.S. citizen unless you marry into it or you have like a family member who was previously a U.S. citizen. So that argument at least does not stand. Because if you're putting blockades in the way of immigrants who have good ideas, then you're basically hurting yourself by not letting them become citizens and then stopping them from taking positions of power.
This is not about whether or not you have a good idea.
No, you are valuing citizenship and someone's birth. No, you are valuing someone's luck of birth more than the actual idea that they're bringing.
It's a very simple. It's very simple. Okay. And if you want to be able to have a full say, it's not about the quality of your ideas. It's not about the content of your character. It's about whether or not you have skin in the game. It's about whether or not you are paying taxes.
If you have good character, then obviously you have skin in the game. You're a person in position of power.
You are not. Okay. As a person who is on a visa, can a person on a visa be drafted to go to war? Can a person if Not So Erudite was a man and like we instituted the draft, could she be sent overseas?
I'm against the draft. I don't think American citizens should be drafted.
So that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That does not matter. The point is that because she is not, or I guess he in this case, it would not be a citizen, means that he does not have the full responsibility. Like you said, with great power comes great responsibility.
Hang on. If America goes into a war, do you think if America goes into a war, the president is getting drafted?
Because being a citizen makes you have responsibility.
Do you think if America goes into a war, any politician is getting drafted?
That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying.
So an immigrant is not getting drafted. A politician is not getting drafted.
Okay, so first of all, potentially they could be drafted depending on how old they are, but most likely they wouldn't be because the draft typically focuses on men who are in their early 20s. It's not going to focus on people that are 40 or 50 years old.
So why can't an immigrant who's above the age of 20 be drafted? Or sorry, become a political leader, sorry.
Become a political leader because you don't pay taxes. You don't pay taxes. You do not have the same responsibility. I'm sorry, like the United States is not a world government. It's an empire. It's not a world government. There is a difference.
My money out of my paycheck.
Okay,
so, I gotta ask. So, like, you're giving like what's essentially the same argument for the people that say women shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Well, no, because you want to know the reason. No, the reason why women should be allowed to vote. The reason why women should be allowed to vote, and the reason why they were given the vote is because women pay taxes. That's why.
Immigrants pay taxes. What the fuck is happening? Immigrants pay taxes, dude.
Don't crash it.
Okay. Dude, I'm not.
What the actual fuck?
Okay.
$50,000 in taxes every year for what?
All right, we're gonna get back to the video. So
Okay.
you can come back later.
Okay.
This will go on
Okay.
forever.
Okay.
We'll never finish the video.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry that the United States is not a world government. Okay.
Citizens. Well, the actual
Sorry that
fuck.
somebody random from Bangladesh can't run for Senate. Okay. I'm sorry that you think that's their human
I
rights
think the
violation.
value of the ideas.
That's
If they're
just the way
shitty
it is.
ideas, then
Okay.
obviously I don't want them
You think
running.
some random person from Cairo should be able to vote on whether or not it's
Not
legal
random
to get
person.
an
I will
abortion
hear
in New
their
York? That's
ideas.
insane.
If they have good
That is
ideas, then
insane.
yes.
That's an insane. Oh, bullshit. That's insane. Should I be able to vote on what happens in Cairo? Should I be able to go? Should I be able?
Sure.
Should my voice have? No, I should not. I don't live in Cairo. I'm not a part of there. Are you kidding me?
Sure.
Are
Like,
you joking?
and first
Are
of
you
all,
joking? You think?
yes. No, I'm not joking.
You think that I should be able
Dude,
to
this is
go to
railroading,
Great
Luffy. If
Britain
you're gonna
and I should
moderate,
be
then
able
moderate,
to
please.
vote for somebody to go into
I mean, you're
Parliament?
both
You think that
doing
I should be able to vote for the next prime
I'm doing it as a
minister?
response.
You think that? That's
Yes,
crazy.
I think that.
Okay.
What else can I say? I think that. But you're arguing an ideal position and not a practical position. I told you already that it is an ideal world that I would like to live in.
Oh,
Obviously,
I'm
I
not the
acknowledge
one
that it
with
is
the
not the real
practical
world.
position.
But then I'm
Okay.
telling
All
you
right.
the
Well, you let me
benefits
know.
of the ideal
Okay.
ideas.
Well, let me know when
of
the
the
senator from Cairo wants to come back to New York to pass that policy. Okay. I think he needs to sign some documents in order to make it happen.
You still get to vote. You know that, right? In my ideal world, you still get to vote.
You don't get to be someone from Cairo and vote in New York. And if you are, okay, do you?
No, in my ideal world, I said.
Do you think that there was anything wrong with the Cambridge Analytica scandal? Do you think it was wrong for Russia to try to spread propaganda? Why? Why is that wrong? You think that people from foreign countries should have an equal say in how we vote and what we do? So what was wrong with Russia trying to tell us what to do?
Okay, there's nothing wrong. Wait, what? She left, bro.
What? She left?
Okay, I mean, I guess I can I talk? I feel bad that she's not here. I
Why
feel
you
I'm
do
this? I cannot do anything, dude. My hands are off the laptop. I don't know what the fuck happened.
I don't know what happened.
Oh, she joined a chat.
Okay. Ooh. I was just DMing you. I'm like, oh no. I'll boot him. I'll boot him right now. Just let me know.
Did I really do that?
Zephyr, explain to me why you think it's bad. Why Russian propaganda is bad in the United States? Why do you think that's bad?
I don't think that Russia propaganda or Israel propaganda is bad in concept. I think it's bad because their ideas are bad. I think it's bad because Russian ideas are bad.
This is ridiculous. This is so crazy. You think it's okay? You think it's okay? You think that it's okay? Wait, hang on. So let me ask you this. So did you vote for Biden? Were you going to vote for Harris?
I cannot vote. I'm an immigrant. I cannot vote.
Okay, being an immigrant is not the same thing as not being a citizen. Okay, are you a full citizen of the United States? Are you an immigrant? You can be an immigrant.
I'm not a full citizen of the United States right now.
Okay, so in that case, you couldn't vote. Okay, interesting. So if you were a full citizen of the United States, so you don't think that there's anything wrong? Who would you have voted for if you could vote?
I would have voted for Biden.
Okay, so let me ask you something. If the people of Russia, if Vladimir Putin flooded the American political system and tried to rig it to get people to vote for Biden, you wouldn't have a problem with that?
Okay, you gotta let me finish. I don't have a problem with foreign countries trying to influence America. I have a problem with the ideas. I have a problem with the ideas that they represent.
Yeah, you would have you would not have a problem. In other words, that's what I'm saying. If they supported somebody that you'd agreed with, you wouldn't care if them trying to propel that person in office.
Would care about their methods.
You wouldn't care. Yeah, you wouldn't care about the fact that they're trying to spread propaganda to our. Okay, this is ridiculous. Okay, so I don't know what.
You don't think America spreads propaganda?
Okay. So, well, there's
of course they do,
question.
But you know what?
So the next question was if foreign citizens should be banned from donating to U.S. politicians.
Yes, they should be. Foreign citizens, foreign people that are from overseas, people who are not American citizens should not be allowed to donate to American politicians' political campaigns. I think that only people who are Americans should be donating to American political campaigns and in American politics. I think that's just true.
Okay, that's a clear answer. Thank you. Zephyr?
Sorry, my internet lagged. What was the question?
Oh, no, the question was for FairyQueen.
Oh.
It was about should foreign citizens be allowed to donate to American politicians? Which,
Are you, sure. Do you want to hear my position or no?
I mean, sure.
It's gonna be the same as before. Like, obviously, the methodology matters, but in general, I don't have a problem with people trying to advocate for their issues. I would have a problem with the issues that they're trying to advocate for, but not. I don't have a problem with the process of advocacy.
Yeah, so in
general.
other words, like if it was somebody that you supported, you wouldn't mind if somebody from a foreign country was trying to rig our system, like was trying to flood our
Hang on, rigging the
political
system is
media
completely
with
different than
propaganda.
advocating.
No, you think that Cambridge? Okay, like I just don't know.
Okay, if you think that was rigging the system, then sure, I would disagree with
don't
that.
know what to say. Okay, I truly don't know what to say. Okay,
Well,
so
I think
If you
it's a
think
difference. I think you're
Cambridge-
both talking past each other because you're like speaking to the most extreme sense, FQ, and then Zephyr's mostly speaking to like just having their ear to get something passed. What
I think that like I look, it's the same thing with money. You vote with your dollar and you vote with your voice. I think that in order for your voice to be a voice that I care about and that I value the most, like when I'm considering what policy positions to take and what to vote for, I think that you need to be a citizen. I think that you need to be a full-fledged citizen. And once you have citizenship, then we can talk. But until then,
So
no.
here's my issue with this concept, right? So Elon Musk is a prime example of a U.S. citizen who is using propaganda on U.S. citizens to get for his own personal benefit. He has earned billions of dollars in the like 18 months. But my internet is lagging. Am I still there? Can you still hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he has earned billions of dollars, but for some reason, we have no problem with bad ideas of Elon Musk because he's supposedly a citizen, because he paid his way into it. We have no problem with him doing that, but we have a problem with someone outside who's, maybe is not like Elon Musk rich, but might be rich and is advocating for their ideas because he thinks that a partnership between the X and America could be beneficial. But that is a problem. But Elon Musk, because he bought his way into it and owns Twitter and literally spread propaganda using AI and all this bullshit to get Trump elected and became more like hundreds of billions of dollars rich almost overnight, we don't have a problem with that just because he's a citizen.
Hang on. Who's we? I didn't say anything about Elon Musk. When have I ever said anything about Elon Musk? Yeah,
people who are spreading this idea.
I am person. I am individual. Part of individualism. Okay,
100%.
American way. Okay, so I think that you can.
No, you're representing all the people that have these ideas. When you're saying these ideas,
I'm representing myself, and I'm saying right now that of course you can criticize him for that. Of course you can criticize. I don't think that there should be one monopoly, like one person owning a media company shouldn't determine. I think that like propaganda is a problem. Having said that, that doesn't mean that the rest of it isn't a problem. Okay. And you can't say, oh, we care about this, but we don't care about that. This is just like, this is an argument. This is a logical fallacy from hypocrisy. Okay. Somebody can be a hypocrite and they
the problem is that the qualifiers is citizenship. That's the problem.
No, it's not a problem. It is actually like how we have to draw the line somewhere. There have to be boundaries around states.
There are no lines. You would be perfectly happy with really shitty ideas if that is the line.
First of all, like that's part of what it is to be in a democracy. You are okay with the shitty ideas of different people that live within your county, as long as it's all of you voting together. That's why you have to advocate. It's why public discourse and arguing for things is important. It's trying to encourage people with bad ideas to agree with you who are within your county, within your state. But importantly, people who have to pay the consequences and have to pay the price and have to die if a war comes by and they have their sons and if not themselves have to get drafted. Okay,
or am I roboting?
Like I mean, sorry, like that just is what it is. I think that your standard of like a person.
No, their sons are not. The problem is
a truly insane idea. Like that is a truly insane
she's
idea.
Not finishing.
It is truly. It's insane. I'm sorry. I don't understand why you would ever think
she's
that.
just calling it insane. She's not arguing like it's.
She
why it's
is.
insane?
What's
Why
going
it's
on?
insane from a person from Cairo should be able to talk about like what happens in New York? Well, one, because they don't live there. They're not present there. They don't have to pay the consequences. If somebody from
You know,
Cairo
there's lots of
votes
companies
for
that operate in Cairo that have headquarters in New York, right?
what does that have to the fuck does that have to do with voting? We are talking about politics. We're not talking about whether or not you own a company. What the fuck do you mean you're talking about? Well, you know, there are some multinational corporations that have different places. Yeah,
Have I
fuck
said
that.
that foreigners should be
So
able to
fucking what?
vote? Like,
So fucking
I said
what?
it in my
Yeah,
ideal
voting
world,
is
yes, but have
different.
I said
Voting is different from business, okay? Do you honestly think that business and voting are the exact same thing? If I get up and
arguing
go to
for
work, is that the
advocacy?
same
I'm
thing
not
as for me
arguing for
going to
voting.
voting? Yeah, voting is not the same thing as owning a business, okay? Just because like you buy Versace like from a store doesn't mean that like I'm walking into Little Italy, okay? It just means that I'm like supporting a business. That's all, okay? A business is not a country, okay? It's not the same thing. So who gives a shit if like they have like that's so ridiculous.
I
I'm
have generally
sorry.
no idea where this is going. I was like,
It
this
wasn't
I have
going
genuinely
anywhere.
no idea.
It
I have
wasn't
genuinely
going
no
anywhere.
idea what argument
like
you
I had
have,
no
what
idea
moral
what
force
this
you
is
have
arguing
against like
against.
people.
Well,
I have
Zephyr, when
look,
you find a new
countries are
angle, you can come back and hopefully should be willing to talk with you
Sure.
again. But for now, I think we are where we landed.
true.
All right, kick me.
Off he
Well,
goes. All right. Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
Oh,
I hope it
glad
was
you.
fun, by the way. I
I,
hope that wasn't too much like conflict for the show.
I wasn't.
I
Well, I
know we
was
only have gotten
expecting
through a
it.
few minutes.
I was expecting a bit of
Okay.
conflict, but like I was hoping to finish the
Okay.
video, but the crash out was amazing. All
Okay.
right, back to the video if we even remember where we were. Let's go.
You're seeing what the market's going, and your brain's going, a million miles an hour. You're consuming all this information. How would you position yourself when you're watching, some of the influence? It's always the Jews, it's Israel, it's this, it's that. How would you process it to differentiate yourself?
Okay, so the first thing is, I think it's very easy to confuse finding someone to blame or finding out what's happening with fixing the problem. And I think there is, I'm not going to lie, there's definitely a large percentage of people on the internet who are looking for someone to blame as opposed to taking personal responsibility to fix the problem. There's no Jew that's stopping you from going to the gym and being in good shape. No Jew is stopping you walking into a gym. So, like, you have personal responsibility and personal accountability. And in many situations, even if they're unfair, even if the game is rigged, the best thing you can do is say, well, these are the rules I'm playing within, and I have to try and win, and take absolute personal responsibility for everything. That's the first thing. The second thing, you asked what I would do if I was 22. That is a very difficult question to answer, because I think we've moved into a new stage of capitalism. We've moved into this heavily financialized, this stock market bubble version of capitalism, which is different than the consumer capitalism we used to live under. In the 90s, you got rich by opening a mom and pop shop or opening a factory. I make lighters, and I'm going to sell you lighters, and you're going to buy the lighters, and I'm going to produce them, and I'm going to make a profit, and I'm going to get rich. But what chance do you have of manufacturing anything in the West? Zero. What chance do you have of competing with any of these large conglomerates and monopolies in the West? Basically zero. If I gave you $1 million in 1990 and said make more money, you'd open businesses. If I give you $1 million now and said make more money, you put it in the stock market, or you buy Bitcoin. So you're a lot of the times just investing in the monopolies. It's getting easier and easier to make money from money.
Pause.
And harder.
Pausing.
Okay, like, does this person not understand that the stock market has existed for decades? Like, has this person ever watched like a movie like from Wall Street in the 80s? Like, greed actually is good, like, that quote? Like, I don't know, like, sure, I'll grant you that like the world feels less tangible, and I'll grant you that maybe it is true that like the stock market like has become like, I don't know, maybe perhaps more complicated than it used to be, but people have been investing in stocks and making fortunes off of stocks for years. I mean, like, I just don't think that's true. Um, it's kind of interesting that he has like this kind of like, if you went back to the 90s, you would open businesses, but today you would go into stock market. Like, motherfucker, like the Great Depression was the stock market crashing. Okay, like the stock market has always mattered. Like like, I'm sorry, like monopolies. I mean, we were just talking about Rockefeller, right? I mean, monopolies, like what are you saying?
Well,
There have
okay.
always been monopolies in the United States. Like, I just don't think that's true either. You can go all the way back to Carnegie to find examples of monopolies, and I do not agree with that at all. I just think it's like more, I don't know, maybe it's like the prejudice of history. Like, you know, I don't know. What do you think?
So for the most part, and I didn't mean to, like, I'm not trying to kick you out, Zephyr. Like, you can come back when we have a new angle or you have a new thing you want to talk about on this, but we were like looping, we're never going to finish the video. Uh, so the idea that starting a business, it's just not quite as lucrative as it used to be, unfortunately, depending on the type of business you're trying to open. Like, you can't just open a mom and pop shop and be able to sustain your life on it the same way you used to, versus if you have a large sum of money, playing the stock market and buying the dip and selling when high, like, you're gonna just make money, is going to make more money no matter what. So when you open up a business, and like when I opened up my business, I had to deal with, I want to say about halfway through it, when Target and Walmart started selling the same product I was selling when they didn't sell it before. All of a sudden I lost money. Like, my revenue stream dried up pretty sufficiently. The only thing that was keeping it afloat was like the things that only my business could do, but that wasn't enough to grow my business. So when you have to
Hmm.
deal with the large monopolies, with government subsidies, driving up the cost of rent in areas, because like Walmart being able to purchase buildings, same with Target, Starbucks, all these places, they drive up the real estate cost. So these are all things we have to look at when we're looking at what people are having to deal with when starting a business. And so, like, he's not entirely incorrect, in my opinion.
Hmm. Interesting. Let's see what else he has to say.
Yep.
And harder to make money from nothing. And this is the problem with the world we're in, because young people have no money. So to make their first million is nearly impossible. But to turn $1 million into 10 million is easy. Buy and chill. That's it. So it's getting worse and worse. And this ties into what I said earlier about the fact that since 2016, we have trillions and trillions of brand new dollars, GDP's through the roof, stock market's all-time high, everyone with money is richer, but the country actually, if you look around, doesn't feel richer at all. The economy is actually worse than it's ever been. The real economy at the bottom. The rich are just getting richer all of the time. So as a 22-year-old, what they are doing, what they're currently doing, is because they understand this. They're all becoming radicalized. Some of them are finding people to blame for it and sitting and lamenting and crying in their bedrooms about the situation. Some are going, okay, I need to find a way out, and are effectively gambling. This is why meme coins are such a big thing. This is why prediction markets are such a big thing. This is why online casinos are making larger profits than they've ever made, because a young man understands $10,000 means nothing. I need 10 million. $10,000 is nothing. I may as well just gamble it. 10,000 and zero is the same. So all the young men in the world today are just throwing their money away, trying to get enough money to turn that money into money, because that's the only way to make money now. The solution to all of this is extremely complicated. It's difficult. I don't know what the solution is. For me to answer the question, what would I do at 22? Well, I'll do the same thing I've always done. I'd become so exceptional that I can disprove the rule. I could say, all right, buy average is nearly impossible. Yes, the game is rigged. Yes, it's extremely hard to do, but I'm not the average guy.
Is that an evergreen philosophy?
I think it is.
I think so as well.
I think the only thing you can do, if everything that is told to us about the Jews controlling America and the system being rigged, if all of that's true, the correct answer is still to get up, work hard, be better than everyone else, try harder than everyone else does, and excel. That's the only answer. You can sit and tweet all day if you want, but it's not going to fix your life. So that is the answer. However, the game is certainly becoming harder, because I can talk from personal experience. It is so easy for me to turn money into money, and it is so difficult for me to find a business that makes me money. It's hard now, even for me in this current economy. It's so easy for me to buy an asset and wait. That's the safest, easiest thing I can do. And this is the world we live in. And you know what that does to asset prices? They soar. So what happens to the young people? We're living in financialized
That's
capitalism.
always been the case,
yeah.
though. No, that's always been the
I don't
case.
think. I don't think so. I think, of course, you could always make money from assets. Of course, you could. But what I'm saying
Buy
is,
and hold is a thing that's been around for a while.
but the idea that you could open
Yeah.
a business and make money from the business, I think that's become a lot harder now than it would have been in
You
the year
think it's hard to
2000.
start a
Crazy?
business today?
I think it's harder to
I
open
don't
a
know.
It's the easiest time.
Yep. And this is where the contention
Okay.
comes into the room. But please.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I think that actually, okay, there are ways of opening a business that in some ways it's easier. So I saw this, like there's been this new recent trend. It's on Vox News. It's really cool. Basically, there are a ton of people who have given up having retail stores, like brick and mortar stores,
Mhm.
to instead have like a store out of their house where they sell clothes on TikTok, and or they'll sell shoes, or they'll sell like vinyl records. Literally, they will set up a camera, they will show the outfit like on TikTok, and then they will say, buy this, this is $30, buy this is $300, and they'll ship it and they'll drive it and deliver it to your door. And there are a lot of people that have businesses like that and choose to run, give up having like a retail store because they make so much more money because they don't have to pay the overhead for the store. Or you'll have people that like everyone said that vinyl records were going to go out of business, right? And I still think that they're probably not that safe. But this one guy, he had a vinyl record store. And literally what he did was he set up a YouTube channel and he would live stream playing different vinyl records, and people would pay and tip him to pay for these different and even we're sitting here talking to each other on a Twitch stream where people can donate, sub, like, and subscribe. Please do, by the way. Like this, you could say this is your business, Lethe. This is a business. Like all we have to do to open this business, I mean, yes, you have to network, you have to get people to follow you, but really, right? I mean, I guess you have to have a computer, you have to have probably most people 2 monitors, you have to have headphones, you have to have some electronic gear. I'm not saying it's like cheap necessarily, but it's not the same as having to pay like $500 a month, every month for rent out, a physical building to sell something, or to host some sort of show that you would have to go on. So I
Yeah.
don't know. I think in some ways, like businesses, in some ways, I think like it's probably easier to open a business depending on what the business is.
Exactly. So, like for my business, having a brick and mortar store allowed you to have certain perks from the company you were buying from. But still, the problem came down to if I can't buy the same volume that Walmart and Target can buy, I don't get the same pricing. They can always undercut me by $1 while making $2 to $3 more than I am. Same thing goes if you're doing the Amazon thing or you're selling through a third party while not having a brick and mortar store. Yeah, you just cut out your overhead for the most part, but all the same, you still have to kick down 20-30%. So it's a give and take on that. And you're always going to have to deal with the companies that are able to buy more bulk than you can buy when it comes down to certain products. So a bodega is never going to do as well as a 7-Eleven is. Your little coffee
Yeah.
shop's not going to outperform a Starbucks. Like it just kind of is what it is.
Hmm.
And it sucks. So like what
Yeah.
Tate is saying, like if you can afford to like buy a house, hold it for a little bit and flip it. And that was a thing that was going on, like I want to say through the early 2000s up. Just flipping houses was
Yeah.
like how people were making bank. If you can't afford to throw
Yeah.
down on a house, you're out of the game. And then the housing costs are going to
Yeah.
skyrocket. So like this is where I like I said, I semi agree with Tate. A lot of things he's saying, like he misses a few marks here and there, but he's getting the general consensus of the ideas pretty reasonably.
Hmm.
As much as I dislike him. And I'm gonna say we're both probably gonna dislike him a lot more on the next topic, which is like
Okay.
the hugest portion, which is him talking about feminism. But
Okay.
this is about the point where all the business people in the room rip into him. So by all means, say pause
Okay.
whenever.
All right,
It's
we'll do.
harder to open a physical business in the West today than it was 20 years ago.
Let me hear
Say
it.
like a mom and pop shop.
Just to start a
something like
business.
that.
I think it's harder to open a physical business in the West, anywhere, not just America, in the West today than it ever was. I think 20 years ago you stood a better chance of opening a physical business anywhere. I think now by the time you open anything,
Unpack that.
you're competing with conglomerates and monopolies. You can't sell phone chargers. You can't. By the time you take all the products Amazon sell, all the products Walmart sell, all the products Target sell. If you look at the amount of small independent stores that used to exist only 20 years ago, everyone's out of business. It's monopolized. Most things are completely monopolized in the West. So it's very difficult for you as an individual to go and start a company and compete with these monopolies. You can do something online, of course, but this ties into what we were saying earlier. If you're trying to make money online, how do you do it? You need attention. How do you get attention online? Well, you can have life experience like all of us. You can go through a very, very difficult life and you can tell stories and you can try to be entertaining, but most people can't do that. You're 23. So how do you make money online? Well, you need attention. How do you get attention online? You're a clown.
Yep.
And this ties into all the problems with society by and large. This ties into all the crap we see with online pranking and these stupid things that are going on and these TikTok
That's a
videos
dig
and
at
all this
Sneeko, by the
garbage.
way.
And people
That's what's
literally
going on
risking
here.
their lives, setting themselves on fire to try and promote a meme coin. All of this is from desperation because young men do not see a way out of the trap. The system was very, very clear before. Go to school, get a degree, get a good job, save your money, buy a house. Nobody in good faith can say that that still works. It doesn't work.
The game has changed.
The game, no, the game has changed. The game is broken, and it's broken. The reason, no, I'll tell you why it's broken.
I disagree with you.
When you have a game where 90% of people playing it are going to lose, and then you believe they're not going to be revolutionaries in some form or another, then you haven't read enough history books, sir.
Tate.
They're going to find someone to blame, and they're going to burn it down.
I agree with that
Why
point.
is socialism winning in New York? I'll tell you why. Because people are broke. So they think, why would I buy into capitalism? Everyone tells me socialism's so bad all the time. Everyone tells me that communism's terrible and Mamdani's terrible, and I've read about the history, I've read about the communists. Everyone says socialism's bad. Well, I'm living in capitalism and I have no fucking health care and I can't afford a house. So what do I have to lose at this point? You wonder why the socialists and the Democrats keep winning? You wonder why they keep winning even though their policies are bullshit? You wonder why they win even though they put the taxes up? Because young people are completely disenfranchised with this system because they are poor. On top of being poor, they're watching social media with people who are rich. Do you understand the envy this is creating?
Oh, yeah.
Do you understand that a young man can't even talk to a girl because he's not a millionaire? 19-year-old men are saying to me, girls don't talk to
Okay.
We've gotten back to what you were saying about social media and like people being caught up in the mystique of what's going on. Most of these people that they're looking at on both sides, both men and women, aren't actually what they're representing online.
hmm
And with that being the case, to be trying to fashion yourself after a person that literally doesn't own the mansion that he's renting, doesn't own the car that he's getting off of Turo, is wearing a suit that he's rented, like all these things, and saying, hey, buy my book on how to get successful. Same thing, you look at a woman online and think, oh, she's so pretty, but it's 90% filters and 10% makeup. And to be unhappy that you're not getting this is kind of crazy.
I don't know. So it's good, okay, that we have some contention, okay? It's good for the back and forth. I'm going to push back slightly, okay?
By all means.
I think that the people that Tate runs with, okay, I think that that's probably true, okay? Like if we're talking about people like Sneeko or Clavicular and the types of like, women I think that run around like with that crowd, sure, right? Like probably like people renting, an overpriced, suit and driving, renting a Bugatti and, hitting the accelerator through grandma's rose bushes and flashing your diamond pinky ring. Like this is kind of the vibe, right? But most people, I think the average person, most people like, and I've been on date. I'll just speak purely from my own personal experience. Okay. Somebody who has been online for a long time. Okay. I've used dating apps. Okay. I know people, not just you, Kai, believe it or not. Those of you who are watching, I know all of you too. Not all of you, but many of you. You know, and I really don't find this, theory about how people are with the internet to be true anymore. I think that it was more true at one point, I think that like this is kind of left over from the Facebook era, right? Where people would have a perfectly manicured Instagram, a perfectly manicured Facebook, where everything looks great and nothing ever goes wrong. And this was kind of like what social media was for a little while. And it was highly unusual. And you knew, don't trust anything just because your friend's life looks perfect on Facebook, or just because she has a beautiful Instagram. Don't trust it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's true, et cetera, et cetera, right? But 2026 is not 2013. Any like we've changed a lot. And I think actually like what's happened is that a lot of people who used to be like, I'm not on Facebook anymore. I know a lot of people who abandoned Facebook, who abandoned Instagram. They don't go and socially interact with people that they actually know in real life anymore. A lot of people I know, what they actually do is they have a fake persona, and they go online and they say what they really think with whatever their fake persona is. And for all intents and purposes, the real flesh and blood person that you see walking around and you shake hands with, that is not who the person really is. That person is not going to tell you what they think about politics. That person's not going to debate with you about Andrew Tate, about what he thinks about feminism, because that person is going to be online, is going to have a fake username, and they're never going to tell anyone about it, because we've all seen what happens like when you're too honest about who you are online. What happens? Well, what happens is your tweet gets like screenshotted, and then you get blown up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the plane lands and you get fired for saying something racist when you wouldn't have been probably 10 years ago. Like, this is and that's changed. Like, people are afraid of being recorded. They're afraid, of having something untoward that they said being posted online, and now it's there. It's a permanent record for everybody to see. So the consequence is that people will not tell you their real name. They may not ever show their face, but a lot of ordinary people, I think, feel that the internet is actually the only place in the world they can be honest. And honestly, like, and it's also a lot harder to lie, I think, than most people give credit for about who they really are when they come online. Like, sure, I don't know for sure who a person is if I'm looking at his Hinge profile. I don't know for sure. I've never met him in person. But if I'm seeing a guy and he's holding up a fish picture, and this is 2026, okay? And I'm seeing him, and he says that he, really is tired, of running around. He doesn't want to play games anymore. He just wants a girl who's a really chill, normal girl. I mean, and I'm seeing, a bunch of pictures of him with guns and with beer. And, one of the picture is, stuff like this. Do I know that this person, might be kind of a toxic person to go out with? No, I don't know that, right? Like, I've never met the person in person, but these are kind of tells that something's probably a little off, okay? And we've come to recognize what these tells are over time. Like, I know that if I'm looking on Twitter and if I see somebody with an anime profile pic, I almost always automatically assume that the person is a part of the LGBTQ community. That is my immediate assumption. Immediately. I am
What?
never surprised if that person says something lightly fascist. I'm never surprised if that person says something. I'm never surprised. I'm never surprised. And I don't think I'm the only one. I think a lot of people are like this. A lot of people, we have come to associate images, the way that somebody takes a picture, the way that somebody speaks in text. I mean, we analyze these things. Like, even like when we're texting each other, like the period now, it means that you're angry. So like if you're texting somebody today and you're using a period, it's a sign that you're either from an older generation or that you're mad at someone. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's quite as easy to lie about who you are online as a lot of people think. I actually think that it's a lot more difficult to do. I think that your personality eventually, the truth does come out at one point or another.
I mean, you might be right on that. Like, once you meet someone, the catfishing kind of falls apart. But I mean, you can set up a social media profile that's not yours. Like, I think they call them like Finstas, stuff like that. Like, you can have fake media out of whatever you want to do and keep these things separate. But at the end of the day, like, once you meet the individual, then you're going to know what the reality is. But there's, of course, going to be some red flags, like depending on what the person thinks is cool. So whatever they're putting in their fake profile, if it's like guns and things like that for people that don't like guns, you could say, oh well, this person is of the mindset that guns are cool, or that, you know, going out and shooting things is cool in general. Like, these are the things, like, it depends on what people's sensibilities are. And if it's a faux sensibility, like, they may not have the guns, but that's what they look up to. So just like the people that look up to Tate, like, if you think this is what a strong, confident man is, watching him get his ass beat in the ring will show you what the reality is.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just interesting. Like, I actually think that part of the reason why people get along more in real life is because we don't know who we are, who the other person is in real life. You'll almost never talk to, I think about like the things you're not supposed to talk about in real life, like sex, politics, and religion. You're explicitly told from the get-go not to know the people around you a little too much. And the reverse of that's true online. You don't know who the person is, but you'll know everything about what they really think. In real life, you'll know nothing about who the person really is, about like what they think. But you'll know their name, you might know their address, and you might see them like when you go to work and you say hi. So, I mean, maybe the lesson here is that like we should just know less about each other. That's why people get into fights, is because you get to know who other people are a little too much.
They do say ignorance is
They're
bliss, and that's why we got Twitter, Twitch, and everything else kind of drama out there. Because people put their stuff out there, and now everybody can pull up screenshots of whatever it was you said, or pull up a clip, and now you got to contend with people over what it was you said.
Absolutely. All right. Well, what else did Tate say? What's he
Oh
saying
no.
now? He's mad
Because
now.
I have no money. So you're not supposed to have money. You're 19. You're supposed to just be charming and in good shape and have fun. Girls don't want that. Girls want money. The world is completely broken in the West now. It's completely broken. So we've entered this really dangerous stage where if we don't blame Israel, if they find something else to blame, it doesn't matter. Things are going to burn. If you have a whole bunch of young men who are never going to get a family, never going to have any money, never going to own a house, they're completely disenfranchised with the system they live within. If you read a history book, that ends one way, sooner or later. And we need to bring these people into the system. If we want to be capitalistic, and all of us are capitalists, we need to at least offer the young people a chance to play the game. We can't say capitalism's fantastic, communism's terrible, capitalism's the best, but you can't play. Here's my Bugatti. No one's going to accept that for long.
Who says you can't play?
Yeah.
They can't play because the rules are too hard. Because we've entered a new form of financialized capitalism where the easiest way for you to make money is to take money and turn it into money. And, you know, I'm not an economist. I'm not an economist, and I'm not going to pretend I am. But if you take numbers on a screen and turn it into more numbers on a screen, there has to be someone's getting fucked there. It ain't me, because I've taken my money, done no work, and turned it into more. But someone else somewhere along the line is getting wrecked for me to get more money because I turn my money into money without work. That is, you can say it's usury, you can say whatever it is.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the young man who's going to work every day, paying his taxes, struggling to afford rent, living in a town which is getting more and more crime-ridden, living in a town with all these liberals who are turning to socialism and communism and supporting the Somalis and fighting ICE because nobody else has any money, and everyone else is on welfare, and everyone's frauding, everyone's stealing from the government, NGOs are stealing, no FBI raids on the Somali daycares. You're a young 20-year-old man. You're going to work every day. You're struggling to pay your bills. Somalis are getting billions from the government. None of them are in chains. You're told to continue to pay your taxes. Shut up. And like, how long do we think people are going to get fucked before they say, no, this is bullshit? The social contract in the West, whether we like it or not, is broken. The social contract is broken. Young men who do the right thing are not being rewarded for doing.
Considering he also went to jail for trafficking people. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, but also like, okay, so now like he's shilling for himself, right? Like he's trying to it's very blatant that he's trying to appeal to his audience, which is young men who are willing to like line his pockets with money. That's like what's happening here. Like his audience is mostly young, disgruntled men So he's going to say, you know, the things that they want to hear. And like, as you said, like he's a grifter, like that's like what he's doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
So some of this, like, you know, the discontent of the young man, nothing works, everything's fucked, you know, is probably something to be taken with a grain of salt. I don't know. Like, but the other, and another thing I would say too, this goes back to the whole nationalism versus imperialism thing. But like, okay, our system requires, you know, a high level of immigration in order to for it to exist, you know? Like, what is the motivation of somebody from Britain? What is the motivation of a British guy to try to encourage, you know, presumably young American men to become more nationalistic? Why would a random guy from the UK who ran, you know, a porn business want that for American men? What would the reason for that be? I mean, the biggest reason is obviously that he's to make money because it's what a lot of young American men wanted to hear. Um, but one, I don't know that it's what they want to hear anymore, right? Like it's kind of like what we said earlier. I kind of think that I saw this. There's this really great Twitter account. It's his name is Lojo Daedalus. Like he's a great follow. Definitely shout out. Definitely worth looking at. I think dark woke is going to become a thing. I think that people are going, you know, it used to be that you would say edgy, you know, conservative stuff in order to be, you know, sort of punk and, you know, alternative and edgy. The flip sides of that's going to happen soon. Like right now, Republicans are the establishment. Like, what does it mean to be punk right now? Well, what it means is to be woke just for the sake of being contrarian, just for the sake, you know, of putting a middle finger to the man. I mean, how much more of the man can you possibly be, like when you are the president and the House and the Senate and the vice president, right? You know, like I don't know that this grift is going to last. I think that from what I've seen, like, okay, so Groypers love Gavin Newsom. Have you noticed that? Like
Mm-hmm.
they love him, like they do, right? And he's not, you know. I mean, come on, he's governor of California for Christ's sake. Like, I mean, he's not, you know, not he's a woke guy. You know, he is a liberal left leaning guy. Like, I mean, he's absolute like I really don't think that what he's saying right now, like that probably appealed to a very particular cohort of men a few years ago. But by the time like Trump gets out of office, they're the same age of men, like in a few years from now, they're all going to laugh at this. They're going to think that he looks like a clown. All of the gold, the cigar, the giant bottles of like vodka, they're gonna I'm calling it now. Like dark woke is going to become a thing. We're not gonna probably go back to like super uber progressive stuff. I don't think that's gonna happen. But I do think that like liberal and left leaning voices will make a swing back. And I think that they're going to be, I think it's going to be like Newsom. I think they're going to be edgy. I think they're going to be mean. And I think that they are going to, all of this, like I'm just aesthetically, all of this is going to be fodder for the claviculars that are coming, that are going to spring up, I think.
I'm terrified of that prospect. Like I don't know that you can be in this. This is a conversation I had earlier today when it came down to like how right wing influencers think, you know, just saying the N word or wearing an N word hat or, you know, whatever the case may be, like just saying slurs in general is cool and it gets you what you want. I don't think that flies from anything from the center all the way to the left. And so the individual I was speaking to told me that, well, the left slurs all the time. They call us Nazis, they call us fascists. And I'm like, that's not a slur. I don't think, like, outside of Destiny, I don't think any influencers, I don't expect Pisco, Hutch, IRI, Sam Cedar to just bust out with the N word.
Well, no, like that's not, I guess that's not really what I mean.
Did I lose you? We lost FQ again. She may be back. So, like, as it works, like, I just don't see that the anything left of center is going to become what the right is currently at this point. Groiper's killing the call. I mean, I can get Kung Fu Joe in here at any point. Just, let me know and I'll make that happen. No, I'm joking. And also, Z, you can come back at any point. Like, just say, let me in. You know I will. You weren't kicked out unsurreptitiously. I think a lot of, like, what people are seeing in Gavin Newsom.
Hey, look what I can do.
Welcome back. I think what a lot of
Sorry.
people are seeing in Gavin Newsom is more aesthetic, and he looks the part. Therefore, he's probably going to be the guy, as opposed to, like, I think a lot of people are tired of older politicians.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's definitely true. And you know what? I don't think that they're wrong. I don't think they're wrong for being sick of older politicians. I think there is something to be
Hey, look what I
said
can do.
for having somebody that's in their 40s or 50s, as opposed to having somebody that's like an octogenarian, about to take the podium. It'll be interesting to see where things go, but I do think that dark woke is going to be a thing. I do think so. I think that people are going to start making like progressive, liberal, and left-leaning arguments, and I think that that is going to be the new anti-establishment thing. And the MAGA moment, I think, is going to be a thing of the past, and like a hot sneeze would be my. I don't disagree with you that like a lot of Gavin Newsom's appeals for groypers is definitely just due to aesthetics, but I mean, aesthetics matter. To be honest,
I don't
right?
want to say
Like,
what a lot of influencers are saying, but like literally, a lot of people are saying the people that are pushing it in that direction don't like girls. And I don't mean that in just a dislike kind of way.
I see. You think that this is like a lavender conspiracy theory?
That's what a lot of influencers are saying. They're looking at Clavicular doing his makeup and like talking about looks maxing. They're looking at Myron doing what Myron does. They're looking at Andrew Tate when he says things like, I would rather date Megan Fox with a dick than Hulk with a vagina. Like, these dudes say some very sus things, and whether it's trying to be edgy or joking, a lot of them give off that vibe. And so it's being said that the alt-right influencers are basically just grifting gay dudes.
I think that there's probably a lot that's true to that. I think that's probably true, honestly. But I don't know. Well, let's see what else he has to say. I'm actually, with that thought, let's see what he has to say about feminism. What else does he have to say about
I can also like fast forward because I don't think there's a whole lot more to this, but let me know.
The right thing.
As well as
and we think they're going to continue to do it. They're turning to socialism because they're revolutionaries. They're turning to anti-Semitism because they're revolutionaries. Because they feel completely lost. Because we've given them nothing. Even the most basic thing. Fuck giving them houses and money. Forget that. They can't even get a girlfriend, bro. They can't even get a girl in Miami. The girls their age want men twice their age who are millionaires. These men are lonely, they are depressed, they see no way out, and this ends one way. Whether we like it or not. Whether we like it. So I'm actually saying, as a capitalist, we need to at least make the capitalism game playable again. If I was president, and I'm not, and I don't believe I'm qualified to be, Trump is a million times smarter than I am. Trump's been through a bunch more than I have.
God.
I'm glad he's the president. But even he understands, unless we can find a way to get people to engage with this system, it's going to break. It's going to break.
And keep in mind that Taste Grift is like literally trying to sell hope and a solution to people that he knows are hopeless. He recognized the market.
Also, Tate, listen, you are British. What the fuck do you mean? Run for president. This is what I'm talking about, okay?
I think he's American. He's just raised in Britain. I think he actually has U.S. citizenship.
No, I think he's British. Isn't he from the UK? I thought that he is British. Like, I don't just think it's the accent, is he? Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, Andrew Tate, what is... No, I think he is from London. Okay. Like, didn't he, like, try to, like, make a mock run for prime minister? I thought that it was citizenship, UK. Okay, I think we might both be right, actually.
We might both be right. Dual citizenship, the bane of our existence.
I think he might have dual citizenship. He might have dual citizenship. I think that might be it. Andrew Tate holds British citizenship, having moved to the UK with his British mother following his divorce. Okay, and he was raised in Luton, Bedfordshire, and maintains both American and British nationality. He is a dual citizen. So he's a dual citizen
And he was
of the
born in
US and the
Washington.
UK.
He was born in DC.
He was born in one. Yeah, but yes, that's true. Okay. He was born in the United States. He was raised in Luton, Bedfordshire. Bedfordshire. He has primarily resided outside of the UK in recent years, including time in Romania. Okay. Well, obviously Romania. We all know about the lover boy method at this point. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. Like, it is interesting, right? Like, I don't think I'm qualified to be president, but if I were president, I would try to make things, easier for young men so that to make the game playable. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I think MAGA is trying to lean into that, actually. MAGA is not a libertarian movement. That is not MAGA. I mean, there might be libertarians who voted for Trump, but like, didn't he have the whole mortgage thing where he said he was going to make it more possible? Like, I think it was
Yeah.
stupid. Like, I think it was like, but I think like it was like not like, what was it, like lowering the bar for like being able
It
to
was
get a mortgage? I
50-year
forget the
it was
exact
50-year
details.
mortgages, and a lot of the things that the
That's
MAGA
what.
movement is doing is basically saying we're going to pull out of all the global markets, bring all the jobs back here, so all of you can have jobs and you can have what your parents and their parents had before. So they're promising these people that if we get rid of all the immigrants, if we, you know, get all this influence and no more wars, all this stuff, and you'll have the life that your forefathers had. We're going to make America great again. It's a grift again. It's just another grift. It's a grift in a grift.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
So,
here's the other thing too. They, like this is the other reason why the whole nationalism thing, like why that is not going to work, right? And this is also, I think, why woke is going to come back. Like, we're just not designed. We are not. The United States is a multi-ethnic. We're called a nation of immigrants. Okay, we have multiple religions. We have a huge amount of racial diversity. We have people from all around the world. Go to any city and you'll have like a little Italy, a little China. Like it's something that we like, and people like that. People like that there is diversity. You like being able to go to New York City and to be able to walk down Times Square and to see a ton of different people speaking different languages. That's something that we like as Americans. We like being able to have access to food from all over the world, to have bananas in December, to have pomegranates, in the summer, all of this stuff, right? So because that's the case, we have to embrace our true destiny. I think that and that's going to be the conservative way forward. I think is going to support imperialism, not nationalism. That's going to be the argument I think that will carry over. Not supporting an America first, nationalistic, we have to bring all the jobs back here and we need to be an insular nation and to be like the UK. But instead, we are the American empire and we are going to influence countries overseas. We are going to have a high influx of immigrants, and we accept that. We think that's good for the American economy. And because this is the case, woke's going to make a comeback, right? Because guess what? You can't have a Silicon Valley with people from all over the world coming to work as software engineers and also be tolerant of people coming in and making a bunch of racist jokes about Indians. Like, that's not going to fly. Like let's be honest, like woke was the way that companies tried to does anybody honestly think that like woke existed for any reason other than just because it was made people money? Like, that's why,
I
right?
mean, that's always
Because
been
you
my
have to have
opinion.
yeah, it's just about money. It's about trying to get a highly diverse workforce to be able to work together to make the maximum amount of profit. So, this is not going to this this the nationalism dream I don't think is going to work out. I feel like he is talking to a group of people that are going to become like increasingly more and more disenchanted with him as the years like start to flip by. It's not happening yet, but
Well,
I'm calling it now. 5 years from now, like they'll all be like clavicular. They'll all you know,
So apparently Vivek
that's
was
where
5
this is
years too
going.
early. That's all I'm hearing is Vivek was 5 years too early because when he was saying the same thing you're saying, they yeeted him right the fuck out of there.
Yeah, no, he's gonna like Vivek will have probably like more, you know, it'll be easier for him to run, you know, like 5 years from now. Honestly, like all the stuff that like people are saying about JD Vance's wife, saying about Usha, like that's gonna be really bad like 5 years from now. Usha may be the reason like why JD Vance wins office. Actually, a lot of like people that are on the right, you know, are said some pretty horrible and racist things about Usha, which it's pretty sad. I think that'll flip on its head, though. I think that 5 years from now, she will be JD Vance's asset. She will be an asset, and she will be a first lady that people might be very excited to vote for. So we'll see, but you never know.
If he doesn't trade out for Charlie Kirk's wife, yeah, we'll see. All right, play the video.
You
Okay.
like it or not. And that's the situation we're currently in the West. To fix our society, by and large, to fix it, everybody needs to feel included within it. They need to feel like if I do the right thing for the society does the right thing for me. And if you're actually honest with yourself, if you're a 22-year-old man, like you said, yes, you can function on personal excellence. Yes, you can say I'm going to be better than everyone else. Yes, you can say I'm going to escape the matrix. It's true. But of course, not everybody can do that. Of course, there's going to be exceptional people who manage to do it, and most don't. The majority of people, if you look at their lives and you look at the positions and the opportunities that are afforded to them, they don't want to play anymore. They're like, I don't want to do this.
I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake, and I'll tell you why. You know, if you lived in New York from 40s through 80s, you would have said, I don't trust the government. Why not? Look what the mob's been doing. The Italian mafia, they do this, they do that, they do this. What happened to law and order? What happened to justice? What happened to this? I don't trust them. I'm going to be a criminal myself. I'm going to sell pot. I'm going to sell cocaine. So people in Italy felt the same way because the argument that you're making, Tate, I fully agree on there needs to be accountability or else who the hell trusts law and order?
Yeah.
And sometimes I think America goes through that history of people that break the law, make money. You ever seen Russians that come here from communism? The way they view law, it's so weird the way they view law.
Yeah.
I had a relationship back in the days, and I come home one day, and the father was a phenomenal guy. And one day, my car gets hit by this guy in Palace in Hollywood. And I'm chasing this guy because he had a bunch of beers, and I realized he stole the car. So he hits my car, he leaves. Cops are chasing this guy. I'm chasing this guy for 10 minutes. I'm in an expedition. He's in a Firebird. So eventually I lose him.
Wait, expedition
Ford
in California?
Expedition. Yeah, Ford Expedition in California. So this is 2000, okay? I come home, I'm like, you will not believe what happened. He says, what happened? I said, look at the back of the car.
Yeah.
This guy hits me and he leaves. He says, that's great. I said, what do you mean that's great? He says, I'll be back. So I go in the kitchen and I'm eating borscht, phenomenal borscht. You've had borscht. Russian is just the greatest. You age backwards.
Of course.
When you eat
Really?
borscht. It's so good.
Yeah, it makes you strong.
You should have
Is it
some.
really?
You'll be
bro, it's
39
amazing.
in a month
Yeah.
if you had
It's
borscht.
amazing.
You should have her
there's
make you
somebody in
borscht.
my life that wants to make me borscht, so
Well, no,
we've had that
only if she
conversation.
knows how to make it.
Yeah,
But the
don't-
right kind, the wrong kind of borscht you age, but the right kind of borscht you age
Can't
backwards.
have.
Got it.
You
The
can't go-
story
I'm in the
is
kitchen,
just so
borscht,
bad.
and I'm eating borscht, and all of a sudden,
More Russian propaganda.
All I do
Eat borscht,
wham,
you'll age backwards.
wham. I'm like, what the?
Ridiculous.
So I run out. I'm thinking someone's beating somebody up. He took a baseball bat. He's hitting the back of the car like you wouldn't believe. He's shattering my window. He's shattering. He says, this is a perfect insurance case. We're going to get $50,000.
Yeah.
You're going to be great.
Yeah.
I want you to go meet this chiropractor. I
Yeah,
want you to
yeah. Whiplash.
What are you talking about?
yeah.
By the way, it's the funniest scene, one of the funniest moments of my life. I'm like looking at him.
Yeah.
Because this is a guy I love. Till today, I love this guy. And he's like, it's going to be okay. This is a
So like basically PBD reinforcing partially what Andrew Tate is saying, and the idea that if you aren't cheating someone somewhere, you're not getting ahead.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like that's like a very I don't know, okay? Like it really doesn't feel like if you're not cheating somebody, you're not getting ahead. I mean, I understand that like he's talking about like California. That's not a typical mindset, I don't think. Like the typical mindset is that you like is the acceptance of norms, the idea that cheating is bad, the idea that trying to like rip people off like is a bad thing, you know, that like if you cheat the system, like you've actually done something wrong and immoral and you should be ashamed of it. Like he's talking about it like of laughing, right?
Mhm.
And I get that the point of the story is that he's trying to play it off like he and this other person, oh my gosh, look at this guy, he cheated the system. I would never. Like, meanwhile, he's right across from Andrew Tate, you know, telling this story, and they're all laughing, you know, like as this guy scammed like tons of lonely guys out of thousands of dollars, you know, and not to mention like trafficking like tons of women, including minors. Like, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like you know, I mean, it's a different mindset. It's a different mindset about like how you can be successful. And I actually think like this speaks more to who these people are than anything about the state of the world, to be honest. Like some of the stuff like about like, you know, like about the state of the economy and about how things have changed, like maybe you can talk about that, but this just seems to be an inside peek into the grifter world mindset, I think.
I mean, that's exactly what this is. So that's why I'm like, I'm happy to hear that they get the idea of what's wrong pretty much correct, but their prescriptions are god awful. And I'm not going to say
Yeah.
like we've been sold, like, I'm not going to act like we haven't been sold a myth that staying on the straight and narrow, working hard, and you're just going to get everything you need. Within all honesty, a little bit of guile, a little bit of grift might get you somewhere. I'm not going to act like that's not the case. And these people prove it. They've made millions of dollars taking money from people that just didn't see it coming. And it's the people that are trying to play it straight, that are unhappy, that are not seeing a future, that are looking to them, thinking they got it the
Yeah.
right way, when that is absolutely not the case.
Yeah.
So back to this horrible Borscht story.
Okay.
America. We're going to get some money.
Or I can
Yes.
fast
It's
forward.
going to be fantastic.
But there's
All right?
just a little bit
See,
of this
but
part left.
that is not.
Was he Somalian?
No, he's not. He's Russian.
Russian.
But
Okay.
the point I'm trying to make to you is when you come from a certain
Somalians
place,
are the new
you think
Russians.
that way, right? When you live in
Yeah.
communism, and the only way to make money is you have to do it illegally.
Somalia
We would all be
Analytica
criminals
going on
if we
right
lived
here.
in, what do you call it? If we lived in
Somalia?
no, if we lived in Russia. But here's where I'm going with it. I think I trust that eventually accountability is coming. It's never going to come at our time. Yeah. But the part, Tate, that I wonder if this
None
is
of
the
these
right
people in
mindset,
this room want
right?
any ounce
Think
of
about
accountability.
what message goes viral.
Yeah.
In there.
Yeah.
You ready? One message. It's your responsibility. You can do something about it. You go out and read the book. Nobody stopped you from going to the gym.
Yeah.
You make better decisions. You stop using
Which
drugs.
is my message and your message.
It is your message.
Exactly.
No,
Your
no.
message.
It is 100%. No, 100%. We're aligned. It is. But you know what? Like you're in a room and we're watching people. Sometimes the best podcasts are with no cameras on because you know what I'm talking about, right?
Of course.
Sometimes you're in a room and you're sizing everybody up, and then you catch the word, and you said, "Oh man, I was hoping that guy's got that unfair language." You're not saying that. You're saying if they're thinking that, right? Okay.
Yes.
If you even get recruited by the unfair philosophy community, you will lose decades of your life.
100%.
If you even for a slight second get recruited by the unfair community, and then you become a disciple or even a prophet or a spokesperson for that community, you will find millions of followers like this.
Correct.
They'll show up. And then you'll be in a room and you're like, why am I in this room? By the way, members here, these guys that are sitting here, last minute we told them last night at 9 o'clock. So it's not like it's not a public. Nobody, just so you know, no announcement was made. Yeah. This was in a small group of 80 people, and half our members are not even from here.
I'm
We
going to
just said, hey,
fast forward it
couple
because
people
hearing
showed
them
up to text.
talk
We didn't even
just
say
makes
who
it all
is
worse.
coming. So we got, however many people here.
Okay, where is it?
So true. It's very true what you're saying with the affordability. I think the affordability is a real issue, but I think a part of it, Tate, my opinion, to really get it to
There
go,
it is.
it's
Let's go.
Here we
Let's go bounce
go.
it. Look cool, man.
what the
Well,
hell?
bring it to Miami. Let's do this.
There's a swimming
pool on your boat.
Of course. It's the Obsidian Blade. It's
No,
been built.
it's here.
Then I would argue that more than likely, I'm not saying it's the right thing, but I have some form of evidence to back my theory up, right? I want to convince you with facts and logic, so I need to find evidence. If I want to convince you with an emotional argument, like grandma or like the kid at the border, I don't need facts or evidence. In fact, we can ignore facts and evidence. So the logical conclusion to that is that emotional arguments are likely being used to push bad ideas because they have no evidence and no factual basis. And the other side, the logical, rational arguments, have some degree of factual basis, so those are likely the good ones. So the emotional arguments are the bad ones, and the logical arguments are the good ones. Meaning that the emotional arguments that we're pushing towards feminists who now run their households and all these empowered women are the negative ones. And the ones that men believe, which are based on reasoning and facts and logic, are the good ones. So we're going to do a thought experiment. Let's talk about the emotional arguments, and let's talk about the things that are currently destroying America. And I'm going to ask you a simple yes or no answer, or the simple one of two options. Who supports these ideas more? By and large, generally, women or men. Who supports abortion more, women or men?
Women.
Women.
Who supports open borders?
Women.
Who supports socialism?
Women.
So if you start going through all of the problems of America, everything that's destroying it, who is the biggest advocate for these things?
White
Okay,
liberal
pause.
women.
Women.
Pausing.
Pause. Didn't he say earlier at the very beginning of this, like, why, like everyone in New York, voted for Mom Donnie, who was a socialist? And he said it was because young men can't afford to buy anything. Like, I am almost certain that is what he said, like not like 30 minutes ago.
That is what he said, but I
And
think he's
now,
also saying it's because of women making it to that direction that men can't afford anything.
like, it's just like, it's like men are the reason, socialism was elected because men are too run down, but also socialism like is being supported because women, are too stupid to know any better. Like, part of this is like, I don't think like, it's kind of weird, right? Women were responsible for Biden being elected, but they were also responsible for Trump being elected. We are 50% of the population, after all. I mean, like, I mean,
Hmm.
like it's just not true. Like, you do actually have to. Women get credit for Trump being in office. Sorry, Tate. Okay, that just is what it is. There would not be any Republicans in office. The fact that Republicans swept the House and swept the Senate and swept the executive branch, that is because women chose to vote for those people, okay? Like, you can't have it both ways. If it's the case that like a conservative politician makes it, it's not because all of the men, like it's because like women had to be convinced too. So no, right? Like, even from even from that perspective, like that can't be true. Now, it is true, right, that women largely are more likely to be liberal, and they're more likely to be progressive. And I think it is largely true that like women are more likely to care about contraceptives and about like having access to an abortion. I think all of those things, sure, right, nominally. But I think that like within reason, like as I was kind of indicating before, some of the liberal arguments are just make more sense. They make more sense in terms of money. Like,
So
sorry,
FQ from Kung Fu Joe in the chat. If women couldn't vote, Democrats would never win another election.
if women couldn't vote, okay, the Democrats would never win another election.
That's his claim.
What? Repeat that. If
It
women couldn't vote, the Democrats would never.
win another election.
That liberal politics and left-leaning politics never make it. No, that's not true, actually. And women would still have political power, by the way. They just wouldn't be able to exercise it via the vote. I mean, NASA was a thing like in like the 1930s and like the 1920s. Women were exercising a ton of influence before then, except that we used to do it like through consumerism, like through buying of products and through boycotting, through advocating for legislation. Like, I'm pretty sure prohibition, like what wasn't it, the 17th Amendment?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that was passed before the 19th Amendment. How do you think prohibition came about? Do you think that was because of men? No, it's because of women. It was because of the Christian Temperance Union, Women's Christian Temperance Union. It's because women were advocating for alcohol to be made illegal. Female political activism would still be a thing, even if it was the case that women lost the right to vote. You would still not be rid of female political activism. So, number one, I don't think it's true that women would be completely politically disenfranchised, even if that happened. I still think it shouldn't happen, but that wouldn't be the case. And two, I mean, I mean, it just stands to reason. I mean, women were able to, before women voted, there were still largely two different political parties. There was still largely a left leaning and a right leaning party. Conservatism and liberalism, like these were concepts like before the 19th Amendment in the 20s. I mean, like, is that like even up for debate? I mean, I can't believe that that's up for debate. Do we really think? I mean, Marxism and socialism, that was a product of like industrialism of the mid 19th century. I mean, that did not come out of feminism. That didn't come out of like, women like coming together in sewing circles and complaining. That came from a bushy, bearded, European overseas complaining about factory workers being abused. That's where that came from. It was, if anything, you could argue that like the original like beginnings of socialism was really largely a male-led movement. It was mostly about unions and factories and thinking about the product and the value of labor. So no, I don't think so. I think that you would still have plenty of men who probably would still vote Democrat, and I think the Democrats would still have an edge regardless.
There we go. So do you want to hear more of this reasoning as to why women are a psyop?
Or why women are a psyop? Well, that's from God. Are we responsible for God? Is God's work a psyop? Is Eve a psyop?
Well, he's saying that liberalism is a psyop from women.
That's stupid. I mean, like, what are you talking about?
Well, you wanna hear
Liberalism.
it?
Okay, sure.
All right, let's go.
Women are destroying everything. Put me in jail.
No.
Women are destroying everything.
But by the way, I would
started
tell you
with the
this.
apple.
No,
Now,
I-
I'm not saying all women. I'm talking in general. I'm not saying women are bad. I'm saying that they've been psyoped by evil men. I'm actually blaming men here. I'm not blaming women. I'm saying that women are the conduit. Women are being used to do the work of the devil via emotional arguments and destroy Western society. Who is pro drag queen story hour by and large?
Moms, the young moms.
Liberal
women that are,
women.
yeah, of course.
Who is you name?
You must preface it with liberal women.
You name anything negative about Western society that is currently destroying the place, and ask who is the largest advocate for this thing, men or women?
It's
women.
It's
liberal
white liberal women.
Every single time, and when you point that out, like I just have, you get in a lot of trouble.
With
Now, when a female DA indicts me. There we are.
Well, he said DeSantis and his girlfriend, so I don't know who the girlfriend
That's why
is.
he tried.
But to go there, Tate, when I was first doing business content only, and I wasn't touching politics, who would approach me? Business guys, young guy, I start a business. What do you think I should do? How do I raise money? How do I do this? The moment I said, kind of want to share my thoughts and my opinions about what's going on with politics. And this is like during COVID when I started. Vinny, be careful with the thing. Yeah. So once I started doing that, and I talk about pro-family. And one of the clips I made was about LGBTQ community and what it was doing to America. You know who was one of the first people that commented on it? Charlie Kirk. Charlie said, hey, it's great to see that your content business, you're risking talking about this stuff. And I interviewed Charlie in 2017 when he was 23 years old.
Wow.
And I told Mario, I said, this guy's going to be the president one day. He's a
100%.
extremely capable guy.
100%.
But I'm going to tell you, the moment I started talking about family values, the moment I started talking about what's going on with America, the challenges, the issues it's facing, you know who started pulling me aside at restaurants? Well, we're at Hamptons one time. A 94-year-old lady comes. I asked her age. Vinny's with me.
Yep.
She walks up. She says, I never miss your podcast.
Yep.
He says, you have no idea how important you are. My grandkids watch it.
Yep.
Young men need to watch this because you talk family and business combined together.
That's right.
I had more women coming up saying we need more of this content than you would believe. So what's the point?
No, I know that's true.
Yeah, so the point I'm making to you is it's extremely important to qualify its liberal women,
of course,
who have been bought into the psyop that you're talking about to win them over. And of course, the louder they're because
liberal women are feminist women.
What is a conservative woman like? Actually, think about a conservative woman. How does she live? How does she live?
Of course.
Her life is very, hey, husband's priority, kids are priority, community's priority. I got to pick up the kids. I got to drop them off. I got to do this. Family's got to be good. They're not out there trying to get everything that comes with it.
So you're completely right, Patrick.
All right,
the reason I know you're
pause.
telling the truth is because.
So this is the sort of pothole, like with like, and to be fair, I don't really think, I think there are lots of conservative women who actually do this. So I don't think it's like what exactly as they're portraying. This kind of argument, though, like it's just an argument for poverty. Like it's an argument that like you should resign yourself and you should decide not just to be poor. You should decide to be poor. You should decide to have less money for your kids. You should decide to have less choices, to not be able to send them to college, or to be less likely to be able to send them to college, or to be able to give them an SAT tutor. Because that's what it means when you tell a generation of young women not to go to college and not to have a career and not to have that focused on before like they get married. Like that's what it means like when you're saying that. It means what you're saying, because necessarily what that means is for the most part, maybe there are a handful of women who can have really, really successful businesses with just a high school degree. I'm sure there are women like that. But by and large, as like we've talked about before, our economy for the most part depends upon having a college degree. You need to go to college. Like even just to be like the manager of a YMCA, like even just to work as like the director of a summer camp for a YMCA, you have to have a bachelor's degree, and it can literally be in anything, but it has to be a bachelor's degree. So um like I can tell that like okay, like think about like what it takes to like raise kids, to take care of kids. You need money, you need resources. I mean, the more that that's true, the more money and resources you need, the more emphasis there's going to be on there being needing to be a two income household. Like that is the consequence. So like the only other choice is that you're accepting like to choose to like have a life like where you're not able to provide and to give your children things that they probably are going to need in order to be more successful than you. Like that's to me, and that I think to me is kind of like the argument, like the problem with the arguments that Andrew Wilson and people of this crowd have is that to me it just sounds like an argument for like raising children in poverty is like what it sounds like. Um, which is I think like the for and it's very funny, right? Because they're talking about being angry about the fact that men cannot make money and the fact all of this different stuff, right? It seems to me that like if you want more men to be able to be successful in the workplace, they have to be more successful in school. And if you want more men to be successful in school, you need to take the phone away. You need to take the iPad away. You need to take a lot of electronics away. And I do think there is a conservative argument to be made because I will like throw this in the ring. I do think that there's something to be said about the impact of divorce on kids. I do think that a lot of kids do need their dad and do need their parents. I think that a lot of young men do need their dad, but they don't just need a dad that's married to their mom. They need an engaged dad who can call and can get them to go to school when they don't want to go and can make them shut up and do their homework when they won't listen to mom, and who will tell them, no, you're not going to sit up in your room and play video games. Oh,
You're
sorry,
breaking
I
up.
cut out there for a second.
Yep, a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. I'm back. I'm back. Can you all hear
Mhm.
me?
Yep, we're good.
Yeah, I'll also stop there. But like, that's kind of like, those are my like preliminary thoughts. What are your thoughts, Lethe?
So for the most part, like looking at like my own life and a lot of people I've been around, if your family is not stable enough to allow you to go to college, most dudes don't go to college. They immediately get a job as soon as they get out of school. Because like even before they get out of school, because they have to um what you call supplement the household income. So where a lot of times the boy in
Yeah.
the family has to put up money for the household, that's not usually incumbent on women. So they're allowed to better themselves in school and even endorsed to do so, which I think is a good thing. Like I think not having 50% of the people in America be successful because they can't, earn money is a bad thing. So I'm glad that women are able to better themselves through education. I just would like to see more ways that men wouldn't end up in debt due to trying to go to school while working a job, while supplementing their household income. So that's my primary gripe with it, is that men usually aren't given the opportunity or are pushed away from being able to do so because they have to work. And if you're not working, you need to get out of my house. Still there, FQ? Did you get muted? Maybe your internet cut out. I don't know. Yep, there she goes again. So playing the video.
And this flabbergasts people. But I have never had a negative interaction with a woman in person in my life ever. Women come up to me and they love my
That
content
is a
too.
lie.
But when you said conservative women, and this is the thing that might get us in trouble, I ask you, is a conservative woman in charge of her man? Or is a man the head of the household?
No.
Okay, so we're now advocating for a patriarchy. We're now doing the number one thing. Which
No,
is
wait a minute. Let me correct my answer. Ask me the question one more time because I want to give the right answer there.
Sure. Is a conservative woman in charge of her man? Is she the head of the household?
I don't think so.
So
I don't think so.
Exactly. So we're naturally advocating from a position of protectiveness, not from a position of authority, not from a position of oppression.
Yeah.
We're actually advocating for a patriarchy saying, look, we'll take on the stress. We'll deal with the problems. We'll pay the bills. We'll protect the house. I'm not here to oppress you. I'm not here to treat you badly.
Right.
I'm actually here to lead, and a conservative woman lets a man lead. And that's the point I'm making, that these feminists have been told that a man should never lead them, and that is why they're led astray by the system. So to say things which are controversial and will get you in a lot of trouble, that's my job, so I'll do it. If men are by and large in charge of the households and in charge of society, it is much harder to psyop the population with emotional arguments, which is why they're trying to remove man from the head of the household so they can use emotional arguments to convince you to commit suicide. Right. The Western world is currently committing suicide.
Now, could we not say that the Western world is having a problem because they're trying to suppress women? Nazca, he didn't deny. Oh, jeez, man. Thank you for that, Whitos. Just want to make sure we're all good here. And yeah, FQ has not yet come back. I don't know if her internet entirely died. Maybe she should circumvent some of her income for even better internet. Get some T3 going there. But yeah, if she comes back, the whole idea that Andrew Tate is basically Mandis Owens right now. I mean, he doesn't seem to have beef with Israel, so at least he's got that going for him. Yeah, see, I don't know where she lives, so I don't know if she's like having outages due to the storm or whatever, but she's come back like multiple times after getting dropped. So God smited her. Jeez, bro. Oh, I got a yet. So yeah, this whole idea of like wanting to keep women under thumb, men make all the decisions, like literally in the household I grew up in, my mom made much better financial decisions than my father did. So the only reason why the money that he had from the good job that he happened to get went as far as it did was because my mother was managing the money. So you need to have a give and take in any good relationship. But he's selling an idea. So this is another situation where he's grifting. He's recognized the problem, but he's grifting on the solution. And he's selling a solution that is untenable and will make everybody miserable while saying we're essentially offing ourselves as a society. If we lean more into cooperation and seeing whose strengths are what and recognizing that and working from that and being willing to, hey, I don't know money as well as you do, so I'm going to go ahead and let you handle the money. And which was a huge problem in the household I grew up in, because no man wants to hear, no, you can't have more money. We're saving for this, even if you're the one that makes the money. And the argument is usually going to be, I'm the one that makes the money, so how can you tell me I can't have my money? I'm looking at the Discord. What's in the Discord? Okay, well, she's not back. But, and Z, if you wanted to come back, like, I still say you can come back. Oh, okay. So this is just more of the grift. and it is what it is. So,
And they can only convince you to do that emotionally because it's illogical to destroy your own society. It's illogical. So this is
Candace
very
Owens.
purposeful. So when a woman sits across from me
that's a good
on
one.
any kind of podcast or a dating podcast or anything, says, I don't listen to no man. I'm like, you're not my enemy. You don't realize that you're a pawn on a board. You don't realize you're being used by my actual enemy, who's a man, who understands very well how to destroy the basics of society so that we are open for the mass
What is that
enslavement.
Thanos line?
Because if anybody thinks
What's up?
All you could not live with your bro. What's the fucking line? I cannot remember the damn line when it's important.
Exactly. We gotta build the crash out meter. Ah, she's back.
Can I sort
Right.
of
Yeah.
steelman?
Sorry.
Welcome back.
Can I sort of steelman Andrew Tate's point from like a liberal point of view?
Please do.
Sort of. I'm like agree with them like 5% on this thing, but there is a little bit of a point to it, which is that, like FQ said, that women are out earning men in the new generation, right? Like in the dating generation, there needs to be a societal shift. The expectations from men and women between responsibilities and dating have to change because that's just economics or economics, whatever one you prefer. We cannot have men earning less than women on average, and then also men having to pay for dates, pay for going out, all of that stuff. So that I guess has to change. In that sense, I think that he has a 5% of his point might be true.
I mean, I can completely agree with that. Like the idea that, men, like the chivalrous ideas and all this that went on before isn't tenable in the world we live in. We're all making differing amounts of money. We all have differing skills. So the idea that, the man is going to pay for every date, the man is going to do all these things, the dynamic has to change. So,
Yeah, and I'm not saying obviously if the man earns more, then he should, like, ideally it should be 50-50. All right, let's be real. And the women or the man are soon going to know if if the person they're dating, like, if they can keep up with them, or like if they have a completely different lifestyle and all that stuff, and they're probably going to move on. So ideally it should be 50-50, but I think the default expectations in society kind of have to change to either 50-50 or like something else. Like you can't have the default expectation of men having to pay for dates.
what do you think, FQ?
Okay, so I think one of a couple of things, okay? So in a perfect world, I would agree that like the expectations need to change. They should change. In a perfect world, I would agree with that, right? Which is that sure, men and women should, if you're making the same amount of money, and if you're both working together, and if you're both paying and financially contributing, it makes sense that like the date should be split 50-50. And like you should have like a 50-50. But that also entails other things, right? Which means that like 50% of the my name also needs to be on the mortgage. It means that I also get to have access to your bank account. There shouldn't be a separate bank account. It means that my name also needs to be on the vehicle. It means that you have to be involved in more ways than simply like paying for dates. Like you also have to be involved in you having like an equal share in like your assets. So like that way,
I'm
so
talking about
that's
like starting out like that
well, I
after
understand that, but
marriage.
like the point is, but the point is that like if that is the expectation that you are setting as starting out, that expectation needs to hold through all the way to the
I
end
agree. Yeah,
throughout
of
your
course.
financial life, if that's like what you're going to do. If that's what you're going to do.
From
Um,
Kung Fu
I
Joe in
agree.
the
so
chat, does it also mean I get 50% of the choice of you having an abortion or not?
If you're
well,
married,
but like
yes,
I mean,
I think so.
Kung
Should be.
Fu has actually like pointed out something, which is why I said in a perfect world, okay? In a perfect world. In the reality, though, just in my interpersonal experience and like from what I've experienced from other women, it's very, very difficult to get a lot of men to contribute or to do things or to want to do anything in relationships. It's too easy for a lot of men to walk away after they've had sex with like the woman or after, if like they've had like it's you are in such a vulnerable position in an inherently more vulnerable position because you're physically weaker, because you will be at least temporarily physically disabled when you become pregnant. I mean, the question becomes like, are you still liable for 50% of financially contributing when you're on your back and you have to change your own diapers for 3 months, like after pushing a small human out of your pelvis? Because like I think that like if we really wanted to make things fair, if my husband was in a car accident and he was in a wheelchair for like about 3 months and he had, I mean, you can like find a way to like make it somewhat equatable. I wouldn't expect him to go to work and I wouldn't expect him to like financially contribute. I would want him to be at home resting until like he was physically capable of like going back to work if that's what he wanted to do. And recognizing that it might be difficult for him to go back to work even after like he's had a period of recovery. Like these facts don't go away just because like we wish that it would be different. And when I said that like the fact that it requires a two incomes in order for people to live on, I was stating a descriptive reality. I was not giving a prescriptive like thought that that should be the case. I mean, I think it's good for like women to work. I think it's good for women to be able to work and to have the ability to financially contribute as equally as possible to cover all of the bases. I think that women should do that. I think you should be self-sufficient and you should have the ability to do that. But and I think that like when you can, I think that you should. But I also think at the same time that if you are going to have children and if you are going to physically have those children, and if you are going to be the primary caretaker of those children in the home, I I think that like it's perfectly fine if that is the type of life that you are looking for. I think it's actually okay in that instance to have an expectation that he pays for dates and that he holds the door open and that he walks you in. I think if that is your life, then I think it's okay to have the expectation. But if you don't want to have kids, or if you are seeking some other arrangements, like maybe you want to have a career and you want to hire a nanny, or like maybe you're going to like find some other way to outsource childcare, like some people like get their parents to help. Like I could see other arrangements that people have different styles of relationships, and that's fine. But I think a lot of people, the type of relationship I'm talking about is basically what they want. And I think for most people, because that's going to be true for most people, I think it's fine for women because I think most women want this type of relationship I'm talking about to have that as an expectation, like when they are going on dates.
Well, Kung Fu Joe's proposed Solomon's dilemma. If it's half his baby, why doesn't he get half of the decision rights?
You do at the point of entry when you ejaculate. Okay, that's you. That was the decision right. Okay, and
Oh
whether it
no.
goes left or right, it goes one way up, and something comes all the way down. So
You can't have half of the responsibility but 0% of the risk. The person with the most risk also has the most responsibility and therefore also has more decision making power. But yeah, once that
yeah,
responsibility is fulfilled, like a few months after pregnancy, when like let's assume the woman's healthy and all that, then I would say yeah, obviously moving forward, the decision should be 50-50 between men and women on how to raise a child and all that.
Enlighten
well,
Zephyr.
this is
Thank you.
well, the decision about how you want to raise the child should be 50
That
50.
should
Like
be
it's not
taken
that like
before the pregnancy, of course. Like, but obviously things
yeah.
change, new technologies come up, like you start observing behaviors that you wouldn't have considered, things like that. Like, just talk.
Mando talking about myths and legends.
Missing
Which legend?
legends.
Which
Yeah,
myth?
he said, do you think much of this can be solved once men and women start being upfront with each other in regards to their expectations? Motherfucker, you want me to find you a unicorn? Do you think we got the Loch Ness
Yeah.
Monster out here?
Yeah, I think
Well,
people are too
I
upfront. I think
don't.
that's the problem.
You know what? I may just have grown up in a really privileged environment. I generally feel that, or it, you know what? I'm gonna put in a lot of qualifiers. If you're a decent human being, obviously you be upfront with your expectations. Now, maybe I'm just like really privileged that I've just grown up around decent human beings and I have this skewed view of the world. And I understand there's like hoods and all that, like slums and all those places where, yes, the default is not to be that. But yeah, like, yeah, if you're a decent human being, generally you should, like, and generally, I guess people are decent human beings. You should be upfront about your expectations. I mean, don't talk about kids on the first date, but before marriage, of course.
Rabbit hoods. We all
Um,
know what that means.
I
Go ahead,
think
FT.
that there's a couple of things going on here. Like, what does it mean? One, what does upfront mean? Like, all of these things are fine to say in the abstract. It's when you get into the nitty-gritty that like people start to disagree. Like, the thing is, like as Zephyr mentioned, there are things that are appropriate to talk about on a first date that are not appropriate to talk that are, and then there are things that are not appropriate to talk about, right? So when you're first meeting someone for the very first time, you're just trying to see if you're attracted to them. You're trying to get general information like what's your name? Where did you go to school? Oh, can you make me laugh? Do you have a funny story? What would you like to go to a bar? So, like this is the type of thing. It's a very shallow, vibes based sort of a meeting. You're not supposed to be super duper upfront about everything in your life. It's just supposed to be, hi, my name's Bob. I'm from San Francisco. I went to college. I got my degree in software engineering, and now this is the
Yeah,
sort
she's
of
telling my
thing
whole
that
life
like
story.
yeah, you're just my whole life story. Well, like that's just what I'm saying, right? You're just giving general information, right? You're not supposed to be like, oh, like I was really depressed when I was a teenager, and I really thought all this other stuff. Like that's not supposed to be stuff that you're upfront with, like when you first meet someone. And I actually think that maybe like internet dating has been bad in this way, that maybe we expect to know too much about people before we first meet them. Like when you first meet someone, you don't know what their politics or what their religion or their background, if they have siblings, if they're an INFJ,
If
like
they
you
don't
don't
have
know
it
any
on
of
their
that.
profile, assume they're against you.
Exactly. But, like, I don't know. And also, isn't it just sexier just for there to be a little bit of mystery? I mean, isn't that just true?
Yeah,
Like,
isn't
isn't
it
the
just
fact that you know
sexier when
less
he
about the
has
person?
another family across town that he didn't tell you
Okay,
about?
sure. I get you. I understand. Yeah, for sure. Like, yes, I don't deny that there are problems with it, of course. Like, you do sometimes run into serious problems like that. But nevertheless, right? Like, if you just put everything out on the table in some sort of weird algorithmic express Excel spreadsheet type of a deal, like that's so sterile. Like, what's sexy about that? Nothing about that is sexy. And this is a date, okay? This isn't a business meeting. Screw that.
Robin killing me. I find it sexy when I keep my STI status secret.
Okay, well, obviously, don't keep that secret. But okay, you know what I mean,
I,
right?
I get
Like, don't
what
we
you
all?
mean. A little
No,
bit of
use
mystique
use
is cool, but like
regardless, you like use condoms if you
there are
unless
some
you like
secrets.
dating have been your like one if you've only been with one person, like use condoms.
Okay, this isn't Planned Parenthood. Okay, I think we know what type of mystery
It's,
I'm talking about. Okay,
clearly,
I'm
Rabbit
not talking
needs
about
some
genital
Planned
warts,
Parenthood
obviously.
advice.
Okay, the mystery of genital warts is not what we're talking about when we say that mystery is sexy. Okay,
Bro said
all
chlamydia
right,
surprise. I quit.
yeah.
Okay, back to this nonsense.
Okay.
That's where any of this ends.
Do you want me to stick
With
around, or are you
AI,
kicking
Yeah,
me
with
out?
the
no, you're good.
riots, with the burning of
Okay, you
You're
got
cities,
too
good.
much
with the
pushback.
mass crime. You know what they do? There's only one thing, and COVID's the lesson. There's only one thing that humans will accept a loss of freedom for: safety. I will take away your freedom and give you safety. I can prove that because I live in the safest country in the world, and I don't have freedom. But I'm safe. So even I will say, you know what? Dubai is very controlled, but I
Why
can
does
wear
he
a $5
twist his
million
lips like
watch
that?
in the middle of the night. And my woman and my
I
kid,
think I
a
mentioned it
young girl and a
earlier.
woman
Something
by
about
herself can go for a
being
walk at 3 a.m.
not in the
So
limit.
we'll all accept a lack of freedom for safety. When this all burns
No, we
down, they're
won't.
going to come back and
No, we
offer us
won't.
safety, but they're going to
No,
control.
we won't.
Pause it.
No, we won't. No, 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 no. This is okay. Ryan, have you guys seen Ryan Mullally? He's another lawyer. He's a conservative lawyer. He's
Yes.
debated with Lactoid and some other
Unfortunately,
people.
yes.
I like him. I think he's really cool. He's very likable.
Well,
He's a likable guy. He had this big, okay, he had this big debate with Kyla, okay? And in the debate, he said this, and I really think it's true. I think at least for a lot of American conservatives, maybe American liberals are different in this way. A lot of American conservatives actually would not trade, freedom. I think an increased amount of freedom for more safety. I think there are lots of people. Okay, like the analogy that he used, like in that debate, was, You're trying to sell me an apartment complex that's really, really nice and has good lighting. And, it's got a swimming pool, it's got a gym, and it's really well managed. But I don't want an apartment complex. I want a house. I want my house, even if it's a shitty house, even if it's a crappy house, even if the lights don't work, even if it's an outhouse out in the boonies. I would prefer that over an apartment complex. Like that was the analogy that he used like there. And I think that for a lot of American conservatives, at least, I think that's true. I think there are lots of people who
would like to throw in my 2 cents and completely disagree. But I think that it's not a political issue. You can frame any narrative however which way you want. Conservatives right now are the dumbest, most fucking gullible people, especially American conservatives, on the face of this planet, who are trading their Second Amendment rights, who have already traded their privacy rights during the Patriot Act, who wanted to go to war with Iran, Iraq, all this bullshit. They've traded everything, right? Conservatives have been the single most gullible population, or American conservatives have been the single most gullible population.
And
the
left wing wasn't gullible like when it
century.
embraced like giving puberty blockers to kids. Like that's great. Okay, listen, we can do this back and forth thing all day long. Okay,
we are talking about public safety,
like public safety. Are you kidding me? Like, I mean,
public safety and privacy. You're taking away people's privacy by asking them about their genitals.
Okay, like that's why
you're literally taking away people's privacy by asking them about their
immigration.
genitals.
Okay, so
you're literally taking away people's privacy by asking them about their genitals.
Oh,
if a person were to randomly
hang on, FairyQueen, when they're being sent to like mothers, like
if someone were to come up to you randomly,
infants, and they get to talk about like how they want to rape the women there, and then they do. You don't think that we should care about genitals then? Or what about like in swim teams or like in swim meets? Do you think that people should care about their genitals if they're being exposed in front of an entire group of women? Do you think like 6 foot? Do you think people that are 6 feet tall with penises, like that genitals should not be talked about when they're exposed in front of a group of 5'5" like swimmer women, like in a closed locker room? You think that talking about genitals, like in that case, is like completely antithetical to talking about safety?
Singular locker rooms.
I carefully avoided this topic. I avoided this topic.
I would hope that you don't go to women's
She's the one who brought it up.
You don't have to see that. I'm glad that you don't go there.
She's the one who brought it up.
I would tell you that if you do go there and if you try that out, like you will in fact make all the women uncomfortable. They will say nothing because they'll be afraid of being sued, and they will be sad, and they will still think that you're a sex offender if you try to pull that off. So no.
She's the one who brought it up.
And all of this to say,
you know what? I would love. I've changed my stance. I would love people to go around asking random women, "Do you have a penis? And can you show me?" I would love people just to go around grocery stores and asking women to show their vaginas or penises just to prove that they're women.
Okay, I'm just going to mute you.
He's not. He's completely retarded. He's completely retarded. Completely retarded. The single most gullible population on the face of the planet. Single most gullible, naive, idiotic population on the face of the planet.
We gotta have a back and forth.
Single privacy and every single right that they have to elect a fucking fascist president.
So he's just ranting. Like this is ridiculous. So I'm not
because you're ranting, so I need to rant back. Like you won't listen unless I say something super.
You keep ranting.
We don't need to
keep
mute each other.
Conversation.
Have one.
Zephyr, can we like be cool and let the back and forth happen?
I don't know what he's saying. I'm just muting him.
I've been back and forth. It's just been forth. I haven't been back.
He's just trying to subvert the conversation.
Been back at all. So, I haven't said anything.
I think that a lot of American conservatives, like this is like broadly, and I think there are some like American liberals who are like this too. I think that the reason like why talking about like Sweden or talking about the UK or talking about all of the countries overseas about how great their political system is because you're basically trying to sell them an apartment building. And they don't want an apartment building. They want a house. As like Ryan Mullally said it. In other words, they want self-determination. They want to be able to largely have a minimal taxes. To be able to own their gun without like the government like interfering with them. They want to be able to be largely left alone. I think the general like trend of like the way that most conservatives think.
Okay, so now can I finish my point?
So I don't think that this whole thing that he's talking about, like being, and I get that he's in Dubai and he's saying,
see, I don't get to finish my point.
I'm so safe,
there's no back, there's just forth.
It's great, all of the Qatari slaves serve me at my beck and call, okay? And I don't care, Like, I
So
don't think that is actually how a lot of American conservatives think. I don't think they want to turn the United States into a glorified Dubai. I don't think that's how a lot of American conservatives actually want to live.
so like essentially what I'm looking at is kind of like where Zephyr was getting at. The idea that there is a gullible populace that are willing to buy that line if they think that this is what they're going to get. I remember back in the election, Jeb 10, like you remember Jeb, right?
Yeah, of course.
He was saying, I won't vote for Kamala because she wants to take my gun. Same thing goes for Biden. And I was like, well, Trump is the only individual that was talking about taking people's guns and asking questions later. So why do you think that he's not going to take your guns? And then now with this most recent situation, they're talking about 2A, and the NRA is losing their mind right now over the statements the White House and the admin is making. So they literally thought they were choosing in their best interest while they were basically being grifted yet and again. So, like, you think
Can
you're
I add
voting for
something?
that. Go ahead.
Can I add something? Yeah. To complete my point, I did
Oh
use
God.
conservatives as an example, but I only use them as an example. I totally believe that
Uh-huh.
liberals can trade their rights for the promise of safety as well. You just need to convince, like, you just need the words. You just need the right person who's supposedly attacking you, and you will want safety against them. But for conservatives, it's immigrants, it's it was Russians, not anymore. It's liberals, it's woke socialists, it's everybody. So you can convince Republicans and conservatives to give away their rights if you just make like an enemy. If you can just say random shit and they will want safety against them.
That's not true. Well, that's
Whereas
true for
liberals are
liberals though
much
too.
more
Like
like,
that's true. That's true for
yeah, you
everyone.
can if you
Like I
use
mean,
the right
it's a
words. Yes, you can
donut,
have
right?
liberals.
Like Adolf Hitler is at the center of it. Like there is no thing that we are for. There is only the thing that we
Yeah,
are
so Ryan
against.
Palili is
And what we're
retarded because he
against
doesn't
is like,
understand. It's not political. You just have to
well,
say the
no,
right thing.
no,
You're
well,
cutting her off
no,
mid
no.
sentence. You're cutting her off mid sentence. You got to let her
Okay,
like finish what
no,
she's
no, no.
saying.
Okay, I do not. I think that like that I agree with you that people are gullible. I actually don't know what you're referring to with like Trump and like saying that he was. I don't know what you're referring to with that, so I can't comment on that. I can't, so I'm not going to speak to that. But I'm not disagreeing that people are gullible, but people are gullible everywhere. I'm not. What I'm saying is though, if you choose to be gullible here, though, if you are here in the United States, and American value, a part of what it is to be an American citizen specifically, is that you do give up the idea to a degree of safety compared to other countries. We are not structured in the same way as other European countries overseas. We're not selling the same product. When you come to, there's a reason like why when we talk about the United States, we talk about values like freedom and individualism. We have more protections for freedom of speech than I think any other country on earth. There's a reason like why the United States has a reputation for being so pro-gun. It's because we have a reputation for supporting the idea that individuals have the right to bear arms. That's that they have that it is a second that it is a Second Amendment right. It is in your Bill of Rights to be able to have this. It's the whole reason why we have a Bill of Rights, rights that you have as a part of being a citizen here in the United States. That's like why we have these things. That is a fundamentally different way of thinking about what government should be, about what your role in government should be, about how the nation should be run. It's different than it would be if you're living overseas in a place like, I don't know, like Latvia, or if you're living in Spain, or if you're living in France. The objective and goal is not necessarily to support. I mean, so here's a case in point would be this. Freedom of speech is a perfect example of this, right? So the Westboro Baptist Church, for instance, they are still allowed per the Supreme Court to have giant signs that say that gays will burn in hell at the funerals of veterans. They're still allowed to do that. Why? Because it's an American value to protect First Amendment speech, even if that speech is offensive, even if that speech is horrible, even if that speech is disrespectful, like it's still protected. We don't have a legal concept of hate speech in the United States. That's different from other countries. That is a concept, a legal concept that does not exist in American law. It exists in other types of law. It exists in Canadian law. You can find it in the UK, but you can't find it in the United States. And you can't find it because of this idea. And so sure, you can say that people are gullible, and sure, you can say that people broadly want to be safe, But I do think that ideology kind of matters here. And an American value is to say, listen, maybe I might be safer in a world like where my freedom of speech was taken away. It would be, and maybe I would be safer in a world with fewer guns. But I don't want to live in a world like that. I want to live in a country where it is a protected right specifically for me to own a firearm, and where I can say whatever I want in public without fear of being arrested and thrown in jail.
Zephyr?
Yeah, I don't know where that was going, but I completely stand with my point that if you say the right things, you can want any group of people to trade their rights slash security their freedoms for safety, as Andrew Tate is saying, keeping it very broad. Yeah, but just in this point of time, it's not a political calculus, it's an educational calculus. More educated people can make this type of calculation better in their head. Uneducated people are more likely to be afraid of random things such as Somalis or immigrants or communists or whatever the fuck. So yeah, more education guarantees you more rights and more freedoms, and allows you to make those calculations if trading your freedom for safety is worth it or not.
I'm inclined to
It's
agree
not
with
political,
Zephyr on
it's
that.
educational.
I'm not sure that that's going to continue, to be honest with you. I mean, isn't like a huge conversation right now about immigration not really about low skill labor? Isn't a lot of it happening right now? I mean, I'm pretty sure that Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was talking about H-1B recently. I think like that's been a talking point on the far right for at least a little while about like ending H-1B and concerns about one, about the fact that it's a form of indentured servitude in American universities, but also there are concerns about whether or not American citizens are able to like whether or not it's squeezing out American citizens' abilities to apply for those jobs or for those university positions. Like I have heard that. And so the reason why that matters is because these are not positions for uneducated people. These are positions for people who are in engineering, people who are in STEM fields. I actually don't think that it's going to continue to be. I understand where that idea comes from. And I think that that idea comes from an economic reality that is not going to be our future. I think that like conversations about immigration are going to shift away from, especially with AI, like especially since like I mean that's the boogeyman that nobody's talking about, which is the fact that AI is going to consume a lot of low level data entry jobs that were previously filled by human beings. It's going to be interesting to see like how much of an impact that's going to make upon like white collar jobs, as well as like jobs like as well as truck driving or like harvesting grapes.
Hmm. That's an interesting way to think about it. Like, I don't know exactly what to say to that, because I expect that more people are going to have to find AI proof jobs in the future. So it's just going to get worse for a lot of people, especially those on the bottom that aren't educated, don't have funding. And even if you get a college degree at this point, AI is going to freeze so many people out. This is where I think Elon and Vivek were correct, but they said it to the wrong group of people, that there's more than likely going to have to be a UBI to make up for what people aren't able to make just so they can survive.
Yeah.
Can I also comment on this?
Sure.
While I agree that it's a scary time, that industries are shifting faster than humans have the ability to adapt, but in the long term, let me qualify that. In the long term, it is like an industry shift. We've had this since the 1850s, since the start of the industrial age. We've had technologies come and go, and humans have had to adapt. And every few years, every decade or so, there's a huge shift in technology, and human society has to shift their skills in order to overcome those, like adjust to the to the new economy and new technologies. So yes, in the short term, for sure, it's scary for a lot of people. I hope that the transition could be smoothed out through policies and regulations and things like that. But over time, it is one of those things that humans are going to adapt to, and I think that humans have done that before and will continue to do it. Like we're always going to have jobs or solutions for the economy if some jobs get transferred over to other people / AI.
Sure. Like Well, sure. Of course, we're always going to have to adjust. And, I mean, the sun will always rise. Okay. Like, nobody, I don't think that like AI is going to be the end of America or anything like that. But the way that we adapt, the shifts that we're going to have to make are going to require doing things that we haven't done before. And that was true in the Industrial Revolution as well, right? You couldn't stay at home like with your wife and like work out with your farm and then come home anymore. You had to go to the factory because the factory is like where all the money was being made. It's where like you could subsist. People moved into the cities because they could no longer afford to be rural farmers out in the boonies. That changed American life. It significantly changed American life. Sure, yes, we adapted to that life and we were able to survive, but life was never the same again. It's radically never the same again. I mean, think about like all the impacts that industrialization had. It impacted our economy. It made it so that people lived in cities and in apartment buildings and in huge tenement houses. The industrialization is the reason, like, why a concept of Marxism even exists. Why, like, that political ideology is something we still talk about to this day. I mean, the world is going to change. We don't know how or why, but I mean, I really think that AI and immigration are going to intersect in ways that are going to be scary, in ways that are going to be. Because here's the thing, right? Think about, why would I hire somebody to drive a truck for me across the United States when I can just program a moving semi that's never
What
has
does
to take a
immigration have to
break,
do with
that
that?
never has to crash? Well, because a lot of people who are lower skilled, like immigrants, like go into those jobs. That's why. Like a lot of like transportation labor, like in the United States, like truck driving, like that, a lot of people that drive trucks
But
are
that's
immigrants.
like
That's why.
every truck driver. That's not secluded to immigration.
Yeah, it
That's not
is.
like an
No,
immigration problem. That's like
you're
all
absolutely
American
you're
problem.
no, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. It is an all-American problem. But because that is the case, now because this is the case, as more jobs are eaten up with AI, as AI begins to replace more and more and more labor, there is actually going to be a lot more competition for these jobs, competition where there wouldn't have been such a bottleneck before. You're going to have people that are going to be fired, who are going to be laid off, who are going to need to find new areas and new places to be able to find gainful employment, to be
No,
able to sustain themselves. Otherwise, they won't be able to, which means that tensions about immigration are likely going to get worse. I don't think they're probably going to
okay.
get better.
I'd
Um,
like to respond, please.
And welcome, Maida,
Yeah.
Can I respond?
if you'd like. Yeah.
Or okay. Um, Again, I understand that it's a scary time, but we've had technological revolutions before, and we still need low skilled labor. In fact, we need more low skilled labor now than we have ever at any point in history of humanity, because we have so much production, we have so many crops, we have so many machines, we have so much technology. We need humans to run those things. So you would think that through decades, if not centuries of advancement, we would have already solved all lower skill jobs, but they are still in demand. So AI, while of course it is going to revolutionize I say human economy, the economy in many ways, there will always be low skills and higher skills job. And I don't think it's like a problem to immigration, it's a problem to America. Sure, if America can sustain its own population with its own economy with the Americans that they have, yes, okay, fine. I don't agree with like limiting immigration and all that. I always have said immigration is tied to economics, or economics. Fuck, I don't know why I put the stress on the wrong word. But yeah, immigration is tied to economics. So if you can make an economic argument, a satisfactory economic argument for why we should limit immigration, sure. But at this moment in time, and when we don't know how AI will shift technologies, limiting immigration or like making policies for immigration in for the future, it's like the economy never works out as you predict. It's always going to,
for
the
the
outcomes
near
are going to be
future,
different.
that's for the near future, that's definitely true. So probably like what I'm talking about probably won't happen for a very long time. It probably won't happen for decades and decades and decades, like down the road. To be very clear, like AI is like not anywhere near, of course, like to like where it probably will be, like even 50 years from now. So I don't disagree with you that right now in the present moment, it's like we have an economy that heavily relies upon immigration, and we need we rely upon immigrant labor in order to sustain our economy. But what I'm saying is this reality that has been the case and that will probably continue to be the case for at least the next 10 or 15 years is not going to be, I don't think that this is going to be something that's going to sustain itself forever and ever. I think that this is going to be a trend that I think that you're underselling like how much, like how huge of an impact AI is going to have, and how different AI is in comparison to other technological, how different it is to other types of industrial or technological revolutions that we've had before in the past. Because AI is artificial intelligence. It's the thing that makes AI different, okay, is that it's literally artificially intelligent. It is there
I think
to be able to instantly
you're
process information for you.
And you got to give Maida a chance to get in this as well.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I just took some notes about some things being talked about. Now, when we talk about AI specifically replacing labor and creating competitions, there are certain fields in which are required to be able to have a human element, because it results in certain things like being able to create things
Yep.
that exist outside of what you would call like a standard necessity for AI. A great example of this is like the Chinese developed an AI program all the way back in 2018, which was almost 10 years ago now, that was used for sorting systems that go through their recycling centers to be able to recycle large amounts of plastics to make into products to sell back to other countries out of their trash at extremely cheap prices. But the thing is, you still have like a gainful employment there as a result of the fact that you still need people to be able to move the trash from the places that it's imported to the recycling centers, then to package and distribute the toys as well that are being created, or the products that are being created. And like on the flip side of that, what Zypher was saying, like even when we deal with technological revolutions, generally speaking, this isn't usually anything that comes as sort of like culturally or economically new to the United States, as a result of the fact that the United States often bases its economic models on other countries. A great example was the Rockefeller implementation of economic systems around the oil industry as well as the education sector. And when we have a lot of these things happening, there's a relatively low risk in the United States relative to other countries who are trying these experimental new things that they need for survival, versus the United States, which is implementing them just for the sake of like expansion or for the sake of sustainability.
And I would also like to add again, FQ. I'm trying not to come off as a personal attack. I'm sorry if it does, but I'm trying it not to. People have always said whenever there's a technological advancement or a technological revolution that it is different than it was before. It was going to take more jobs than it was before, and we continue to move on. Yes, in the short term, a generation of people definitely lose their jobs because they're trained in a particular skills which are no longer useful. That is the short-term impact, and I sympathize with them. I wish there were better ways of managing it, and I advocate for those types of policies. But unfortunately, or rather fortunately, humans, the next generation learns new skills which are better for the newer types of jobs that are created. So this fear mongering, quote unquote, about AI, like again, I don't know the answers. I haven't seen into the future, but the same arguments have been given before, and it works out.
Well, let me push back here a little bit. So let's think about like the relationship between, and I'm literally like just looking this up right now. I mean, let's just think about like the relationship historically, like between technological revolutions and between immigration. So when we think about the Industrial Revolution from the late 1800s to the early 1900s, we're thinking about railroads, factories, and mechanized production. And the immigration impact is that led to a massive demand of waves of European immigrants. They were not coming to the United States to go to college or to become university. That's not what they were here to do. They filled industrial, mining, and railroad jobs. So cities grew around tech-driven industries, and the tech-driven industries in those cases had to do with like huge industrial plants, right? And then you think about like post-World War II and the scientific and the Cold War era. The tech change there was like aerospace, nuclear science, and engineering. So as a consequence, the United States recruited scientists and engineers. Immigration policy began favoring skilled migrants. And then now, today, the tech change today is internet, software, AI, and biotech. And that means that the people that like the type of immigrant labor that we rely upon are people who are software engineers, people who graduate with STEM degrees. We have a rise of H-1B visas for like high skill workers. I mean, yes, society adapts and yes, it changes, but this is the type of adaptation that happens. we rely upon new pools and different pools of people to come in and to fill new types of jobs and new types of labor. And these other pools, these other groups that used to be able to work here, they don't any as a consequence of being squeezed out, they don't have these jobs anymore. That's just a fact. People that like have had that used to like work as coal miners for years, those people are I would guess, I would stagger a guess to get that is probably not a good long-term solution as a career, as a coal miner. This is not something that you do like if you have an investment like in the long term. So I don't know. I think that like it is perfectly fair and reasonable to fear monger about AI. I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that because what makes this particularly different is that what's being replaced isn't a person with a pickaxe in a coal mine trying to drag up, like an extra barrel, of fuel up to the upper realm. And we're not talking about somebody who can just think more, somebody who is more well educated, somebody who is more capable of doing this. We're talking about a technological innovation that can do the thinking for you, and in some cases can do the driving for you, can do the picking for you, can do the manufacturing labor for you. And yes, you do need to have people, like you're still going to need people, probably like at least initially, you're still going to need somebody in the truck to make sure that it doesn't crash, right? You're still going to need people, as like Mina put it, to transport the boxes. But the point is, you're not going to need as many of those people. The number of people that you need to actually fill those jobs is going to be fewer. It's going to more than likely, it's going to reduce in some way. And as a consequence of that, it just stands to reason that there is going to be more competition for those jobs. It's going to be harder to get those jobs as a
But you're
consequence
assuming
of
that
there
no more new
being a
jobs will be
bottleneck.
created. You're assuming that
Yeah,
no
but what
more
kinds
new
of
jobs will
but
be
what
created.
types of jobs will be
We
created?
can't
For
foresee.
who?
That's the problem. We can't foresee.
Well, no, and none of this like
That's
we can
how
foresee, but we
that's
can
the
guess.
gray part
You
of
can't
like
guess?
technology and economics. That's the fun
Oh,
part. You
come
have to
on.
figure this stuff out.
Okay, well, figure it out for me then, Zephyr. What do you think happens? What types of jobs do you think will be replaced with AI, and who do you think is going to be hurting and looking for
The
what?
first types of the first types of jobs that will be replaced with AI are things like radiography, things like protein folding, which actually they've already been replaced by AI. They have been replaced by AI for like at least a decade and a half, if not more, right? Things that require repetition, a lot of like having a big data set and a human basically using their memory to assess what's wrong with a certain picture. Those are the first type of job that AI would replace. So, those books that say find the differences between two images that look similar, yeah, those are no longer skills that will be needed. Like pretty much all those jobs are going to get phased out in the next 5 years, almost all of them. And if not, like the only gap between AI and human at that point is having a camera. Once you have a camera and you have an AI trained like data set, they can AI is better than any human at finding differences between two things. So yeah, besides that, really at this point, AI is not really good at a lot of things. Like when you see tweets, when you see videos, when you see images, like, okay, they're getting better, but yeah, like people can very easily tell what's AI or what's not at this point. Like even in terms of text, like you can
Today.
have. Sure. Again, I'm not arguing.
That's true, by the way.
Okay, so there's a question in the chat.
Entirely, anyway.
There's a question in the chat about how long do we think it'll be before AI replaces a significant portion of the workforce?
That's for
it depends what's meant by significant. How long?
Like let's say
it depends on what you like let's say 30% of the workforce. Well, gee, I mean, I would actually need to like sit down and run the numbers on like what that would be. But since we're just shooting the shit here, I mean, I don't know, probably like 50 years. It'll probably take like 50 to 100 years for AI to be sophisticated enough, more than likely to start eating up like the number of jobs where it's actually going to be a significant problem. But I do think that it will be a problem. I just don't think it'll be a problem right this minute or within the next 10 or 15 years.
Really?
And
what do you think, Zephyr?
Yeah, sorry, just before that, I wanted to complete the second part of the previous question, which I just remembered, but I've forgotten to say, is that the types of jobs I've already answered the type of jobs that will be taken from AI in the next sort of 5 to 10 years. The types of jobs that will be created that I can think of in the moment are things like, okay, instead of watching every single part, making sure it's correct, it has no defects. Now your job is to train the AI set to do that, and the training part will still require humans. So instead of like
Yep.
doing the job yourself, learn something like, okay, how can I like tell the AI what is a defective part, and how to measure size and all that stuff. Which again is, I'm not saying it's a small shift. It is a big shift for the people who are already doing such a job, but that is the type of job that will be created in relation to AI. And what will happen in turn is that our productivity will increase because the bottlenecks that the quality inspection, as it's called, will become faster. So you'll be able to produce more parts. So you will need more AI. So you'll need more people to train the AI. And therefore, I think over time, it balances out that the amount of people who lost their jobs to AI, because the productivity increased with AI, now the new jobs that are created balance out.
And yeah, but my response to that is like, think about like, okay, so some of the types of jobs I would guess are going to be replaced are going to be things like, I don't think where there's any disagreement here, like administrative and clerical work. So data entry clerks, basic bookkeeping, payroll, customer service and support. So call center agents, telemarketers, routine analysis jobs, market research assistants, loan underwriters, insurance claims processors, legal support roles. So paralegals,
Are you
it's
reading
going to be
AI?
a bad future for paralegal. I am reading AI. Yes, I am. But I am. No, I'll just be honest. Like I am. I'm not going to pretend like I'm not. However, nevertheless, like I just have to ask you, okay? Like, do you really think that like somebody who's trained or like who has the skill set to be a telemarketer or to, I don't know, to like be like a receptionist or to like be the person that takes the order at McDonald's, like, are these people all going to learn how to train an AI? Because I don't think that they are. I think that
Okay,
a lot of these people that
I
are
have
going
a
to lose their
different answer
jobs
for
are not
those.
of the same are not of the same skill set. Okay,
Right.
these people are
I have
not
a
going to go to
different.
Silicon Valley to become software engineers. Like that's not going to happen for a lot of these people.
Yep, I have a different answer for those. For those types of jobs, number one, you cannot replace human touch and human interaction with AI. Sure, it's a novelty for the first few months or years that lasts, but at least when it comes about, like, I'm just talking about interacting with a human, like a receptionist, you said, like a hotel doorsman. Even like hotel doormen are making a comeback because people are like that more than automated doors. So things like that where you actually need a human touch, I think over, like, yeah, sure, it comes and goes, but over time those types of jobs are going to stay constant. AI will never replace marketing. Okay, a telemarketer, yes, not a marketer, but marketing. The way human brains work, we are attracted to novelty, and AI definitionally is trained on a data set that already exists. AI has very difficult time coming up with novelty, and
Just
there
to be
might be a
clear,
solution to it in the future. Sorry, yeah,
can
go
I
ahead.
ask you about that one thing? Because I don't know if you've
Yep.
seen this or not, but there was recently a controversy involving a commercial that aired at the NBA Finals. I believe it was the NBA Finals, involving a company called Kelshi, which is a betting service that actually used exclusively AI ads for being able to push its services. They actually were so popular, they not only got picked up by the NBA, but the NFL, and even Twitch has now picked up the Kelshi ads as well. So it seems like to some extent people are consistently viewing or at least enjoying these AI ads simply because they offer something different than the traditional ad experience.
Because right now they're the novelty. When the novelty wears off and when they have to come up with new novelty, that's where AI would struggle. Like, AI is not coming up with the concept of the ad. AI is creating the ad, but AI is not thinking about what to show in the ad. That's a human on the other side who knows that this would be something new to show people. This would be something that would capture people's attention. And you can do some of it algorithmically, but even the algorithms have to evolve because people's tastes change.
Sure,
And
and
AI
I don't.
is hard about, like, AI struggles with that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that notion, just to be clear, but I think this does play a little bit into what FairyQueen was talking about, because previously, if you wanted to create an ad like this, you would have to use a CGI effects artist, you would have to use multiple actors, you would have to buy sets, you would have to get a choreographer, a director, you would have to get actors that all have to be involved, versus being able to cut out the middleman to be able to get the advertisement or the sponsorship directly to the person who's supposed to view it without having to put in any of the labor work. Cuts down a lot on a lot of of the entertainment industry. We're even seeing the expansion of AI usage for things like a great example, another controversy that happened recently, Call of Duty Black Ops 7. The developers of the studio admitted that they cut almost $150 million off of their budget by using a program called Tripo 3D to be able to import 2D assets to make 3D models and textures to be able to create the entire map. They used AI scripts to be able to code the game, and they used AI to be able to fix the scripts codes that weren't properly reading or writing any of the scripts that were created by AI. So we're already seeing the huge drawbacks and the effects of AI, specifically in the entertainment field, and I think that's where it'll primarily be for the most part. But this does seem a little bit damning for people who are in specialized fields.
Again,
And
I'm not going to disagree largely, but the parts that I do disagree with is, okay, we are in a period of transition, so there will be some shift. This is my personal opinion, that people are not accepting AI replacing things like actors. Like, people are not taking to that. So I think the studios are trying this thing about replacing all CGI with AI and all that stuff. People said the same thing again when we moved from practical effects to CG effects. Oh, okay, I'm just focusing this on the movie industry because a little bit more knowledgeable about that stuff. But yeah, when we were moving from practical effects to CG effects, that there was an upheaval. Okay, these many people are going to be out of jobs. They make puppets, they make sets, and all of this stuff. And then CGI came in, and then people started liking CGI. People started experimenting. Okay, how big of a scale can we go with CGI? And now people are reverting back to practical effects. They say they like it better in the movies if they have practical effects. So it's it comes and goes, and humans have to evolve. Human skills. That is the best part about humans, is that we can always pick up new skills. While yes, learning new abilities does get weaker with age, but at any age, humans have the capability of learning new skills to a certain degree.
Sure.
And that
I appreciate.
will continue. So
Go ahead, FairyQueen.
so I'm not as doomer pilled on AI as everyone else.
I think that there is good reason to be doomer pilled on AI. And so first of all, let's talk about the human element. I don't disagree that there are going to be some jobs that absolutely require a human element, and I don't think people will be comfortable replacing them with AI. So doctors are an example of this, teachers are an example of this, nannies, priests, therapists. I don't think online therapy is something that's extraordinarily popular, even though people have tried making even better help, right? That's still a person at the other end of the line. So I will grant you that there are going to be some jobs where having a human being present is actually important to people. But a lot of these jobs, like being a receptionist, okay, I think I could do without the human element of the person taking my order at McDonald's, for example.
Yep.
Okay, I actually think that my overall user experience would be improved if that was
I don't
just
think
a bot
that taking an order at
right?
McDonald's is a human touch thing in that sense.
But a lot of these types of jobs, these types of jobs that I've mentioned, like being a telemarketer or working as a receptionist, it is pretty much you taking an order from McDonald's. And a lot of jobs, I think that a lot of these types of jobs, the human element is not a positive. I actually think it's a negative. It's a negative that you have to talk to a person. It actually might be better in a way for you to talk to a bot. Easier, cheaper as well. So I don't think that all of these people can just go, and I don't think that new jobs are. I think it's. Oh
No, sorry. Go ahead.
oh, what's this?
Yeah, don't.
I'm sorry.
Don't even pay
Yeah,
attention.
I think it's just too pat to say that people have always learned new skills and people have learned before. I mean, think about a few years ago, when people were saying, and I'm not sure if people have stopped saying this, everybody needs to learn how to code, and we need to really focus on STEM in schools because we need to teach people how to code to be up to date. The reality is that there are going to be a lot of people. It doesn't matter what you say to them; they're not going to code. You are not going to get the people that have the people that used to work as paralegals, for instance. What are those people where are all of these people going to go? What are all of these people going to do? I mean, yes, presumably they'll find jobs, right? Here's the other question too about AI and fulfilling a lot of these roles. If ultimately the only reason why I'm talking to you is because you're a person and not because you're doing all of these different tasks, should I pay you the same rate as I did before you had an AI basically doing everything for you? Like, isn't there a danger, like with AI, like even like with its impact upon like white collar jobs or other types of jobs, that even if there are people that still work or still within those roles in some way, if basically what you're really doing is working as a facilitator, doesn't that justify the customer paying you less money? Doesn't that ultimately mean that like you deserve less of a wage because you're doing less stuff? Like, why do I need, like, if I, for instance, like they're already doing this, like in like hospitals. I think there are machines that can perform surgery on a person. If I can automate a machine to perform a perfect, open heart surgery and to sew and stitch you up every single time, and the only reason why I'm paying the doctor is because the doctor is there to make sure that the machine doesn't explode and that I, have the proper amount of anesthesia and that I'm well taken care of afterwards. I'm basically paying you to be a facilitator of my health, not to cut me open and to, pump my aorta. Why should I pay you the same amount? Like, what justifies you getting $200,000 a year? Why can't I just pay you? Why shouldn't I pay you less? You know? I mean, that's a question I haven't heard people talk about as well. Like, whether or not, like, even if, like, it's true that it only supplements your job, isn't there a danger that it might result in, like, you being paid less at that job?
I'm all for reducing corporate profits either through taxation or through through pricing less through like regular means. I'm all for it.
I want Lethe to have increased taxes, though. He needs more taxes.
Well, that brings
Let's
up the
tell Lethe.
question as well, right? Like, if we,
Go ahead.
hey, yeah. So if we put what I guess you would call a progressive tax on people who use automation instead of labored workers, wouldn't there be a like tipping point where there would be certain businesses, corporations, etc., where they would be harmed by having a larger percentage automated workers than laborers, and they would be forced to hire laborers just to fill job positions regardless of the actual labor being done? And like subsequently, wouldn't high-end AI programmers and high-end AI producers for certain things always be able to outpace the taxes that are being created unless you implement a non-progressive tax and do a linear tax on them to be able to to counteract the ability for them to be able to run entirely off of AI?
If that's to me, I'm just gonna say that this is like a policy question. This is what smart policying is, what smart politics is to keep up with the demands of the industry, to make changes appropriate, and how you manage economic and incentivizations versus incentives versus growth of technology and things like that. So yeah, that's like a policy question.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
you
It
have
is
to
a
need to look at
policy.
good
Yeah,
leaders who are aware of this stuff to be able to keep up
certainly.
with rapid changes in technology.
So No Count
Yeah,
Mike brings up a
absolutely.
really important point. The idea that AI is using the power and resources needed to run the data centers and everything else, using up massive resources and driving up people's utility costs.
Oh, that's
That's
true.
I mean, yeah, but usually the costs are covered by the people. So there are usually multiple individual, like either networkers or there are grids that exist specifically to sustain AI farms because they consume such large amounts of power. The people, like it's a sort of top down structure, right? At the top, you have like the state in which controls like certain power facilities, certain things like that. And then below that, you have your large companies and corporations, which control specific areas of specific grids. Then the AI farms and all of that other stuff takes on a certain level of responsibility for that. As a result, they usually end up building solar farms to create more sustainable energy usage during certain times of day to keep more of the heavy usage times off the grids. And it kind of is a problem that has actually already sort of solved itself, believe it or not.
Well, has the water solved itself? Because I mean, we have a finite resource in water, and the data
So
centers especially use
here's
up
the
tons of
ugly
it.
truth. Here's the ugly truth, Lethe. Those AI data centers, it's becoming an issue now, and obviously they're going to consume more energy. Cloud farms are really bad at that as well, and nobody brought it up when we were making cloud farms. They have their separate sort of power stations in case the main sort of power plant goes down. They have to run their own power plants, and usually they're coal or diesel based. Like this has been going on for more than a decade. So Again, environment concerns are real, yes, but I think that's like I don't want to make it sound, I don't want to downplay it, but I do think it is one of the more easier solutions, either just to improve technology, either through regulations, forcing these companies to install proper water filtration systems or limit their usage and whatnot, or like high bills above a certain point, anything like that. Or yeah, just like looking at history, like we've been doing all this stuff for a long time, running data farms, server farms, whatever you like to call them, even fucking call centers. Like they have had to have like a huge portion of infrastructure dedicated to them because they make so many calls a day and things like that. So all this stuff is not unique to AI. A lot of stuff that we just take for granted uses huge amounts of infrastructure and environmental resources to keep up.
You just need a cell phone for a call center. Lethe does it all the time. He does late night calls. What's up, Lethe? Hey, Lethe, how you
I'm
been,
going
buddy?
to drain the Rio Grande just because of you to make sure the data centers
Listen.
all work.
How you been, Lethe?
Surviving.
Sorry to derail the conversation. I just wanted to jump in. Yeah, I don't know. You are
Vince
talking about what,
Wilson,
like,
it's all
I'm a
good.
little. What, just you always talking about, like, AI and, like, the resources it drains?
We're talking about a lot
I
of
think
things.
we're just kind of spreading the shit. Yeah.
I kind of came in here because there was a topic that I was interested in, but it turns out that was a derailment from the original topic. We've derailed from that derailment, and now we're on another derailment. So
Yes. We could just watch Andrew Tate and react as a group. That would be fun. What do you think, Kai?
If everybody's down to finish this up, we can go ahead and do that.
You haven't finished this, bro? You started this like 4 hours ago. How long is
Yeah.
the actual
Do you
video?
understand how that
It's
works?
a
32 minutes.
stream going on. Enjoy it, Doghouse.
Hey, don't call me Doghouse. It's Vince Wilson.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Vince
Dog
Wilson?
Wilson.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson.
I'm no longer the Doghouse
And
Show.
that
Leave me
is
alone,
why
okay?
they are
That's an
pushing
old
feminism.
name, all right? It
That
has a
is
bad
why-
implication. I have PTSD from it, all right?
Watch the video.
Talking
I
against
gotta listen to
feminism
this
gets you
guy.
in so much trouble because it is a weapon that is being used en masse to destroy Western society. And any woman who listens to this and thinks that that makes me anti-woman doesn't understand my message. Because what I'm saying
Yo, why
is,
does he kind of look like you?
we, as being, you all know
kicking
this
him.
better than me. Patrick, how many times have you heard people say, I want to start my own business so I can choose my own hours?
All the
All
time.
these guys.
All the time.
All these guys. Being the boss sucks.
24/7.
People who aren't the boss, they go, oh, I want to be the boss because it's easy. That's
Lizzie,
why they'll
do you
never
have,
be the boss.
like, those kinds
when you're
of
the boss,
glasses?
you're more stressed, you have more problems, you have more to deal with. When a man
Oh,
says, I want to run
Lizzie,
this
rip the
household,
glasses
women have
off,
been
bro.
convinced to believe that means he wants to oppress her, when it's actually very much the opposite. He's saying, I want to take away all of the problems so you can focus on being the light in my life. There's a poem, and I don't know it exactly, but you'll have to Google it up. It's a beautiful poem. I think it was by a warlord. He's an Islamic warlord.
What?
Or maybe a couple hundred years ago. He said,
Beautiful
"Stress
poem
is
by an
mine,
Islamic
pain
warlord.
is mine, war is mine, but you are mine."
War is mine.
That is the
Pain is
point of life.
mine. But you're my wife, okay?
So is anybody buying the idea that keeping a woman underfoot and in the house is removing any sorts of worries or cares from her?
It'd be easier to swallow if it wasn't coming from a wife beater or a woman beater, right? Like,
Yep.
because we know where
That
it
is
goes, right? Like, if you want to take on the responsibility, then you need something to like take your stress out as well.
Well, I'm looking at this from like the slavery standpoint. The idea that, you know, hey, the master takes care of everything. You have food, you have a place to sleep, you have everything you need, but you're going to sit here and work for me. You're going to do all this stuff. But then once I'm no longer here, you have no means of taking care of yourself.
That's the kind of formula that they do factor that in. It's not that they
Well,
don't.
yeah, it's like it's simultaneously using a savior complex from one side and then a reliance complex from the other. It's simultaneously creating, you could argue it's creating additional strain on the male counterpart of a relationship while also making the female side completely dependent on the male side. It's
And sorry, go ahead.
oh yeah, I was about to say it's really weird and complex, but it's also the major reason I don't date women. So
FQ?
I think like
What I want to hear from FQ.
okay, a serious point now. Like, think from the point of view of the man in that
Well, that
situation.
goes.
Fuck, everything. Like, I don't think my point would land, so I don't know if I should say it or not. Okay. Think about from the point of view of man. You have a person who is completely capable of helping you out, right? Of like you're going through a stressful time at work or something, and they're completely capable of helping you out through guiding you through that emotion, through spending time with you, whatnot, or like maybe taking on some of the economic responsibility themselves, and they just choose not to do it. And as a male, you're not like, oh well, this is the norm. It can on some level become frustrating that why isn't this person who's fully capable of doing something, why can't this person help me? Like, you're straining the relationship from that point of view. You're straining the relationship from just responsibility, like distribution of responsibilities and economics and all of that point of view. Like, it's just such a bad idea. I genuinely don't know. Like, obviously these people have never been in relationships, otherwise they would never say such bullshit. But yeah, we're taking fucking dating advice from people who have never been in a relationship, and the things that they call relationships are them abusing women, like you literally running sex
Facts.
scandals or beating women and shit like that. And we're supposed to take advice from them about running a household.
FairyQueen.
Yeah.
Um, I just don't know any woman who says these things. I hear like a lot of like really far right men say it's like women have been oppressed into thinking that being a stay-at-home mom and taking care of kids is so abusive and terrible while your husband goes out and work and like brings home the bacon. I've never met this woman who thinks that that is a terrible, abusive, oppressive dynamic. I've never met anybody that, not in real life, not even here within these circles, have I ever met anybody who has ever said that. What the
I could
only
introduce
thing
you
that
to
like
one.
women you typically the only thing I've ever heard like women say usually is they'll say that they want to be able to have the choice to work, or they think it's important for you to be able to work, to have a career, to be able to have a career, to have a college educated, to have the ability to provide. But no, but I've never met anybody who actually thinks it's inherently oppressive to simply be a stay-at-home mom. As long as the thing that makes it bad is if you have no choice but to be a stay-at-home mom. It's if you can't choose to work because you have no skill, you're not able to work a stay-at-home mom because you can't make money for yourself, and that means that you're entirely and solely dependent and at the mercy and whim of whatever your husband does. But there are lots of people, very liberal left-leaning women, who, I'm sorry, but fit entirely within this. They're stay-at-home moms, they take care of kids, they don't work, or if they do work, they work as like a substitute teacher or as a small part-time job that supplements the household income but doesn't completely replace it. I think that is, I've met a lot of women that are like that. And there are lots of women who also work as like two-parent income households, and I think, and that's fine. But I don't think those women think that this arrangement is inherently abusive either, to be perfectly frank.
So what you're saying is women want the illusion of choice. Just let me think I can do this thing, but I really just want to do this.
Women want, no, it's not the illusion of choice. Like, you want to know what makes it
Come on,
an
Leafy.
illusion is if you can't apply for the job. If you couldn't get the job, then it's an illusion. But if you can get the job, but you're just choosing not to because you don't want to, well, then it's a choice, right?
But what if the job that you're applying for is to be a stay-at-home mom? In Andrew Tate's world, that's what he wants. He wants. Well, actually, no. He was just
Okay,
supposed to
well,
take. That's a little bit
He
different.
doesn't want a mom. He would probably force his like wife or what do pimps call their prostitutes?
Hose.
Their hoes. He would force his hoes to get abortions. Like, he will never let them be moms at all.
He said,
also, he
"Oh,
doesn't live this life, right? Like, all of
like you
his
say,
like
lot lizards
wives or like
too."
the mothers of his children like all work for him, right? Like, they all make him money. Like, he doesn't live this life. Like, I mean,
I
which is
think the
obvious to
advice.
say, but
I think the advice though to like you, first of all, it should always be a choice about the woman. But like, just from a financial perspective, for the average person who's probably going to make between $80,000 to $100,000 a year, because not everybody's an exceptional, person to make more than that. like you might make 200 if like you're a freaking CFO, but let's be real, by the time you reach that like top career potential, it's like what, you 40 something years old. So like for the average person in the audience that he's talking to, they're probably early 20s. They're probably at best making like 80 to $100,000 at best, right? And so if you take that in consideration, the advice you should be giving somebody at that age who's looking for a partner is somebody who would be able to like combine your financial situation. Like if the woman wants to stay home, by all means, like you shouldn't force your partner to do something. It should be like an agreement between each other. But like just from a financial perspective, it would be like super beneficial if both people were actually working, especially in this
Well,
economy that we have right now.
that's the reality, and that's why I use the slave analogy. But you can also say, like, when women were allowed to be in the workplace, all of a sudden the economy blows up. That's the argument of, if you remove all these people from the workforce, all of a sudden the economy shrinks. But then the argument that comes from the juxtapose is that if there are fewer people in the economy, no women or immigrants or whatever, that wages will rise because of a demand in work. But that's not necessarily true either, because automation has removed that particular avenue. So I don't know what anybody wants.
Well, you still have the thing is you might like, you're still going to have the same demand, right? Like ideally, like just because a person, whether it's a man or a woman, is taken out of the workforce, they're still participating in the economy, right? They're still buying goods. Like there's still a demand there for that, which means that if there's a increase in demand, then there's still going to have to be somebody to like, there's going to be a strain on that company to have to provide for that service as well. So they're going to need more people to help provide that service. It's just like, just because you take somebody out and make them unemployed doesn't mean that they stop participating in the economy. It just means that they are no longer like a cog in the machine. You know, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's just late, but you know.
Yeah, and
I mean,
jobs related to like raising kids are never going away. Like a daycare center. Yeah,
But
now when I say it,
Don't
I feel like
invoke the
somebody's gonna bring
daycare
up
center of
Minnesota.
Minnesota. I swear to God, Zephyr.
Fucking hell. But yeah, those types of jobs are never going away. Those are like if there was one job that is the most secure for like literally eternity, it's those jobs.
not
It's
So
necessarily. A
stay
not
at
the
lot of
home
best
mom.
time to mention daycare centers, Zephyr. I just want to say.
I know,
no,
I don't know
nope,
why.
nope.
Like,
Mida, go
I don't
ahead.
know why.
Mida, go ahead.
As soon as I said it, I was like, "Fuck! Why did I say it?"
I mean, there's an argument here as to why this might still be a job position that's in threat, though. Like, we have a lot of parenting nowadays is literally just putting a kid in front of a screen for 14 hours a day and just almost completely ignoring them other than their needs for like food and water. This is like what is the standard parenting procedure as of the last almost 20 years now. And then on top of that, like, what happens when we don't even like necessarily need like moms anymore, right? What if we have just typical like in vitro fertilization and artificial wombs and we're cranking out babies out of machines? Like we have the capacity to be able to do shit like this already to some extent. Like it's entirely possible that this is just like natural births are a thing of the past.
Maida, can I ask you? Because like I'm
You're
genuinely like
talking about
I'm
like
not.
fucking
I
Krypton
promise I'm
technology,
not doing
dude.
like debate bro shit. But Maida, do you have kids? Like genuinely curious.
I, I fuck dudes.
Oh,
Where would
okay.
the kids come
I
from?
didn't. I forgot about this. Listen. It is 2026, sir. So I don't assume anything. Okay. Fuck.
That
So,
was the
anyways,
best comment of the night.
that was fucking hilarious. So, listen, I'll tell you, as somebody who like has two kids, all right, it is so much easier when you don't have kids to be like, I'm not gonna do this, I'm not gonna do this, but then when you have like your kid sitting there going, I want nuggets, and then when you put him down for bed, the first thing he does when you put him down to bed, I want juice, like listen, it is so much like, and then of course the world is spinning. Listen, I would agree. I would love to not put a screen in front of my children, and we try to limit our children to screen time as much as possible. But I promise you, it is so much easier when you don't have kids to be like, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this until they're sitting there. Lethy, you have kids, right? No,
I have one.
you have kids. Yeah. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm sure Lethy did the same thing when he was like, when I have kids, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to give them this. And then I have tried giving my kid like 100 different things to eat, and he is 100% a chicken nugget kid. Like, I swear to God, I've given this kid like mashed potatoes. He'll like just spit it out. Like, literally go to the trash can and spit it out. And I'm like,
The trick
bro,
is
you
never
gotta
to give
try
them chicken
something.
nuggets, so they don't know what they taste like.
There it is.
No, what? What?
Just don't give them just don't give them sugar
Tell
or
them that chicken
MSG
nuggets are
ever.
made out of their favorite animal.
So
Probably
we've tried
are.
we've
Oh,
tried
no.
every tactic in the book. We'll be like, we've even gotten like away from the dino nuggies into like the this is gonna sound funny as hell. We started to get like the popcorn chicken ones, and we call them pterodactyl heads, so that he like so he like thinks it's I don't know, it's just something about when you have kids, it's so much more different than what you thought it was ever gonna be. Like, and it's a lot of parenting, I would say, is 90% of like firing from the hip. It's like, okay, we got this new thing going on. What can we do to satisfy this? And there's a lot of times, like especially if you're in like a restaurant, holy hell, it is like you're not going to be
And
able
by
to
the
eat.
way, I want to add to Doghouse's point is that even when like we did not have iPads and stuff, like I grew up at a time when we did not have iPads. We had like those phones with like actual numbers at the bottom and shit like that. So there really, besides Snake, there wasn't any sort of entertainment for a kid. So parents still used to give the responsibility away to like maids and stuff if they could afford it,
Well, I
right?
don't know
Like
about maids. Listen, okay, listen. I don't know
if
what
they
kind
could
of
afford it,
privilege
I
they
you were
know
could
living
your
under.
afford it.
family had slaves, Mr.
How-
Wilson. It's
Zephyr,
fine.
Zephyr's like, man, I had maids. What the fuck? I didn't have
But
maids. I had
if the family
daycares
could
and
afford it, they
the
gave the
yellow school
responsibility
bus.
away to
Okay.
this. If the families could afford it, they basically give their kid away to this random stranger who would take care of the kid. Spend like out of 24 hours a day, they would be with the kid for like at least 15 of those, and then the
Well, that's
parents are
called
basically there
daycares. To be
to.
clear, that does still exist. It's called daycare. But
They were worse than daycare. It's 15 hours a day, dude.
Oh,
listen, so
playing the video. I'm
So
gonna play
let's
the
not
video.
act like
all right,
parents have
please
always ran
let's
away
get
from
away from the
responsibility.
quality layering center and let's get to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to do it because Zephyr
Okay.
keeps talking about daycares. I don't. Zephyr, why are you so concerned about daycares,
Dude,
sir?
I said
Nobody's
it
concerned
once. I
about
said it once.
daycares. No one cares about daycares. Playing a video.
All
Someone
right.
say
As a man.
Minnesota?
So when we come along and say, I want to run the household, and by extension the town, by extension society, it's not to oppress you. It's not to be mean to you. It's to actually protect you. And I've had these conversations with people when I talked earlier about the 1950s and
Gaslighting.
people getting married. And women come and go, yeah, but what if he beats her? Yeah, of course some men are pieces of shit. Of course there are some
Like
dickhead
him.
men. Of course, 3% of
Like
men
him.
in 1958 were probably abusive and alcoholics and retards.
Like him.
Because
I
people
was saying, this
suck.
man
Like
drinking
him.
But
alcohol
by
as
and
he's doing the
large,
interview.
By and large,
You can't drink
the men
alcohol and not be
I've
an
met, at
alcoholic.
least in my personal life, it's just kind of crazy. Like, first of all, like, I actually would be curious to know like what the actual rates. I'm just going to go to our trusty AI, haha, and see what they are. Rates of domestic violence. Let's do 2025 since it's January in the United States. What are they?
They're probably
I'd
higher
be
under Trump.
curious.
And then take it back to the
Trump.
1950s.
Yeah, Trump probably is like totally invoked a few domestic violence incidents. I'm sure there's a spike in there. Definitely, MAGA feels emboldened. I'm sure they take out their rage and frustration of liberals on their wives. I'm sure it happens.
About 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men, circa 2025, according to this, experience severe intimate partner physical violence, sexual violence, or stalking with high impact. Broader lifetime prevalence is often estimated at 41% of women and 26% of men having experienced contact sexual violence, physical violence, and or stalking by an intimate partner. So, like, what is this 3% number that he's talking about? What would that, I guess he's saying like that's different from the 1950s. Okay, compared to the 1950s.
Thank you.
Tell us, ChatGPT, what would it have been in the 1950s?
3%, like
been
you
like
just said.
12%.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty high.
Let's
No, he
see.
said 3%. Why don't you guys believe him? You don't guys
This is
believe
Andrew
Top
Tate.
G?
Never believed
Okay.
that.
You guys don't believe Cobra Top G
All right.
Tate?
Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is interesting. So domestic violence in the 1950s, historical context. So according to ChatGPT, perhaps it's wrong, but this is what it says. There are no reliable national statistics from the
Oh,
1950s like those available today. Systematic measurements simply didn't exist. Most research and surveys of domestic violence prevalence were done after the 1970s, with few exceptions. Domestic violence, what historians and sociologists say, they say that it was widespread in the 50s, but largely hidden due to strong cultural norms treating it as a private family matter. Estimates from period sources and later reports are from a 1958 Women's Bureau study suggested that over 1 million married women were physically abused each year, but many incidents were not reported or recorded. Reporting was extremely low. Possibly only 4 to 10% of cases were documented because law enforcement seldom intervened and victims feared social stigma. So the
Damn.
truth is that nobody, at least according to ChatGPT, anybody that says that like stats on the 1950s show a difference, like isn't telling the truth because there was no
and
data
we just
really
know it
available.
was
And again,
worse.
It's
to
also
to add to
important.
Sean
that,
Connery lets us know it was worse.
It's also
Yeah.
important to note, though, too, like in the 1950s, you're talking about people like typically men that are coming back from World War II, right? Like, so that was,
Yeah.
I mean, you got men that are dealing with PTSD and everything else. You'd be hard pressed to say that there was, I'd be willing to bet it was probably damn near 80 or 90%, like of all relationships dealt with some kind of a domestic violence in that time period. Like, maybe it's being a little hyperbolic, but I would feel like it was pretty high. Whether it is due to PTSD and or social norms, I definitely think there was. And of course, don't forget, 1950 also saw the Korean War. I think it was.
White says you're
So
wrong. World War
True.
II ended long before that. 5 years before
it,
that.
it ended 5 years. Oh my God, are we going to play this game of 5 years? You think
Yes, we
5 years?
absolutely are going to play
We
this
have
game of 5 years.
No, we have
Oh,
men
come on.
still to this day that are dealing with PTSD from the Afghanistan war. We're not going to do this fucking 5 year bullshit, okay? It's late at night, and my patience is zero, okay? 0 years, 0 minutes, okay? And if anybody in chat calls me dog fucker, I swear to God,
Oh, it already happened.
fuck.
So back to the video.
Most men were just trying to pay the bills and raise their kids, by and large. So we live in this really complicated society now. Everything is really messed up. And if you were to ask me, because I've already gone too far to go back now, what's the number one problem we have to fix in the West? It's not the Jews. It's not even the capitalism. It's none of these stupid reasons people are coming up with. The number one problem we have to fix in the West is feminism. We need men
It's
and women
women.
on the same level playing field,
Ah,
understanding each other, not one above the other,
see?
doing different roles, complementary, working together, creating families, and everything will fix itself. You don't have time to tweet
So
anti-Semitic all day when you have fuck.
Why does he keep bringing
okay,
up the Jews?
I'm going to tell you why. I think this is my
You're just
take on
asking
why he's
questions.
talking. Well, this is my take, okay? This is what I think is happening, okay?
Here
I
we go.
kind of mentioned this at the beginning with Leafy at the very beginning with the aesthetics. I think that like the MAGA gold, Bugatti, the cigars, all that stuff is going to go out of style. We're already starting to see it with clavicular. I think like in about 5 years, dark woke is going to probably be more of a thing. By the time Trump's presidency ends, the MAGA moment that's day in the sun it will look cringe, it will look bad, it will not be fashionable or in style. It won't even look edgy anymore. It can't be edgy like when you're in charge. So here's what I think is going to happen. Because of that, I'm not saying that misogyny is ever going to go out of style, but I also think that these red pill podcasts are going to lose their day in the sun. I think that they're only sure they're going to be around forever. It's not like they're ever going to go away exactly, but I don't think they're going to be as popular. So podcasts like the Fresh and Fit, the Whatever podcast, even Andrew Tate's, success here on like multiple different platforms, people are going to get bored of that. And a lot of right-wing influencers have noticed, okay, they've tried to take basically the same method that I think Andrew Tate and other people of the Awk right did. So people who a lot of people noticed that there were a bunch of disgruntled young men who couldn't get girlfriends, and they tried to convert them to Islam. And the same thing happened. And that is basically what Andrew Wilson's strategy has been. The reason why he goes onto those
I'm not
podcasts is
related, I
because
swear.
he's trying to convert these young men into becoming Christian nationalists. So all of the people that used to be donating to the whatever podcast or used to like watch Fresh and Fit all the time, I just bet you that those people have shifted on, are already beginning to shift, and they are going to shift over to Christianity, Christian nationalism, watching Nick Fuentes. They are going to move on from ranting about OnlyFans to ranting about like ranting like racist and anti-Semitic arguments. In other words, Nick Fuentes is Andrew Tate's competition. They are competing for the same share of audience. They are competing for that particular group of people's money and for their attention. And so the reason I think like why Andrew Tate is up here saying it's not the Jews, it's the women. I don't think he's doing that because like he's actually, not anti-Semitic. I don't think it's because of any, morally or intellectually pure reason. He is trying to court his audience back into the playing field. That's, I think, what's really going on here. I think this is not a political or a debate move. This is a business move. I think that's what this is, because I think that like when you go over to Christian nationalism or when you go over, it's not that like you can't see. First of all, they're saying everything that these people on the Red Pill podcast are saying. Okay. You're not everything, right? Like you're going to see more, but there's more there's more of a benefit, frankly, for meeting women and for trying to get laid, being a Christian nationalist than there is watching these people. Because when you're watching like Andrew Tate or when you're watching Myron Gaines or any of the, or I don't know, Brian, from the whatever podcast, you're dumping money, dunking on people from OnlyFans. But when you watch somebody like Andrew Wilson or when you watch somebody like Nick Fuentes, sure, you're going to be creepy and weird and you're going to buy into a lot of racist arguments, but you also might go to church. And if you go to church, you might meet somebody there. It seems like there are more opportunities for you to actually meet somebody in person. And there at least seems to be the hope that that you might be able to have a family and to get out. That seems to be something that's more enabled. And it's also a reason why you probably are more likely to stay there, right? Because let's face it, like when you look at these guys, when they come on screen with their cars, with their whiskey, with their sunglasses inside, which makes them look like he's hungover, right? Like this is a teenage boy's aesthetic. This is the type of thing that kids, when they're like 16 or 17 or even 15 or 14, are into, right? They like the big cars, they like the big cigars, they like the fact that they're surrounded with beautiful women. Like, this is something you're supposed to grow out of, like when you hit 30. So
30. Shit, I say 25.
I stopped liking beautiful women when I was in my teens.
Oh, good for you.
So there's a question from the chat to FairyQueen. Who is Clavicular competing with?
Who's he competing with? Well, who? Clavicular? You don't know who Clavicular is? I think Mita. Is that your name, by the way? Your name says Joseph here. Like, your name is Mita, though?
I go by Mida, yeah.
But,
Mida, I'm sorry.
I
was paying homage to,
he
to
really
our
likes
buddy Joe.
Kung Fu Joe.
He might have been irrelevant.
Who is Clavicular competing against? I think he's competing against Sneeko, to be honest.
Definitely Sneeko.
I think that those two, doesn't it make sense, right? Like, they both kind of are young guys. They aren't really political commentators, even though they're kind of adjacent to it. The appeal of watching these two people is that they talk about relationships and women, and they're relatively inexperienced. They're fairly good looking, both of them. They talk about and they surround themselves with like hot, crazy girls. And they're on Kick, I believe. I'm actually not sure if Sneako's on Kick, but I think he is.
He was last I saw.
Yeah, like that's who these people are, right? They're two young guys that are young guy version of the Red Pill, right? But I think, as people have already stated, like, one, I watched Sneeko recently. There is this divide, like the Sneeko versus Andrew Tate divide is not insignificant. Sneeko has pushed back upon these people multiple times, and he is ultimately the more religious person, I think. in compared to almost everybody else there. In fact, maybe compared to everyone else present. So I think that
that Sneeko is probably going to grow up and change, hopefully. But I don't know. I think clavicular. I think like a lot of people think that he's going to become trans. Like I've heard that.
What?
I've heard a lot of people saying that like he's going to transition. That's going to be interesting to see if that actually happens. But yeah. Can everybody hear me okay, by the way? I don't know.
Yeah, even better. All of a sudden, like your
You can hear me okay?
audio got even
Yep.
better.
Yep.
Okay, you
It
can't
sounds
hear
real
me.
good.
I can.
Hey, Lethe, before I get off, what were you talking about with TikTok?
Hop in and then hop out. Sorry, I've
What
been having tech
is-
issues all day. One sec.
Did
I'll
I
be right
hear
back.
something? I heard something really irritating for a moment, but I was gonna ignore it.
What, TikTok?
Oh, I'm so kicking you out of the call in a second.
What's wrong with TikTok?
You.
No.
Yeah, your audio
TikTok
got
debates
better.
are amazing, bro.
FairyQueen,
Okay.
because you were breaking
Yeah,
up
because
for a
he started
while,
using
and then you got
TikTok.
clear.
Listen, I get into some wild debates on TikTok,
Alright.
all right?
I don't believe you. So back to the video.
Fucking kid.
Nah,
You don't
you don't
have time.
understand, okay?
You don't have time. That is why we see these fires popping up everywhere. And we're trying to put them out. But you have millions of young men with nothing else to do.
Oh.
What do you expect besides fires?
It's so important. Like,
You
if
know-
you want a society to get safe,
Okay, pause.
have a community.
It's so weird that they're actually pretty good at identifying some of the problems.
No, that's what
Like,
I've been
I'm-
saying. They are very good at saying what the
But
problem
their
is, but the
solutions are
prescription is horrible.
the solutions are so R-worded. I don't want to say it on stream.
Okay, I
in case,
swear I'm
but,
not ignoring everyone. I just literally can't hear anything right now.
What
Let me
happened?
see if I can fix it.
She
Vince
said
Wilson
she had
left.
something to sort, and then she dropped.
Oh no.
Back
Vince
in.
Wilson has been defeated by a jar and left the chat.
You kicked them, didn't you?
So, back to this grift.
Of people that have a lot to lose.
Bingo.
If you want a society to be reckless and dangerous, high crime, people taking advantage of each other, have a society of a bunch of people who have nothing to lose.
Bingo.
Nothing to lose. You go out with people, you're having dinner. If everybody in that community has a lot to lose, you're safe. People are going to make good decisions. You go to a place with a bunch of people that have nothing to lose. Anything can happen. When you wake up in the morning, you're thinking about, like yesterday I go to the game and I got Dylan with me. It's just Dylan and I. Tico's not a football guy, so I take him there. We're sitting watching a game, and we're going.
How is he the worst part of his own show?
It's all about you have to. If he wasn't with me and I'm by myself, I'm going to.
Aren't they
the
like?
game yesterday.
That's actually pretty a
But
lot of shows,
everything
a lot of podcasts.
okay,
That's why they always
what's
have to
you
have
need?
guests
What do
on.
I need to do? Be responsible here. Think about this here because you got something to lose.
Oh yeah.
Just like you, Lethe.
The worst thing about discussing these things is when you
I'm
realize
joking.
how they all interlink and how they all compound. It's kind of like having health problems is worse when you're broke. Like being broke and then getting sick. They double, they compound. It's the world's worst synergy. You know what the saddest thing about Irina getting stabbed in the neck on that bus was? And I tweeted this. And of course, everyone hates me on Twitter because I tell too much truth. But this is the thing. I said, you know what's sad about this?
FairyQueen.
We have a young, beautiful Ukrainian girl who, instead of coming here and getting a rich sugar daddy, instead of being a whore, instead
Hey,
of doing
can you guys hear me
OnlyFans,
when I
she
talk?
decided
Yeah, I
to
hear you
work
just
in a
fine.
pizza parlor.
Am I
She
audible?
tried to be honest. She tried to do the right thing, and she caught a knife in the neck. So now we talk about
Okay,
society
perfect.
degrading.
All right,
because men
guys,
can't
I'm so
find women.
sorry.
Well,
I
now
cannot
society-
hear anything anyone is saying right now, and I don't really know why. I'm so sorry. I've been having technical difficulties all day. But hey, it was really, really fun talking to everybody again. I've really missed being here and debating everybody. It was good to see you, Zephyr. Thank you so much, Lethe, for having me on.
Same.
I really enjoyed watching this. I enjoyed debating it with you guys and talking to you guys and hearing your thoughts about it. It was really fun. And Maida, it was really nice to meet you, dude. It was good to see you. Good to meet you guys. Good to meet you, Maida. Good to see you, Kai, and you, Zephyr. And I hope you guys have a good day, okay? Thank you, guys. Sorry I can't stick around, but the audio is broken. I can't hear a thing. So you guys have a good one, okay? Thank you, guys.
Peace.
Have a good one.
All right.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Oh, I think it was when she changed her audio feed to whatever. I think that fucked up with her input as well.
Terrible.
But like, how do I tell her about that? Because she can't hear me. So, like, I won't even try. But
Also true. Wait, no
Yeah.
one is talking? We're all talking. Why does?
oh no, I think he's talking to FairyQueen. Like, no one is talking. You're not missing.
Oh, fair enough.
But she's already left.
But yeah, no, that was good. I think we got through most of like what I was trying to get through with FQ. Like it was exactly what you said, Zephyr. It was the whole idea that they have a great understanding of what the problems are. They can point them out. They can point out what they're not. But then when they get to the actual prescription, when it comes for this problem, it's always to whatever's at their advantage, and it's pretty
And
disgusting.
that is also it. Also, like, delves into the political that a lot of like the Democratic Party has had this issue for the past decade is that they're not even identifying the problem. To a certain degree, they're talking about abstractions or what would seem as abstraction to a regular person. They're not talking about like people's day-to-day issues, not dining table issues. They're talking about, well, what do we do about this particular clause and this particular regulation and shit like that, which is, it needs to be done. I'm not saying it does not need to be done, but yeah, you're going to lose out on the dining table issues and the day-to-day that at least the right wing is identifying those issues. So the people are going to choose between someone who's not even talking about something and someone who is talking about it, just giving the wrong answers. People tend to go to the person who's talking about it.
See, this loops back into something that I've always said. I've always said this, and it's always pissed off the people on the left and the people on the right when I'm honest about this. But I always say that Democrats have a winning ideology and a failing strategy, while Republicans have a winning strategy and a failing ideology.
Based.
Couldn't have put it better.
Preach.
Yeah, pretty much a lot of the solutions that have come from the MAGA crew, they sound good on paper, but they're not realistic. And it seems like it's addressing people's issues, but it's really not. It's all lip service. And then in the end, everybody ends up worse off. Whereas I think Democrat policies will get us like some form of regulation, will kind of fix some of the wealth gap if possible. But I don't think people believe promises from politicians. So anything they say is going to fall on deaf ears once it's over and done with. As much as I would really like to see Walmart, Target, all these big corporations that are starving out small cities, get regulated down to where they're not able to, get subsidies and force people onto the system and have to take welfare, I just don't see it changing anytime soon.
Soybean farmers. Soybean farmers got subsidies. Like they should be getting subsidies.
What do you mean, why does? Is it a good move from Dems after what happened before? What do you mean?
What happened before and the move?
Yeah, I don't know.
Ask the people there
Well-
about the forthcoming government shutdown, which I don't think is a Democrat
Yeah, it's a Republican problem, not a Democratic problem.
Well, that's the problem,
Oh,
is that the Democrats right now are actually, they're kind of just licking their wounds with their tail between their legs. They're allowing Republicans to control the narrative, and that's really the problem, because they can turn any Republican problem into a perceived Democrat problem. And this is one of the things that the Dems have fundamentally failed of doing, is talking out of both sides of their mouth. So a lot of Republican politicians will do one thing while claiming to do the opposite. If Dems could implement this strategy, it would be extremely effective, because the Dems aren't going to reach the people who disagree with them on the opposite side of the political spectrum, but could simultaneously appeal to their group while just doing the best possible outcome, because they're not winning voters there anyways.
Yeah, I don't know whether I agree with it or disagree with it or not, but like, the entire point is that, in my opinion, it's not that the Democrats are gaining voters right now, it's that the Republicans are losing voters in droves because of what Trump is doing, just all over America. So it's not like the Democrats are trying to appeal to any voters as much as people are just tired of Trump's bullshit, and they're saying whoever stands up against him and has the best chance of winning, I'm voting for them. So,
which is fair,
fine.
but like, we didn't see that sort of motivation or any of this when it came to like So, like, when Kamala Harris stepped up, right, and ran, we didn't see a lot of
Kamala.
confidence.
Motherfucker.
Kamala? Whatever.
Come on now.
We didn't see a lot of confidence from the Democratic voter base about her because a lot of the things she was running on were very similar to the things that Trump was running on.
Not really, no.
Well, there were a lot of policy overlaps, actually.
There were some, and yeah, they were like stealing each other's good policies and for a bit of time. I remember that, but because like, but essentially, it's so weird because I don't believe what people have kind of told themselves is that she was running on, oh, I can keep like the same old versus something new that Trump was doing. I don't believe that was the case. I think Kamala had some good ideas. It's just that she just got lacking in that sort of political speech, right? It wasn't. Trump just has a better way of saying things. He said things that appeal to people. People are frustrated. People are worried about their futures and whatnot. And he was able to find a boogeyman in immigrants. And that's it. Like he just, yeah. So at the end of the day, like there always have been boogeymen and people, not just in America, all over the world, like just get motivated against a boogeyman. You create someone and you throw all of their problems on them and tell them that these are the people why you can't have nice things, and that has been the history of democracy throughout.
Sure,
I'm not against democracy, but it is a drawback of democracy for sure.
But the thing is, Democrats can do this effectively. They did this effectively the second time against Donald Trump. But
the people they're demonizing are the fucking voters, are part of the voters. They're saying these MAGA people, they're retarded. Don't vote. Don't go with them. So it's like, okay, yeah, you're doing that. You're doing the morally right thing, but you're also losing all the MAGA voters that you're demonizing.
Well, yeah, and I think that there was another problem with this as well, is that there was a huge... At the time, there was a huge push specifically for more progressive policy and more progressive candidates that I think a lot of people in the center left and even the center right weren't really ready for. And I think that in their respective states or in like further gubernatorial, mayoral, or even senator races, they were good candidates. But I think when you put them on the main stage, they don't hold up quite as well. And I think this is it's a double-edged sword, because when you look at Zoran Mamdani, like, he seems to be polling pretty well within amongst his constituents, but like throughout the United States, he's not very well liked at all. But there's another candidate that's very similar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC. She is somebody who was very well liked in the beginning, and her like polling is falling off right now. But we're actually seeing the Trump administration borrowing policy positions that she implemented within her or that she proposed within her district that were actually shot down, such as the 10% limit on interest on credit cards. This is something that was heavily opposed by the Republican Party, stating it as a socialist measure, but now we're trying to pass it behind closed doors through executive order.
And there's a lot of ways this conversation can go. The path I'm going to pick for now is that there is a madness to this method. A lot of credit card companies are actually want this thing to come from Trump's executive orders. Those executive orders are only as good as for the time that Trump is in office, and they'll be taken back when he's gone. And so they want people to sign up for their credit cards at a presumed 10% interest cap. And then when Trump goes away and the executive order goes away, they can essentially raise the interest rates again. And then people who still have the credit cards, they basically are paying more in interest.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
It's like a long play.
Corporate lobbyists.
A lot of analysts are saying.
Yeah. Corporate lobbyists will absolutely do things like this to be able to get certain types of legislation passed. There was great examples of this regarding the National Labor Review Board under the Joe Biden presidency, which gave a lot of help to unions and unionization rates within the United States. But as soon as Biden got out of office, there was major pushes by even the union backing representatives who voted for this to sort of undo the legislation under the Trump presidency. This didn't even come directly from the Oval Office or even Senate. And I think that that's true. You're 100% right when they act in their best interest, or to do something that is in their best interest temporarily, so that way they can go back on it later and do something like hike up interest rates. The problem is they're relying on the idea that someone gets put into office that will undo this legislation, when we actually see a lot of the legislation that was implemented through executive order via Joe Biden's presidency still in place under Trump. So it's kind of like a gamble.
I want to get to something that White has brought up. He was bringing up the healthcare subsidies falling off and the failure of Democrats during the shutdown to keep the shutdown going until we got some kind of guarantee. And now those healthcare subsidies are about to fall off, and there may be another government shutdown. Like, what are we looking at here?
I'm going to be real.
They delayed the inevitable, but yeah, it was just like, oh, we're passing medical subsidies bill for like not a bill, like it was a band-aid on like this fucking concrete building that's collapsing. Yeah, I mean, unless they fix this shit, yeah, people are gonna see the spike, and Trump, who's already in the gutter, is basically gonna go and touch the bottom of the well.
Yeah, there was a huge effort for the Dems to try to negotiate larger government subsidies or specific conditions for the Affordable Care Act to be put in place prior to the last government shutdown. And that's the reason that it actually happened in some regards, or was justification for the Democrats. The problem was, after a certain amount of time with the government shutdown put in place, there was an issue in regards to how funding was going to be done, because there was already talks of withholding funding until after the government shutdown was put in place, which went to the Supreme Court, and they determined that a temporary holding of funding is passable by the federal government, exclusively almost by Donald Trump and the Fed that are backing him, but it can't be indefinite. He can only hold it for a certain amount of time. And when he threatened to hold back funding for these specific states for the new fiscal year, the problem was these states didn't want to go without funding, so they compromised on a temporary solution, hoping they would be able to negotiate a more permanent solution later on, not realizing that there was going to be this circumstance where they didn't pick up as many seats as they wanted to, or the vote was going to come prior to the midterm elections where they were hoping to pick up additional seats.
So I'm hearing shutdown next week, and we're still in the same exact predicament. They got some funding for the time being, but like literally a bunch of people are going to go without healthcare in the near future.
I do disagree with Vidas in that Democrats did not accomplish anything during the first shutdown. While for sure the medical subsidies are an issue, but in the long term, I know it's going to hurt people. But the way Democrats are seeing this is that, hey, we fought for you. The Republicans refused it, and now your medical subsidies are going to go up. And so next time you should not vote for them, you should vote for us. And that becomes like an issue for the next elections. So maybe they can't try hard enough, but now we're going into the shutdown again. So they got the Epstein files in the previous shutdown, and now they might get the medical subsidies in this shutdown. Which, if they don't, it becomes an election issue. If they do, it's a win for all Americans. So, yeah, it's like either or. The only way to lose this is the shutdown goes through. There are no medical subsidies, and Trump Trump instates himself as a dictator, and there are no elections.
Well,
which would be the worst outcome for sure, and it is a possibility.
I think the major issue is that when we talk about the Dems and what they want to do with this government shutdown in terms of how they go forward with negotiation tactics, there is a sort of path forward as you're describing it. I think the problem is that the Dems haven't really talked much about this at all in regards to this shutdown. The Dems right now seem to be focusing very heavily on DHS changes to regulations and the guidelines that DHS officers have to operate under, specifically in regards to federal law enforcement agents such as ICE or CPO or CPCO or whatever it is. And it seems like that's what they want to make their major bargaining chip right now. And if they put too many chips on the table, we all know that they're just going to fold like they did last time. So I think that looking towards these larger bills or these things that they were previously negotiating or were expected to negotiate might be a little optimistic, given that this is something that isn't really even being talked about at the moment.
That's not a lot of hope.
Well, it's kind of hard to be hopeful if you're someone who cares very deeply or is very invested in the current administration and what's been going on with the, I guess, what you would call like egregious violations of DHS guidelines that are being done by ICE, then this is something that will hit particularly hard with you because it's the more reactionary thing to do rather than thinking about the long term, like what Zephyr is doing in regards to things like the Affordable Care Act. So the Dems can use this as a very big optic win while having to put very few chips on the table to be able to get the things that they want without much opposition, and then can rely on these upcoming midterm elections to potentially end up having Donald Trump being a lame duck in office because he loses enough seats amongst the Republican Party to not be able to pass any major legislation, which would allow the Dems to have a little bit more bargaining power. But that's a huge gamble when this is something that was already pre-negotiated, but they're trying to just do it or do it for optics rather than trying to actually achieve any form of meaningful legislation right now.
Okay, so Why Does is asking you, what did the Dems get last time?
Yeah, the Dems last time got temporary negotiations for Affordable Care Act subsidies and Affordable Care Act members. There was specific things that were given to the Dems that were temporary solutions to what they were asking for as a permanent contract.
And also got the Epstein files.
We still
And
haven't gotten the Epstein files. We got a little
I mean,
Epstein
but
files and they accidentally made it so that we could redact it.
But to be like Trump took a massive hit on that. Like, and every single Republican who is supporting Trump on the Epstein case is taking massive hits on that. So politically, like, it is, they got what they wanted, which was to get elected.
Honestly, like for most of the people, like especially on the further left end of the spectrum, we're basically just saying Chuck Schumer dropped the ball. We got absolutely nothing. I feel like there was a reasonable amount.
You want to open the thing? I think people want to just jump in and shoot shit.
Who's jumping in? It's technically
Kyle. Open. I think
Kyle's not even in the Discord.
What?
Kyle's
not in the Discord. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Sorry for breaking your flow.
Where was I? Oh yeah. So like the perception from people on the left that is usually going to be the case is that we didn't get enough. Like when Biden was proposing student loan relief, like it wasn't enough. But to get any, I think, is good when most of the politicians were recalcitrant to it. So I don't know what's going to satisfy people. I think literally getting something is better than us being at a negative when it comes down to what Republicans want to give. Like literally the Republican option is no health care for anyone. If you don't have money, oh, well, screw you. Whereas when it comes to Democrats, it's like, well, we're working on it. We've got a little bit of this for you, but it's never going to be enough.
Well, the problem is, I think, as I said before, I think the Dems realize that they're in a position where they're sitting there licking their wounds from huge losses that they just incurred as a result of the most recent elections. But I think that there's this sort of balancing act that they're trying to do where they're trying to put enough chips on the table to seem like they're able to pass things that appeal to their constituents while simultaneously not being able to properly control the narrative or being able to put any meaningful change forward in a way that makes them look better in any way other than optically.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even the optics are not good enough for a great deal of the voters. Like they want instantaneous change, and that's what Republicans offer. And they kind of lie to themselves along the way and act like it's actually changing and they're getting something for it when really at the end their wallets are far thinner than they were when they started. So like
I don't know why we are only, when it comes to optics, why we're only focusing in on the shutdown and not, I know that's what Why Does asked, but there's so much shit going around even besides the shutdown right now.
Yeah. Like, well, actually, speaking of the shutdown,
Dems have won like pretty much every. Sorry, just to finish that. Like Dems have won pretty much every single election that's happened in 2025. Every single one, almost every single one, I should say. So yeah, it's kind of hard to see how Dems are not winning from this strategy. Like, agree, it could be better. I'm not gonna argue that. Okay, there are Democrats have been quiet. Democrats probably haven't spoken as much as they should have. But and like I said before, it's Republicans who are losing voters than Democrats gaining them as such. They're just probably just voting for anyone who can rise against Trump at this point. But yeah, like Dems have momentum right now.
Marta, you were gonna say?
Yeah. I was gonna say, well, that's the thing. I just skimmed through the chat a little bit, and I see Y does talking about how the Dems got nothing, but this just isn't true. So in the last government shutdown, the Dems were getting temporary extensions on retroactive subsidies, like emergency medical service, ambulance subsidies. There were also some things in regards to the Affordable Care Act subsidies, which were continuing on past the initial. Granted, it wasn't much, but we're continuing on past the initial cutoff date of October of 2025 into January of 2026. There have been multiple, I feel free to look this up. There have been multiple instances of contracts being extended, and granted, it was only from October to January or October 25 to January 2026. But these were things that the Dems actually settled for in their negotiations. And granted, it may not have been much. I agree, but to say that they got nothing as a result of this just doesn't seem like accurate in any way, shape, or form.
Horseradish in the chat. Yeah.
So yes,
I'm reading a bit about this right now, so you're enlightening me because it didn't feel like they got a whole lot out of it, but the
correct.
The temporary things they got. So, like, to be clear, we're not suggesting that those partisan differences in personality and values are nice and neat. Undeniably, many Republicans celebrate the common good, and many Democrats pursue a combative form of identitarian cancel culture. This is crazy. But in our data, the partisan value tendencies we've been describing are substantial as long as they persist. Democratic support for the compromise will outpace that of Republicans. I mean, yeah.
But yeah, don't get me wrong. I think I understand why people are upset with the Democratic Party. I've been upset with the Democratic Party since I got involved in politics in 2017. But I think it's important to remember they're at least trying a little bit. It might not be much, but there's something going on right now. There are things that are going on. This is definitely a time where the Democratic Party is very weak, whether or not we as people who are more left-leaning want to acknowledge that. There was heavy losses in the last election. There has been obviously a huge amount of accelerationist pushes by the Trump administration in which the Dems have not been able to meaningfully fight back against. And as of right now, they seem to have no interest in controlling the narrative. Unfortunately, but again, this is one of those things where unless they pick up seats in the midterms, we're not going to see any change. The only change that we're going to see is if Donald Trump becomes like a lame duck in office, and where he has no means of being able to pass legislation as a result of losing the House and the Senate, and is reliant on executive orders in which the Dems can actually challenge him on the Supreme Court. And that sucks. I get it. It does. But that's kind of the only route forward at this point, because if the Dems don't pick up the necessary seats needed to challenge in the House or the Senate, or on any congressional bill for that matter, it's just going to be more of what we've already seen in the first year.
Oh, geez.
I do think that
Nair's fuck with Y does. It's great. So, go ahead, Zephyr, you were saying?
I have forgotten. I think I was saying something along the lines of in terms of polling data, the Dems are performing really well for this time. Like, Trump's approval rating at this stage is worse than any president has ever had at this time of their presidency. And yeah, Democrats are gaining a large share of the votes. I definitely agree that their strategy could be better rather than just taking the taking the fallout of the Repubs, like just asking for the swing voters. They should try and attract some of the MAGA base as well by actually offering like solutions to day-to-day issues, to affordability and things like that. And yeah, what remains to be seen is like what people are crying out for really is a progressive candidate, but the word progressive has been so tainted by Republicans first, and then some of the center left and center right Dems as well, that if you run a progressive, even though their policies might appeal to a majority of Americans, they're just going to hear the word socialist or progressive or something like that and just not going to vote for them.
Yeah, this was a huge party within the Democratic Party in the 2016 and the 2020 elections when Bernie Sanders was running. When Bernie Sanders was originally running, I believe he was running alongside Hillary Clinton in 2016. There was talks of him being a socialist. There was ostracization from the Democratic Party, etc. And then when he ran again in 2020, we seen the same sort of thing happen, but to a more major extent, where news networks like even CNN, MSNBC, which generally have a more left-leaning base, were actually excluding Bernie from polls and calling him an independent rather than a Democrat to try to reduce his numbers artificially. And this is where I was talking about before. Even if like it sort of what you would call more progressive candidates or more left-leaning candidates aren't necessarily as popular amongst the constituents, it seems like they're also not very popular amongst media or amongst the electoral college either, because these people don't seem to want to have any interest in voting for or allowing these people to be able to run in any meaningful way, which is unfortunate because there are a lot of things we could learn. There are a lot of things we could do and have more chips on the table with a more progressive candidate. The problem is a lot of the progressive candidates, specifically within the squad, had already had a couple of seats that they lost with people like Cory Brooks and what was his face? I think Jamal Bowman, both losing their seats as well. Well, they picked up Zoran Mamdani, sure, and they picked up that other chick whose name I can't remember. But it just seems like there's hemorrhaging seats or representation for real progressives within the political space.
Just on that, I do think that for the short term, again, not for the long term, but for the short term, I do think that it is a viable strategy to secure like 55 to 60% or 55-ish% of the vote rather than try for getting the 70 or 80%. Like if Dems can swing most of the independents on their side and secure the 55%, I think that is a viable strategy for until like 2028 at least. Again, I know people want real change, but it might be pragmatic to secure the 55% and then bring out slightly more left-leaning policies rather than bring those out right now and then lose those 55, risk losing those 55% and losing the election again.
Yeah, I think you're
again. Sorry, just to again complete the thought. While Zoran did win New York, like progressivism has still, even though they might have better policies, progressivism has still been rejected by a large swath of like constituencies throughout the U.S. Right, like Mamdani wasn't the only progressive running in 2025. There were a bunch of progressives running for various seats, and most constituencies preferred the moderate Dem candidate. So,
yeah, I would tend to agree. And what you're talking about is something that is, I wouldn't necessarily call it a problem. I would call it a problem because I am someone who is more center left. I fall into the camp of more like classical liberalism and social liberalism. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a syndicalist. I'm not a communist. I don't hide this from anybody. But it seems to me, generally speaking, that as of right now, there is a sort of ideological push or want from progressives to have a more progressive candidate, not one that is more center leaning. But then when it comes to the elections, they're not necessarily putting up the people, or they're not voting for the people in question who they're advocating for or putting up in any meaningful way. And I think that that sort of disconnect is something that has to sort of be ironed out. Because if you talk to a lot of, and I know this does not reflect the average person in the United States, but if you talk to a lot of progressives online, a lot of them seem to be more accelerationists, more revolutionary. They talk about how they want things to get worse so that people can realize their conditions can only get better with the opposition, or they talk about how they want things to get worse so that way they can get to the inevitable collapse of society and they can start the revolution. And I think the problem with this is a lot of the politicians that are put up are somewhat, I guess, what you would call controlled to the idea that they want this very slow incremental change or a slow push in the Overton window rather than something that is more radical or more heavy handed from the Democratic Party.
Fair enough.
I agree.
I
Has
gotta
to
play
play the right moves.
I gotta play a thing Let
All
me
right.
find it because we're now talking about China and Russia. And I was saying something before when I moved here in California. All of a sudden, when I needed to get work done, the people that were responding to my work requests were all typing back in Cyrillic. When usually it'd be Mexican people coming to like do odd jobs and like install things and the whole deal. Um, all of a sudden, whoa, all of a sudden, the people that were coming to do the work were all Russian. So the change in immigration is showing in California. And here we have Dr. Oz running this. So like while everybody's screaming about Somalians, this and that, which I don't even believe this is real, but I believe there's some of this too going on.
Also in
But
California,
this is
on
wild.
the ground there in Los Angeles, looking into alleged health care fraud involving so-called businesses that authorities say may be fronts for criminals
this
stealing
chick so
billions of
much.
taxpayer
Me too.
dollars. Dr. Oz visiting
My mom
these office
watches
locations in
freaking
person
TND.
and working
I
with
hate
state
it.
officials to pinpoint how much.
Also, let's
home
ignore the fact that it's a
healthcare billing
right-wing
is
news
actually going
station
to
that
fraud
literally
with
made their
little or no real
freaking
services
show
being
called
provided.
TND. I hate these people so much.
This boarded up area above my head here is a big hospice center. There are apparently quite a few hospices around here, 42 within a 4-block radius. And these guys stole $16 million. Listen carefully. The main guy went to jail for 2 years, stealing $16 million, which is a good trade-off for a lot of folks. And if you look at it, it's pretty indescript. There wasn't anyone really in there. They weren't doing any services. They just got an address they could claim was a hospice. And then they ran the business, claiming people were at home getting services, which they really weren't.
Dr. Oz said there may be roughly $3.5 billion worth of hospice and home care fraud in Los Angeles, and that most of it is run by Russian and Armenian mafia.
Okay, there that was.
I don't know. I hate the National Desk. I hate them so much. In my opinion, they shouldn't be allowed to be on TV.
I mean,
I'm
I
not
agree with
normally
you.
in favor of deplatforming, but like they just shouldn't be on TV.
And the thing is that this strategy could have worked in Minnesota, right? Like when they were exposing the healthcare fraud, and we could have argued about how much was it really, and like, is it a big deal and whatnot. Like that was an effective strategy from the Republicans, but then they had to send in ICE and ruin all that. So when they say this thing, I don't think it will, like, people are going to pay too much attention to it anymore. The type of people who are going to now bring up California on top of Minnesota are the ones that were already going to vote for Trump regardless, right? Like people like Gibbs and Andrew Wilson and whatnot. So yeah, I think people who have seen the consequences of this type of behavior from the Republicans is that it is likely that they're going to send ICE to Los Angeles now and do all that type of shit. Yeah, a lot of people are just not going to bother like
But
listening
do
to them
you
anymore.
see
They're
the
going to worry about
conflict of
ICE.
interest? It's the Russians. You think Trump is going to actively be trying to yeet Russians
Trump,
out of California?
I don't think Trump cares about Russians. I think Trump cares about the oligarchs, not about Russians.
Doctor I worked
Well,
for did healthcare fraud in San Antonio. Dr. Zamora was providing false diagnosis on rheumatoid arthritic patients and also pushed for pain prescriptions. I believe it, and I believe like if there was fraud at the level that they're talking about, a lot of it's probably been found and is being dealt with. There's been audits and other things in California, so like, but I'm not gonna lie, the hospice industry is very underregulated, and I think all these things just need to be regulated more. But that's just me.
And tell me if it's true. Like, this is a thought that occurs to me. Like states like Texas and other red states, like they are run poorly whenever, like they can't even have these types of audits, corruption audits. Like they don't have the personnel to do all this type of stuff. They say they want small government, and so they cannot catch all of this fraud. In California, they catch the fraud and then they get punished because the fraud has been caught. And so people just assume, oh, you have a lot of fraud inside your state. Whereas other places might have that fraud and they never get caught.
Yeah.
because
Well,
they don't implement their policies. So
I was hoping that you would bring up Texas because there was a huge controversy involving the Attorney General Ken Paxton of Texas for financial fraud, in which he was actually charged with like there were federal investigations into the things that he was doing, and they found that he was like guilty of financial fraud in Texas as the standing Attorney General. And this is something that was never talked about. Like the fraud in Texas goes all the way up to the government level, even with the people like the Attorney General knowing of the fraud that is happening. But we have not seen a single investigation of any red state. We also know that there's a large amount of welfare fraud happening in Florida, coming out of specifically a huge concentration of immigrant communities in Florida that were predominantly Cuban. We've never heard anything about this, despite the fact that Ron DeSantis filed papers about this all the way back in 2022.
yeah, it's so stupid. It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense at the same time, right? Like people want to talk about fairness, but yeah, like the biases, like this is literally survivorship bias. The Kung Fu Joe's favorite thought, huh? Survivorship bias. This is literally that. If you don't catch something, you just assume that it doesn't exist.
Yeah, precisely.
You only care about the stuff that you see in like that you notice. If you don't notice something, you don't even think about it.
Well, yeah, that's why autism is on the rise, because it's the Tylenol and not at all the fact that all of a sudden we're looking for it and have better ways to diagnose it.
Yeah, there was also the huge fraud, like before even Ron DeSantis talking about the fraud within the within the immigrant communities that were Cuban in Florida. There was another controversy that happened in September of 22 regarding Ron DeSantis, where he actually had class action lawsuits taken out against him for fraud, for orchestrating the mass transfer of illegal immigrants to other countries, like from Florida. Like he was taking the illegal immigrants caught in Florida and mass transporting them to other places in the United States, and even in some places as far north as Massachusetts, and dropping them off in other states' airports.
I know they did it to New York for a few of them, so.
Yeah, exactly. And like this is the thing. We see large amounts of fraud not just happening within the immigrant communities in these red states, because they tend to have a large percentage of the immigrants, specifically Texas and Florida, but we're also seeing fraud going up the ladders all the way up into the government, where people like Ron DeSantis and Ken Paxton have actively been found guilty of fraud and financial fraud while sitting in office, and people just simply overlook it because they think larger amounts of fraud are actually happening in other places. Another great example of this, when Donald Trump was talking about the Somalian daycare fraud in Minnesota, there were issues regarding the numbers that he gave, saying that they found $250 million in fraud, but the official reports that they released only outlined $7,800,000. There's a huge discrepancy in $7.8 million and $250 million in financial fraud. And he said that the problem was that it was an ongoing investigation, so more legislation and more papers would come out talking about it. But the issue is there's been nothing as of right now. We haven't seen any papers come out about it, and there's nothing impeding the federal prosecutors from actually investigating this to a higher degree.
And that's why this issue, like when it was brought to my attention just this morning, I went and looked back. It went back like 5 or 6 months. But with Dr. Oz coming in and just walking around a block with signs that most people can't read, literally no proof, no allegations against anyone, no indictments, no proof of investigation, nothing. Like, why am I supposed to take Dr. Oz's word for it when he's walking around very calmly in an area that's supposed to be full of Russian gangsters?
Because he's been on Oprah. It's a show. It's a fucking show. Not a single person in this administration's qualified for anything except they've probably been on TV or Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I was talking with Gibbs about Dr. Oz yesterday, and it was hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just wild. I just don't know. It's very interesting to me. Because like it seems like the number keeps
don't
going
pay
up.
attention to the train. The train's going to keep on running.
Well, I'm not sure because, like I said, there are certain things that you can get. Like I try to be fair. There are certain things that are happening in places like Minnesota that need to be looked into, if not at a state level, at a federal level for fraud. But I feel like if I'm going to say that, I have to also include the financial fraud that comes from the other states like Florida and Texas. And if we're going to investigate Democrat states for fraud, which I, just to be clear, am fully in favor of if it's done in a way that is fair to the other states of the union, and we also proceed to investigate those other states that have already proven to have financial fraud, not just at the individual level, not just at the government level, but all the way up to the individuals who are representing the state governments or even the federal governments for those states. I think that is much more damning as to the level of fraud that's happening behind the scenes than catching something that happens on an individual level.
Democrats are never going to say it because they don't have any balls.
Well,
They're never going to say that we're going to find fraud in Texas and Florida. They're never going to say that. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's because they have no balls. I think it's because, like, as a result of the huge, and like, don't get me wrong, places like Minnesota, places like California, New York are densely packed, and these are all sanctuary cities that have a large amount of immigrants in them. And I think what they're worried about is that if a federal investigation or even a state investigation comes in and actually finds fraud, even to a very small degree, they know the current administration is very good at exaggerating the numbers and being able to implicate them in a way that is done in an unjust or unfair way. And I think that they know that they won't investigate places like Texas or Florida to the extent in which they would places like Minnesota, California, or New York, simply because they're using their own political biases to justify what they're doing. And as a result of that, Dems don't want to give any they don't want to give any, like, I guess what you would call, like, they don't want to give any sort of ground to the Republicans because they know that if they give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. But in this specific circumstance, they could probably just hand wave off a lot of the fraud that comes from different places like Texas and Florida, because they're so good at just talking out of both sides of their mouth and just saying, "Oh, well, we found more fraud over here, we found more fraud over here, so it's not that big of a deal."
Yeah, it's like there's no winning. If you, I feel like if this type of talking just doesn't win elections anymore, right? Like you have to you have to start a narrative. You have to come up with a boogeyman. You have to come up with like stories and conspiracies. And then when you get in office, you're gonna be like, just find fraud and then be like, yeah, the conspiracies I told you, see, they're all true or some shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where I agree with Tiberius, is that I don't think politics needs to be sexy and all insane like it has been. I think we need to get back to basic policy making and actually start plugging the holes, because we've screwed around for way too long, and other world
Both sides have to do
powers.
that.
I
Both sides have
agree.
to do that.
I agree with you on that, and that's why I'm saying,
Because the side that makes it sexier is going to win. So it's in the interest of both sides to try and make it sexy if even one side is doing it.
Yeah, Zephyr's kind of right here. You have to find a way to make. So this is the thing. When I first got into politics, politics was really goddamn boring, but I still liked hearing about the policies and hearing about economics, socioeconomics, etc. And that's what kept me invested. Then you had what we typically call like the Trump era start, where he convinced everybody that regardless of their education, regardless of the validity of their opinions, everybody's opinions deserve to be heard. This created a huge wave of right-wing pundits that came out of nowhere to speak up, to become influencers, to become media influencers, social media influencers, etc. And then there was a counter wave to that where people on the left came out and they did that as a like sort of a reaction to the right-wing wave of people who came in. The issue is it's deviated more and more away from the actual policy positions. If you go and look at Donald Trump's rallies, there's very little actually talked about in terms of policy and even less in terms of implementation. It's storytelling about how you want to do something or about how you've already achieved something with no regard for the actual factual basis of what you're talking about. And this is the sort of issue. I think that Democrats put themselves above lying to their constituents when they need to just talk out of both sides of their mouth. They need to tell them that they're doing one thing while simultaneously doing another. They can appeal to their base and they can appeal to the people on the other side of the aisle while simultaneously doing the exact opposite legislation wise, because the people, as I said before, the people who already like them will continue to like them, and the people who don't like them are not going to flip.
Ooh, that's a sad, sad pill to swallow. Yeah, we're doomed. I don't know what to say. If we're gonna mostly give in to salacious politics rather than actually trying to fix anything, I think for the most part we are doomed.
Well, and that's the thing. I think that, I hate to say this, but when you talk politics to the average person, and this is a thing that I picked up when I was doing debates in real life, specifically in regards to rhetoric, you have to be a little bit dishonest, because people aren't going to open up to you if you're entirely honest in your pushbacks or criticisms against the things that they believe. I was talking to a family member recently at a New Year's party, so it was about a month ago. Um, and they were saying like, "Oh, I really like Donald Trump. I really like all the things that he's doing." And I was like, "I don't like Donald Trump." And they're like, "Why, are you a lib?" And I was like, "No, I'm actually a Republican. But I don't like a lot of the things that he's doing. I don't like that he's increasing the budget from 52.8 to 56.1 million to Israel. I don't like that he's talking about protecting Christians in Africa by giving $2 billion over to them. I don't like that he's talking about giving $20 billion to bail out the beef industry in Argentina. I don't like the idea that he's talking about structuring new deals with places like Russia to be able to allow for better security infrastructure that doesn't benefit the United States, but directly allows Russia access to certain shipping routes without like any form of fee or tariff. It just seems like it's helping anybody but the people of the United States. We're talking about almost $100 billion that's being exported in new funds to other countries that they're giving nothing back to us for. Why are we sitting here pretending that this is a Republican stance of America first when it's not? And I can say that I believe in cutting all that funding. The only lie is that I'm a Republican, but this person will open up to me and be much more willing to listen if I don't say that I'm a liberal.
Fair enough. And well, before I end the stream, because I found this to be a really interesting take from FairyQueen, should we go back to good old imperialism?
Maybe
Never
a little
left
bit
it.
of imperialism. Just a little
Never
bit of
left it.
imperialism.
Every single country besides maybe Mongolia is imperialist to some degree. Every
I
single
agree.
country.
But I think a little bit of imperialism is good. A little bit of imperialism goes a long way. A lot of imperialism, nah, I'm not about that life.
Well, thank you for that. It has been a blast. Thanks for coming through, Maida. I'm glad you got in on the conversation. Zephyr, the crash out at the beginning was magical, and then we tapered down to a nice, cool stream of
She
thought.
rage quit, and you're calling my crash out legendary? What the fuck?
Okay, so do we raid, asking the chat, do we raid Rob Noor or do we raid Irrelevant?
Oh, my boy Irrelevant, of course.
I don't see that as a choice. It's obviously irrelevant.
All right, Rob Noor is.
He's my gym bro. I've known Irrelevant for 10 years now, dude.
All right, sending y'all to Irrelevant.
Tell him Maida sent you.
Yeah, actually do that.
Thank you all for hanging out. It has been a blast, and I'm sorry for subjecting you to Andrew Tate. That was not entirely my intention. Yes, it was. I mean,
Top G.
I hope everyone had a blast. Catch you next time. Peace, y'all. All right, stream is ended.